It's episode 154 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is.
It is.
For February 22nd, 2023. We're getting close to October. And if you know anything about the way the calendar works, that means some people are already well into Halloween shopping mode. They probably already have all the scary pumpkins and skeletons and things, and they're like on standby.
I guess.
Hey, I just remember from the party store days, I was putting out stuff in July and June.
Party stores, yeah.
Yeah.
You worked at the party store?
Yeah, I worked at Party
That's why-
Packagers before they changed it to Party City.
Oh, yeah, it's Party City, yes, now, yeah.
I'll tell you what burns my ass is that I've already been to a big box store and they have an entire aisle of Christmas stuff and goddamn lit Christmas trees. It's still summer.
But Eric, that's why I literally just said it's like I was putting out Halloween stuff in June. If I'm putting out Halloween stuff in June, that's the end of October. I'm sorry. At this point,
Okay.
we're into New Year's. We're already past Christmas.
Christmas is 3 holidays away.
Christmas is
Well,
over. It's
Well,
over.
gonna
It's
be
done.
Easter.
We're in
It's gonna be
2024. Get with the times.
It's going to be Easter soon.
I know.
Oh God, I wanted to burn down the store.
My favorite thing though, Bobby, when I was there at the party packaging store. I was there from February through to the beginning of fall, basically through around this time period. That's basically when I started the other job that I was doing. So I started there. I was stocking the shelves and doing all of that stuff, but I left before Halloween. And then I walked into the store after Halloween kicked in. And when Halloween kicked in, I just looked at it and I go, well, I can see all the decorations and everything. And it looked like bodies and body parts were all over the place. And it's like, but it's 50-50. There might be actual body parts here. Like it was a disaster after the Marauders rolled through doing last minute Halloween decoration.
Oh,
pickups.
yeah.
Because they were making bank on the costumes. The costumes, they had a whole operation with walkie-talkies, people grabbing it in the back. All the costumes were in the warehouse in a whole inventoried area. And you just go pick whatever you wanted, and they go and grab it for you. They
Those
had runners.
were the days, right?
Oh, it was craziness. It was absolute craziness. Good evening, James. Got the popcorn emoji going. Got it right on. Timeless Cardboard, good evening. How about that injury to Nick Chubb? It was a pretty devastating injury. That was a big one.
He's
Vicksburg,
my
good
favorite
evening.
player. And, I'm not a huge football guy. I don't collect anything of him, but I love watching him play. I think he is the most dynamic running back in the league in the last couple of years. I really enjoyed watching him play, and watching that leg bend that way was horrific.
Was it sort of like a, what's his name, Theismann?
Yeah, a little bit.
It was pretty bad, yeah. It was basically they went straight into the announcer did the we're not going to replay it. So basically they did the thing like, yeah, we're not going to replay it. If you caught, of course, internet, you can go look at it and watch it anytime you want. But they just didn't decide for the broadcast they're not going to do any replays as part of it. So
Really? Yeah.
more than
Can
likely,
some-
but more than likely it's a career ender. It would be very surprising if it wasn't, because he had some leg injuries coming out of college and he recovered and he was able to play. But this was a big, a devastating injury, and the likelihood of him coming back from that now, probably not.
Yeah.
That's probably the end of it.
Well, I mean, the Theismann's career.
Be able to cut and move the way he has played. I don't see how he could ever play again, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Now, a quick thing I wanted to say here. I'll read a couple of these comments here in a second. I did want to make reference as well. I already said Pittsburgh here. I said good evening. So they invited me. I'm going to be on that YouTube channel on Wednesday. So I wanted to had a couple of housekeeping items. So I wanted to quickly mention on their YouTube channel of that name. I can quickly show here. I already got the thumbnail going and everything. Look at that.
Wow.
Pretty solid. I'll include a link to that in the description. So that'll be Wednesday evening. They got a live stream going on, and I'll be joining them to hang out for a little bit and do some chatting.
Sounds like fun.
Collecting profit. Wow.
I know, right? Look, I just appreciated that they included the right image there. They got me going with the microphone and everything. I'm
It's
good
your
to go.
only image. Come on.
Yeah,
right.
right.
Bobby, we got branding. Like, we got to go with it. And right now, over here, it's just a silhouette of the branding. It works.
I understand.
I don't know. Maybe I'll get my PR people, and maybe we'll think of a different pose. But for now, we got to go with what the people expect. It's got to be what people are expecting.
You could
So we
invert it.
What time Wednesday? I couldn't see
I
that.
think it's 10 p.m. I think 10 p.m. is what I see here. So I think it's 10 p.m. Eastern, and I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be. 10
I'll
p.m.
be home from riding by then.
So we got that. Big Scott invited me over to do an appearance on his live stream on Sunday. So that's
Yeah,
another
I'm
live
not
stream. That's okay.
We're gonna have to
I'll,
make
I'll
some
let,
negotiations.
Emo Scott will be
on,
very sad. Emo Scott will
No.
be very sad.
No, I report. I'm not supporting his channel. He can go eat it. Screw him.
So that's another one, and then of course there'll be the I did mention to Bobby and to Eric that I'll be going to the CSC card show happening this Sunday. So we'll talk more about that later, but that'll be one of the local shows that we do around here that they do semi regularly. My only sadness is that they didn't go back to the German Haas. Big fan of the German Haas. Plus, I like saying German Haas.
Well, that I get that impression.
That in and of
brings-
itself,
it
Eric,
brings you
isn't that
joy.
enough?
It
It's
brings
across the
you-
street from a Denny's. It's across the street from a Denny's. They got a Denny's across the street, man. That's enough. That's all we need.
Yeah.
All we need.
As long as it's breakfast time.
Will's very excited about Chubbs. He asks, so what do we know about the Bears coach did to warrant an FBI raid? Was he eating babies, molesting puppies? Both. Maybe both.
Maybe.
This is the first I'm hearing about it. I did not.
I've
know
heard a
that.
couple of different things, but I'm not going to speculate. I don't know. Whatever it
I
was, it
don't
sounded
know.
pretty serious. So I'm just going to go with pretty serious.
Yeah.
Philly Joe, good evening. Good evening, Jeff. Yep, absolutely, not a problem. And I'll include a link to the lives in question. Scott's thing, I don't think he has this ready to go. But since the Pittsburgh guys have their thing already set up, I'll include a link to that in the description after the fact for the replay, folks. Absolutely, thank you very much. 10 p.m. Eastern, perfect, got it. We get Yannick's new title here, Sports Cards Anthology. I like it, Yannick. I like it.
Oh, I
Good
like
evening.
that. Yeah.
Good evening. Yeah, so I wanted to make sure we get the housekeeping items out of the way first. That was first. And then the last piece is, this is the first live stream where I'm going to hit the little checkbox thing. I mentioned it on the podcast episode I did with Eric and with Bobbles, that the channel is being sponsored by AMG Collectibles. So our friends at AMG Collectibles are sponsoring the channel. Got a little scrolling ticker dealie going down here, amgcollectibles.com.
Yeah.
For all your Nova Scotian card collecting needs. And the website is international, and you can order stuff from on there. And there'll be some breaks coming up and things like that, and more things coming up and going forward. And also, AMG Collectibles has got a YouTube channel that is currently active. No content on it yet, but that should change sooner rather than later. And it's something we're working on getting some stuff on there. I know some people have already subscribed to it, so I appreciate that. But otherwise, yeah, if you want to check out anything, you got amgcollectibles.com. We've been friends with them for quite some time, so we're very familiar with them, and they've been good friends to us in general, and now good friends of the channel. So we thank them for their support of both the podcast and the live stream.
Yeah. If you want to, just crack it, stack it, pack it,
There you
and
go.
grade it.
I would like to say I
Grade
fully
it, and then
support the
send it to Eric
primary
Wade.
owner of AMG Collectibles.
Mm.
The primary owner of AMG Collectibles, I have nothing but respect for, and nothing but appreciation for, and I support the owner of AMG Collectibles to the fullest.
Mm.
Huh.
Now.
Now.
You're making a distinction, just to be clear now.
Here forth, we're going.
Here forth, I have nothing but respect
Mm.
and nothing but positivity towards the owner of AMG Collectibles.
Wonderful.
How much did he pay you? Sorry.
No,
What?
he didn't pay me anything.
No, yeah, Eric is referring to the she that fired the he that he had objections to.
I love it.
Brad
Yeah.
is a big dope, and I hate him.
He's got his own business to deal with now. He's busy. Piccolina, good evening. It's like, has anyone Garden Day Spiele or have his autograph? 9. German Haas!
I have many of his autographs. The closest one is right here.
Who are you looking for?
Oh,
Garrett Ace Bailey.
yes. That is
Oh.
Ace's auto. He always made a little face in the ace in the A. It's one of the ways you can tell that it's real because he always has the little smiley face in there. I have many of them around. He was very good friends with my boss, and I unfortunately never had the opportunity to meet him. But I do have a quick Ace Bailey story that involves Wayne Gretzky, which is kind of cool.
Pause. I'll read a
okay.
couple of these comments first, and then you can give your story.
Okay.
So first one, timeless cardboards. Jordan Love, 6 touchdowns, no interceptions, MVP front runner. Not exactly. Those numbers are very flattering. On paper, looks good, but if you actually watch the games, I wouldn't put too much stock into that. Sherry here gracing us. Good evening. Eric got his first gold star from me. Hi, gang. Thank you, Sherry. Owner, and proprietor of AMG Collectibles.
Who I have nothing but respect and appreciation for.
There you go. Good stuff. 540 flips or ask Rick. Facts.
I have no interest in what 540 flips has anything to say. And he and Rick can go get on a boat and go for a cruise, and I hope it sinks.
Now, the important thing so I'm about to let you tell your story. Before I do, one last thing I want to make clear as well. That's what I said. I will mention the AMG Collectibles things throughout the evening. I won't bombard you guys with it. I wanted to, off the top, I wanted to explain it. But also, I do want to make clear that this promotion and sponsorship and, you know, the co-working with us in the channels is in addition to the standard fee that I charge Eric for the like button. Now, he is getting subsidized, so he does appreciate AMG Collectibles for taking the edge off a little bit.
I do. Yeah.
But the invoice is still going. So if you hit the like button, I'm still shipping it over that way.
Yep.
He's not getting completely off the hook, but it takes a little edge off. Left him at least a couple of bucks for a coffee and a chocolate stick. So at least there's something. At least there's something left over.
I do like
chocolate milk and a chocolate stick.
Those are awesome.
So now when I make my fake Ace Bailey autos, I know to put on a smiley face. Now you know.
Glad I can help.
Joe card collector. Perfect. Yep. Yeah. So I'll leave the speculation on what's going on with the Bears guy because I don't know. I haven't kept track of it. All I know is that whatever it is, it sounds really bad. But I also haven't been paying attention to it too closely, so it sounds really bad. Whatever it is, it'll have to be investigated very thoroughly, and we'll find out. Whatever it is, based on the reaction that has come out of it very quickly, it would be more on the serious side. The NFL will let a lot of things slide, or they'll say, "Oh, we'll investigate and see what happens." But the reaction that came out of it sounds to me like something they don't even want to touch with a 50-foot pole. Whatever it is, they want to keep their distance. So that tends to be more on the serious side if they're going to take that approach to it. So we'll leave it at that for now, and we'll leave for others to investigate a little further. So tell you what, Eric, if you want to do your Ace Bailey story, now's a good time. I'm going to grab my drink. That should be cold now, and I'm going to fill up my beverage.
Yeah, so those who may or may not know, Ace Bailey and Wayne Gretzky were very, very good friends. When Gretzky came into the league, Ace Bailey, I believe, was his first roommate in Edmonton. Ace was at the end of his career, Gretzky at the beginning. And they stayed in close contact after Ace retired. Ace was living in Lynnfield, Massachusetts. And during the summers, Wayne would come stay with him, for a period of time and hang out. And this friend of mine, who's roughly the same age as me and kind of grew up in the 80s, lived on the same street as Ace Bailey. And in the summertime, when Gretzky would come to visit, remember, Gretzky is like a teenager, early 20s at this point in time also. He would come out and play street hockey with all the neighborhood kids in the street when visiting Ace. So my buddy has all these Wayne Gretzky pictures and, that they were taken of them playing out in the street and all these autographs and all this. And these really great memories of a very young Wayne Gretzky just out there playing street hockey like a kid with the neighborhood kids. It just goes to show, the stories you hear about Wayne being a great guy and very personable. And, it's as normal as somebody that had that kind of pressure on him can be. This is what he did for fun. So he came to see his mentor and took time to play little street hockey with the neighborhood kids. So I always thought that was a cool story when my buddy told me he always looked forward to summertime, not so much so school would end, but that Wayne would come back and play hockey with him.
Good times. So let's scroll through here. Take a look. Timeless Cardboard asks the question, what's the most money you ever spent on one card? And what is the crazy number you might spend someday? I actually have the answer to this to the penny.
Me too.
$1,154.85. That was how much I paid for the 53 Bowman Color Mickey Metal. That's how much I paid for that specific copy. That's US. And the most that I would pay is $1,154.86.
$3,000.
Unless the Fanatics money comes in which case, I'll bump it up a little bit more.
$3,000 Canadian.
$3,000 Canadian, okay.
Was an old card.
Makes sense. Makes sense. You want to answer that one, Eric? I leave it to you.
I plead the fifth.
for
We didn't say stole. We said bought.
I think in other case he might be in danger if he admits too much.
Nowhere near those things.
Well, I don't know. I know one card that is less, but not like so much less.
That was probably the most I've ever spent.
That was the Gretzky autograph, the one with the New York Rangers jersey thing. That was at the expo, and I was there when he bought it. So that's why I say, like, I know that one it's less, but not like way less.
It's less though, and if my mother's watching, it's way less.
There you go. So what's the crazy number you might spend someday? So I'll give you a more serious answer to that one. Really comes down to the only one that I can think of that might push that, or maybe two cards that I can think of that might push that number off its perch. I need a 57 Topps Bart Starr rookie to complete my 57 Topps Packers team set. So I have 11 of the 12 cards. The Bart Starr rookie is the last one that I need. I'd like to get a decent copy. Most of the run I have is actually nice. They're pretty nice cards. Even a lot of the common guys I've got in 7s and 8s. So actually I've got a pretty nice run of them. Even by Paul Hornung, I went and got a raw copy, and even that one is like a decent card. But I'd like to get a decent Bart Starr, but that'll cost. See? True, sure. Kathy. Facts. The only one that I can think of though is that Bart Starr one would definitely cost a pretty penny. Even in a mid-tier grade would be pretty expensive. And the 53 Topps Willie Mays. I need that one for the set I potentially plan on doing. And even a really low grade copy now is getting close to 1,000, if not over 1,000 now. So it's not like I can't go get myself a super cheap copy at this point. Those days have passed. So it depends on what the condition is. Yeah, that might be the best way to make it. Yeah, but they've gotten expensive, and a lot of people have clued in on that idea because a pinhole is a great way of getting a good eye appeal card for a much better price, and it's a smart play. It's a super smart play, and definitely something I would consider. But I just know that the way the prices are now, it's gonna at least be right in that range, if not a little bit higher. Mm. But outside of that, I don't really foresee anything that I would need to spend more money on. It would probably be, for me, it wouldn't be something I actively seek to do.
Well, it's not like you're going after a mantle or you're going after, the big cards. It's reality, right?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. The good news for me is that the last mantle that I needed was the one that I already have. And I was able to get it much cheaper back then when it was less expensive. So I have it now. For that set, I have the mantle already, and I don't have to worry about getting it now. So Paul here says, bid 1150 night on the golf course and lost an auction. Didn't even take second place. Yeah. Some of those are tough, man.
Jeez.
Some of those are tough.
Yeah, the only card that I could spend that kind of money on would be an Orr rookie. That'd be the only thing.
Oh, you mean another one? The first one wasn't good enough for you?
Yeah, I collect them. They're everywhere. I mean, geez, I got a paperweight right here. I mean, I just collect the things.
Oh, I've said they're paperweight all along.
But then you want to test?
They're everywhere.
Didn't you want to test like an American version, the true blue, red, white, and blue?
That's what I want, man. Topps test, and I'd sell the house to get one, but I think the people living in the house with me would probably be upset about that.
It's the very first American card set that ever came out for hockey.
Could be
only
a problem
in the United States.
Paul here says mine wasn't a card. Autograph CD by Alice in Chains. Look at you, Paul. Look at you.
Huh.
Getting all fancy. That's fair. It's a fun. It's funny because I'm always very transparent about that because I have no problem saying. Like I said, it was literally on eBay. I was able to just pull it up. That's why I was able to give it to you down to the penny because I can pull it up. It's still recent enough. It was in May 2022, so I was like, I know exactly which card it is. I didn't remember the number, but I was like, I know more or less what it was, but that's the specifics. But there are a lot of people who are like terrified. They will never answer that question. They just refuse. They just don't want people to know how much they spend on a card. It's like, well, it's not I don't make a
or their wives.
Yeah, that's exactly it. For the home thing, I kind of get it.
Or mothers.
Or mothers.
Yes.
Or basically anybody who's related to you, you don't want them knowing what you.
Sure enough.
Just tell them you got the card for free with the Slab Strong.
Yeah. I found it on the front lawn. How?
Mm-hmm. It's like I found it. That was Carlos Cedar's old move when something would appear. It's like, oh yeah, I've had that for a while. Totally.
I do that all the time.
Yep. Happens all the time. It's like, wasn't that thing just made it? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Had it for years. For years. Makes
It says
sense.
2022 on it, but no, I've had it for centuries.
I've had it since 1985, and I will hear no different.
That is correct.
Works out. Now, one thing that was kind of striking me, and I was thinking about this a little bit. Obviously, it is a little bit of a quiet time. The only thing that has really happened this week was the thing I mentioned where Fanatics is making it. And it's not, well, actually, in this case, it wasn't Fanatics. It was WWE making the move. But, you know, it's hard to imagine that Fanatics wasn't, you know, the voice over the shoulder saying, do it. Do the thing.
Oh, yeah.
Get them.
Yeah. And we'll take care of you on the back end when you sign with us, and we're going to do it better and different. And, you know, and Vince is like, okay.
Yep. Including redemptions.
Mm-hmm. My record transactions is a sold card, not something I bought. That's always nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. It was just funny to me because that's why I had to kind of mention it in the video is that Fanatics had already secured the WWE license at the conclusion of the current one with Panini. So what's gonna it was good. They were gonna get the license back anyway, regardless. So what was gonna happen was it was just a matter of not of if, it was a matter of when. When that license expired, they were gonna get it back. But by doing this, they have obviously pushed the action, and WWE went a little bit of a different angle because they said breach of contract, and they were specific in terms of what they wanted to say the claims. Now, obviously, Panini's obviously throwing it back. Now, the fun twist was that WWE also said, "Oh, by the way, we also want you to pay us the royalties, the guaranteed royalties that we would be due." So, you know, I would also like $5.6 million.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, you know, I don't blame Panini for trying to push back on it and trying to be like, wait a minute, we're actually still making money on this. What I'm curious about and what I threw in there is that Endeavor did a merger with WWE and UFC. And UFC still has a license with Panini. So the question is, does UFC also follow suit? Because now WWE and UFC are under the same umbrella. You know, they're in that same neighborhood hanging out, and they both had licenses with the same manufacturer. So does UFC after the fact come back and say a similar kind of thing when the moment is right?
So I wonder how long the licenses last. I don't know how long they signed for. I guess the payout
WWE one we do know.
Cancel. Huh?
If they had done nothing, it would have turned over in 2026.
Yep.
So,
okay.
So they still had some time. They still had some time, a couple of years still. It would have been, but from Panini's standpoint, obviously they're looking at potential lost revenue because
it's marginal, right? What they sell, they make, right? So
for sure.
They can't make
WWE has been a good license for them because, for the most part, the sets have been well received. A lot of the people like them. They sold through them very well. They've been appreciated by a lot of the collectors. But it does create this uncertainty because it's like, okay, so do they succeed in the cease and desist as a stop? And is Topps ready to immediately take over? Because if the cease and desist holds, is Topps ready to produce some cards right now, or is there going to be a little bit of a lag automatically as they have to get caught up?
There'll be a lag for sure.
Yeah. So that obviously changes things. And all of a sudden, Upper Deck is like, wait a minute, we're the only ones producing wrestling cards. Assuming they can get them out the door.
Yeah.
It'd be funny. So fair enough. All right. So let me be nice here. Asked earlier about John Wensink. So who the hell is John Wensink? Obviously, the person that you got the cards for. Who is
this?
That?
This is his rookie card. I got 3 tops and an O-Pee-Chee in my hand. I have more. I just don't know where they are at the moment.
Let me put this another way. Outside of the fact they play for the Bruins, relevance?
He was one of the Bruins all-time tough guys. He is mostly known for skating over to the Minnesota North Stars bench and challenging the entire bench to come onto the ice and fight him. And not one guy stood up.
That's stupid. They would have kicked his ass.
They would have killed him.
They would literally have destroyed him. He'd be dead.
Not one guy stood up. He went over to the bench, skated.
If I'm the coach, if I'm the coach, I'm cutting everybody. Bobby, I'm sorry. I could get some high school kids, and a whole team of high school kids would kick his ass.
Yeah. So this was back when bench clearing brawls were a thing, and there was goonery and all that. And he just skated right over, challenged the entire bench, and not one guy took up his offer. So that's what he's most known for. But he was also a decent player. And
so in other words, he's an SB Signature Legends?
I would think is a possibility. It might be. Now, whether or not I have met him, I have not had the pleasure. There have been 3 occasions I can think of where he was scheduled to come to the area. And unfortunately,
On
he
the
had
whole area.
Bobby,
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you. Like, in all honesty, generally speaking, I'll indulge a lot of Eric's stories because we like stories. But
Sure.
but I've got to say, if we're talking an SB Signature Legend guy, I'm rapidly not caring. My not
I
caring
don't
is
know.
growing
You
by
have
the
the
second.
checklist. You're the one that can pull up a checklist faster than me.
I'm not going to look up the checklist. Hal Gill is in it. If this guy's not in it, he sucks.
So my hope is with the 100th anniversary of the Bruins this year, and they're bringing back pretty much every living Bruin to do one thing or another. Hopefully,
If they play for the Bruins, were they ever really alive?
my hope is that he will come back to town and I'll be
And
able
fight you?
He could probably still kick my ass at 70.
Well, if you get a real hockey team behind you, they would kick his ass the way they should have the first time.
Yeah.
So,
And he didn't even get the first NBA three-pointer. So as far as I'm concerned, this
did not.
dude
Yeah.
sucks. This
well,
dude sucks.
I think if you said that to his face, he could still absolutely.
I
deny.
can find a hockey team that would fight him, and he'd be dead. Dr.
Yeah.
Exclusive, good evening. If you sell cards for cash directly to spend that money on another card, can you consider that trade or not a big money purchase? I think you can tell yourself whatever lie you want.
Yeah,
it's
That's not a
it's-
lie. If you sell the card and you have the money in your bank and then you go to spend it on some other card, then that is free to do.
yeah, for sure. But it's like, but he's saying, can you consider that a trade and not a
No.
big money purchase? It's
Wait,
like that's the
trade
thing.
for
It's like,
money?
yeah,
I don't
you are
know.
still trading money. You're
matter.
trying to play the semantic. Look, I applaud the attempt to play the semantics game here, but and I'm hardly the person that's gonna stop you from telling yourself whatever lie makes you happy.
Entertaining your own.
Like, you live your fantasy, my friend. You live whatever fantasy you want to live. It's okay. I'm the guy who's like, if I want it, I'm buying the damn thing. I have no conscience. I don't care.
Neither did Aldo Nova.
Dang. But hey, if you can make it work, make it work. CC, good evening. Absolutely. Spurs 21, good evening to you as well. Good stuff. But yeah, the only reason I was bringing it up is because news-wise, that's it. That's been it as far as the current news stuff, because right now we're in kind of a holding pattern, a little bit of a cycle, waiting for we were waiting for the next shoe to drop. That is interesting only because at least it means you're seeing more steps of aggression. Panini's taking body shot after body shot, body blow after body blow, left, right, and center from every direction. They're getting. So the question is, and I posed the question in my video. I just said, look, it's right now. I'll rephrase it as death by 1,000 cuts right now. It's not like there's one signature specific. Oh, this is the killing blow. But if you keep taking all these paper cuts and bleeding all the time, eventually you run out of blood. So the question is, how long do you want to keep fighting this? Is kind of the question. And it hurts because if they do lose the WB license, that was a license that was making them some money. Yep. That was one that was doing at least reasonably well for them. And again, the products were, for the most part, pretty well received.
Yeah. Well, it's depth to creativity and, the heart of competition, I think, really, going forward. I really don't see Fanatics taking over and doing everything that they need to do. I think you need other people to do that. Other ideas, other companies. If we didn't have that in the 90s, we wouldn't have anything today, really, much more than Topps.
I just think the other piece of the puzzle is going to be that I wasn't too impressed with Topps' offerings at the tail end of the last run, before Panini took over the license. The last couple, there were a couple that were okay, but I think Topps is still trying to find its footing on how to do it. That's why I say, like, if nothing else, I'll give credit. Panini used some of their some of their brands well. Chronicles was fun because it gave you a little bit of variety. Immaculate and Impeccable were a little bit higher end stuff to make it interesting. But then you also had stuff like Revolution, which wasn't too expensive. Even in Canadian dollars, it was like $120, something like that, which in current parlance isn't terrible. Like, that's not too bad. In US dollars, it was comfortably under $100 a box, which is pretty reasonable. And you could get autographs and you could get some of this other stuff in it. So it felt like you got some value. So you had a little bit of everything for everybody.
Well, they were running out of adjectives, for card names. So
that is a problem. It is a problem. So we'll have to see. I'll just be curious though if Topps does get that back sooner rather than later, if they've got a better plan, because the previous one was kind of like, you got Chrome and you got Finest for sure. They were able to do Transcendent as their big super high end product. They gave that a go, but you're not going to do that every year. You'll burn through that if you do it too quickly. Are you going to do Dynasty? Are you going to try some of this other stuff? Topps has some brands, but I just don't think their high end is not for everybody. But I think it's good to have high end for people that do want to spend money on that stuff. But also have a nice mid tier, have a nice lower end, nice products for people to collect. Do they have the variety to give people those options?
I guess we'll see.
Yep. Good evening, Josh. Good evening, gentlemen, and Eric.
Shut up, Josh.
They felt so bad that in the pre-recorded, they just didn't get that vibe from you. Such a problem.
Yeah, I saw the comments.
Mm-hmm.
And you know who led that charge?
Bob Jackson.
No. I believe it was the other enemy of the program. It was,
You've got a lot of enemies.
How many?
To be clear, a lot of these people are not enemies of the program. They're more like enemies of Eric.
okay.
Yes.
Who do I hate the most out of everybody?
Oh,
Ooh, this could be very deep because I feel like deep down inside you hate yourself.
No,
I think you hate the man in the mirror, Eric.
there's no question about that.
There's
no question.
It's hard for me to believe that you hate someone more than the man in the mirror.
No, there's no question about that. I would,
Okay, so you mean after the man in the mirror?
Do you know how many mirrors
the
I break by punching them all the time when I see that guy? It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. But no, it would be Name. And I hate him. And he
540 Flip says Namonaise.
hey.
Nice. I'll even accept that from this loser because I hate both of those things equally. And they both make me want to vomit.
All Eric Slander in the chat is welcomed. As a moderator, I'll let it pass. That's right. Paul Volvi is the moderator.
No one asked you, Paul.
Mind your P's and Q's. Global, Morning Champions, and Eric. Thank you, Global.
Another one.
All the way from Australia. We
Another
appreciate you.
country. Another country heard from.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I do prefer cranking Eric on Friday compared to Happy Monday, Eric. It is true.
Yeah.
Shut up, Josh.
CC says, rank your preference to these three brands: Upper Deck, Topps, and Panini. So we're not talking brands here. I guess we're talking manufacturers, which is fine. Fair enough. Okay, so shut it, Mayo Boy.
I like Panini for the
a
redemption.
little sass there.
If
If AFL Grand Final Week coming up, I like it. I might have to kind of tune in and zone in on that. That sounds fun. All right, real quick. So rank your preference of these three brands: Upper Deck, Topps, and Panini. Base it on the cards and sets you like in general. So we're looking at kind of the overall presentation.
I'm out.
I'll try to. I think the way I would do it is I'd probably say Panini, Upper Deck, and then Topps. Topps has just not impressed me in some time. I would probably put Topps last, but it's not like it's way in a way. I just think Topps needs to make some tweaks, and they probably do better. Upper Deck needs to fix some things too. I'm not giving them a complete pass again, friend of the channel notwithstanding. But I think Panini is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But I do like the variety of the offerings they have. I think there's some nice cards available if you're interested at every level: low end, mid end, high end. So there's a little bit of everything for everybody. And I think they've got a better balance of it than the other two. And that's the reason I give them the edge.
Are we talking like in currently, like right now, or like the history, or what?
Right now it just says base
All
it
of
on the
the
cards
above.
and sets that you like in general. So if all the
Right.
cards and sets you like in general are prior to 1990, well, then you do what you got to do.
I still think the nicest cards ever made, ever, without a doubt in my mind, are Topps Gold labels.
Those are excellent, yeah.
And I think they're the best things that have ever been produced. So my anytime anyone asks me, Topps Gold label, even a base card of a nobody is gorgeous.
I think the key though, and this is important, and I think you asked the right question. The problem is that you're talking about and you're looking at late 90s and early 2000s. The problem that I have is that I have to look at the totality of it, including the last 20 years. If you asked me to rank them in 1999, my ranking is going to change. Then Panini's not even in the game. Panini's not even. They're third by default. Then it's going to be Topps, and then it's going to be Upper Deck. But both of them will be competing because both of them had very strong offerings. So it's going to be like 1 and 1A. And then Panini isn't even in existence yet. Like they're doing stuff in Europe, but they're not producing, North American sports trading cards the way we see them today. Since then, Panini has been able to at least build a base and do some stuff, while Topps and Upper Deck have languished a little bit. They've lost a lot of their mojo in the decades since. But if you talk about late '90s into the early 2000s, then I would change my ranking accordingly.
And if I had to pick today, I'm obviously going to go with Upper Deck because they're the only one that carries hockey. So, I mean.
Yep. So Josh says, speaking of name, I think his team plays Deion Sanders this week. Ooh.
God, I hope they lose.
Spicy.
I hope they get the quack kicked out of them.
Whoa. Paul C says, evening all, and Eric.
Another idiot. All right.
Name here. We should call Eric Mr. Worldwide. He's got haters all over the world. It is true. It's him and Pitbull.
This guy.
They do play Colorado. Should be a great game. Go Ducks. There you
No go Ducks. No go Ducks.
Topps Tweak Solution, 87 throwback. That's valid. Woods and Water. Good evening. It's got Topps, Upper Deck, and Panini in that order. Fair enough. Let's see here. 1968. Larry Zeidel taunted the Bruins bench. Eddie Shack stepped forward. Thus the six-swing incident. Both were a bloody mess.
Get off the track, Eddie Shack.
I demand death. Without death in Thunderdome, they have nothing. But good question. Appreciate it. So yeah, it is open topics tonight, folks. You can pretty much go in whatever direction you like. It is kind of open. And in the meantime, if we come up with any particularly fun topics, maybe we'll steal them for Monday. Just saying. If anything's really good, maybe we'll just steal it for Monday.
Why not?
We've got a couple. We've got a small list of topics that we can cover anyway. They're more evergreen anyhow, but it is. I'm open to taking suggestions as we go along because that format allows us to just kind of break something through. And again, if it's something that's specialized, I can always reach into the roller decks and grab somebody that maybe could offer some insight into one of these things. So we've got that luxury if we know in advance what topic we're going to talk about. So that is a nice thing.
Sure.
Eric Bergeron rank in the top 5 all-time Bruins.
Maybe number 5, but I think in the top 10. But he's not better than Orr. He's not more important than Esposito was to the league and the first guy to score.
Sanderson, come on.
Derek Sanderson was awesome, but I think Bergeron might be better than him. Yeah, he's not better than Eddie Shore. He's not better than Milt Schmidt.
He's not better than Hal Gill.
He's better than Hal Gill.
Hal Gill is a signature legend.
He is better than Hal Gill. So you'd really be trying to fight and see, who that number 5 spot is. And then you're looking, you're looking at a lot of guys. I mean, I didn't even mention Ray Bork. He's not better than Ray Bork. So no, he's not in the top 5. No.
I had Joe Thornton 1 through 5, Bobby. That's who I had.
Yeah,
and maybe Sergei Samsonov. That's a good one.
Yeah.
No, not in the top 50, but thanks. They just put out the Bruins top 100 players of all time.
Oh, who's the top 5?
For the last 85, did they put not applicable? Give up after 15 and just put not applicable.
No, thank you. They were in alphabetical order. They didn't rank them. They just put out the top 100 Bruins of all time. And obviously Bergeron was on that list.
Yeah, we ranked ours, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was put out in alphabet. But what I love is that my man, Reggie Lemlin, top 100 Bruins of all time, baby.
Yeah, number 15. And then we went to number 16, not applicable, all the way through 100. Yep. But got in there.
I got down to L's, Reggie Lemlin. And I was like, yeah, that's right. My man.
Wow. So Johnson goes Bork, Cam Neely, of course. We got that.
I mean, is he better than Adam Oates? Is he better? I mean, there's been so many great How about this? I mean, all right, it's tough because he's a goalie and whatever, and you can't really compare, but is he better than Jacques Plante?
No.
Well, then he's not in the top 5 because Jacques Plante's better than Patrice Bergeron.
Oh.
I think we should disqualify all Bruins players who didn't win the Stanley Cup for the Bruins.
Yeah.
What's our list look like now?
3.
He's still not in the top 5.
Well, are you sure how many players we got left? We were at 15 when we had everything. Now what are we
No,
left with?
when I was just calling them out, you got Orr, Esposito, Shore, and Schmidt. There's 4 that's still on my list. Right? Is
There you
he
go.
better than Johnny Busick? Is he better than Jerry Chivas? They're Hall of Famers. Is he better than Dick Clapper? Is he better? You know, I mean,
How good can Dick Clapper be? Every opportunity you've had, every reference to him, be like, so, have you gotten your Dick Clapper card? No, not yet. Have you gotten a Dick Clapper card? No, not yet.
I don't have. All right, listen. All right, you two won't help me to save your lives, but if Paul C is paying attention, his next mission is to find me a Dick Clapper card. That is his next mission. I expect it in the same amount of time and within 20 minutes of you walking into the building.
Huh.
Brendan Ryan says, looks like Panini is still tracking hits with holographic stickers on flawless cases, this time under tape and bottom. With Card Collector 2 ripped a case, he gave him away. They have been tracking. So here's the thing. Panini, if you go, I'm being completely serious. If you go to Blowout Forum and search, I want to say mid 2010s, there were entire threads of people talking about the code on the inside of the box where if they saw certain numbers, they were finding a preponderance of certain hits. That's been going on literally for decades.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't new. So I get what you're saying. Like on paper, I'm totally following you, but I'm becoming, and so don't take my word for it. Go to Blowout and search for the stuff, and you're gonna find threads where people speculating on certain codes corresponding to certain hits, case hits or whatever the case may be, and they found a good correlation between certain codes and being able to associate the hit. Which means if somebody opened up the box, they could tell just by looking at the code, oh, this one's going to have the case hit on it, or it's not going to have the case hit on it, with pretty good reliability. Therefore, they could pass along that box or keep it for themselves and open it up.
But not at backyard breaks, no.
No.
But the point that I'm making is that like a lot of the folks, the entire category was arguing about this, and I was like, yes, that's been going on for little decades. Before that, we had correlation patterns that were figured out, going back to the 80s. This ain't new. But I guess this is supposed to be what stands for scandalousness today. It's like, okay, fine. For me as a collector, I don't give a crap. I don't give a shit. The only time I care is my box that I'm opening. So then I guess I need to know what the code is and figure it out for myself.
Yeah.
By the way, people figured out these codes. That's how certain people got lucky. But the whole idea is like, oh, and these breaks and whatever. It's like, okay, cool. Dude, as a collector, I don't give a shit who pulls the damn card. Backyard breaks can pull every single good card in history. At some point, they have to sell it, and that's when I want it. I want to buy the single. Does them pulling it increase the value of the card? No.
I can't afford those cards anyway, so I don't. There's a part of me who really doesn't care.
Yeah. No, but all I'm getting at is that, look, at the end of the day, I'm not going to argue. At this stage in the game, I'm not going to argue with the premise about it. They're like, oh, loaded box, loaded case. It's like, no, it's marked box. Loaded and marked are two different things. Loaded means the box is full of hits. All there is hits. The idea is, oh, they're directing these specific boxes. It's like, okay, fine. If you say so, fair enough. Sure. Sounds good. And for the sake of this conversation, yes, you're 100% right. They're directing it to it. They're going straight to where they want them to be. Anything else I can do for you?
Well, I mean, the scam is, of course, Joe Average like us saves up their paychecks, tries to do, the responsible people save up, try to do it right. And then they go out and spend a great deal of money on these chase cards when in reality, possibly, allegedly, all the words that keep us out of trouble, they never really had a chance or a shot because those cards have already been sent to these preferred breakers to hype them up. So that's dishonest. It's thievery. And if this is really true, people need to pay a price for that. Because if I'm spending $500 on something, thinking I have the same odds as everyone else.
Well, I think your problem, though, Eric, is if you're spending $500 on something, you need to think through that a little bit more carefully than that. Like, my question would be this: what about the person that goes into the store, the Walmart, or whatever in retail? People would weigh packs or weigh blaster boxes in order to find the hits. And so I gave this story before. Different context anyway, because it was back in the 90s. They had a lot of those Marvel masterpieces. Different, those different Marvel sets with the art and everything on them. Nice looking cards, really nice. Some of them made it their way into the dollar store because at that time period, they didn't hold a lot of value. Down the road, obviously, during the boom, that stuff went crazy, especially in PSA 10s and stuff like that. Stuff like that went nuts. My younger brother could pretty much grab the packs and within a couple of seconds know if that one had one of the inserts or one of the hits in it. He basically could grab it and he'd literally grab a pot. There'd be a whole stack of packs, and they'd be able to grab a stack and open up pack after pack after pack. Insert, 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 and insert. He didn't stand there for 10 minutes. He didn't stand there in 10 minutes evaluating each individual. He was able to basically figure it out.
X-ray vision had nothing to do with it. You're full of shit.
But all I'm saying is that people could figure it out based on thickness. They could figure it out based on weight. They could figure it out. Even this is pre-codes. The inventory control codes and all that there have been elements of that going back some time. But that's why I gave the point about the collation thing. Before all of that was collation. If we go back even further in the day, we talked about when they had that 86 Jordan thing that I think was the whatnot break with 86 Fedor Jordan. How did people immediately start getting suspicious as the packs were being opened? They were looking at it and saying that the sequencing was wrong. Yeah, it was all alphabetical, where that isn't normal. But how did they know it wasn't normal? Because the correlation pattern has been established. People already know within reason what the correlation pattern is. So if Jordan is going to come up, normally these are the cards that you're going to see in the cards leading up to the Jordan. So if you already know that, you could take a box of 86 Fleer and pretty much know where the Jordans are and be able to cherry pick it within a couple of seconds. And all the packs would be legit. You didn't have to do anything crazy. In this case, they repacked them. It resealed them, obviously. That made it even more suspicious. But you could figure it out without even doing any of that and figure out where the Jordans are.
Johnson.
Yes. But that's all I'm getting at. Correlation patterns back in the 80s. After the correlation pattern era, then you had people that could feel the thickness of the packs or weight. That's where you started doing putting the decoys in it so that people would stop finding the thick pack. So why did decoys exist? It was a countermeasure to people figuring out the thick pack had the good card in it, so you put decoys in it to try to throw them off the scent a little bit, and to try to mitigate people who would use scales, actual scales, to weigh the packs. Now, there are still some sets and things where the scale works. You can still do the scale with some stuff, and people can figure that out.
The dealers used to do that.
Yeah, but
you wonder why you kept buying pack and getting nothing.
Yeah, my only point is that goes back decades. So if we're worried about it now, all of a sudden. I'm not telling you don't be concerned about it or don't be upset about it, but I'm like, this ain't new. It's just the newest version of an old problem.
But Carlos, there's a difference after they leave the factory and into the public and what the public does versus the fix is in starting in the factory. There's two different things. And when you expect there to be random correlation, you expect them to be distributed randomly, and that every single person who goes to buy these has a fair chance, in equal chance as everyone else. When we believe, some of us believe, that those companies have cherry picked and have sent those out to certain people that they like, and the rest of us who are throwing out money never had a shot. That's illegal. That you can't. That is illegal.
So what Eric's saying, life is not fair.
That's what I'm hearing.
Life is not fair, but this is illegal.
I would venture to say life is not fair, and then you die.
And then you die.
Those things are both true, but that if what is being accused is true, is illegal, and lawsuits are coming if it's truly proven.
The problem is going to be proving it. Like, okay, so being serious here for a second. The only problem with proving it is that you could literally have 5,000 consecutive times where one of the breakers gets the best card and you still won't be able to prove it. Unless you can establish one thing. You have to figure out the chain of custody. That's the one part that all the conspiracy theories miss, is that you have to establish a chain of custody. You could tell me, oh, they pulled this big card. Oh, that's 100% right. That is true. And from that perspective, I'm with you. The problem is chain of custody. Okay, So backyard breaks gets all these hits. We're going to use them because they're the obvious example. Everybody loves them. Okay, but where did they get the boxes from?
Yes.
Was it a distributor? Was it another dealer? Was it directly from the manufacturer? If it's directly from the manufacturer, we're having one conversation. If they're getting it through a distributor, then the distributor, okay, where did the distributor get it from? Was it manufacturer? Was it something else? If so, did the distributor cherry pick through the case and give them certain boxes? Which is plausible.
Try to prove that.
But exactly, try to prove it. But also then that doesn't necessarily implicate the manufacturer. Because if the manufacturer gives you the cases, then you as the distributor, what you do with the cases is not really under their control. Because again, you've separated them from the chain of custody. You started with the manufacturer, they produce it, then the cases go somewhere, they get distributed, the distributor buys potentially cases or pallets worth of the stuff. Well, there are case hits. If I got a case, there's a case hit presumably somewhere in here. Well, if I look at all this box and I look at all these ones, remember when they looked at the code thing, one of the code things initially? You could look at the whole case of them and figure out which one had the code that corresponded to it, and you would know which box in the case had the thing. Now, an important consideration here. Even in that example, you could tell me the kaboom was in it. So we use the kaboom example. That was one of them. You can tell me the kaboom is in this box. You can't tell me which kaboom. So it could be the prime main guy, or it could be one of the more generic guys in the checklist. You can tell me it's a kaboom for sure, but you can't tell me which one. So the code will give you some of the information, but not all of the information.
From now on, every time you say kaboom, I'm going to go, because I hate that crap.
No one will care. But the point that I'm making is that we've still got another step here. We've got another element to it. Figuring out next in line is, okay, so you figured out the manufacturer has it here. You send it over to the distributor sends it over to the breaker. Where along the chain is the issue? Where along the chain did somebody redirect traffic with it? And that's the answer to your question. When you figure that piece out, then you'll be further along in your investigation, so to speak.
I'm hoping that this is a whistleblower with a paper trail. All you need is one disgruntled employee. All employees are disgruntled.
Yes.
I'm an employee of this show, and I am horribly disgruntled.
You're just disgruntled in life. I think the important thing, though, is I look forward to them getting at least as ostracized as Bill Mastro has been from this hobby.
Yeah.
Zach Pierce says, I'm not a CC2 hitter, but every video I watch, he's pulling one epic card after another, just totally winning at life. There you go. Fair sure. I watched the CC2 video and see him pull a crazy card and say to myself, of course you did. There you go. Giving Orlando. Breaking news, the 2019 basketball had a correlation too. Zion followed Ja in Optic, and you knew you had Zion and Prism. If you pulled it, I believe it was Matisse Taiboul. Fair enough.
But that's
the only problem if it's your money on the line. It's exactly why nothing ever changes in the industry. Correct. If you just buy singles, then you're not in the break. So you just I was like, dude, I don't care who pulls it as long as they put it up for sale. As a person who's buying singles, I don't give a shit. Same guy could pull all of them. Cool. Are you selling it? How much you want for it?
Yeah, I get
Pretty
it.
sure NT or Flawless, you knew you had a Zion if you pulled a Hero Minor Auto. These had a tell too. Probably a correlation thing, yeah. Could be. It sounds like a correlation thing.
Nobody asked you 540 flips. Why don't you go drown a bag of cats or something? You seem like the kind of person that would love to do that.
Bag of cats? It's child abuse, Eric.
That's the kind of person this whoever this is seems like to me. Like he just enjoys drowning a bag of cats in the river. So why doesn't he just go and do that and stop bothering us?
Mm-hmm. I thought you were getting closer in your investigation to figure out who 540 Flips is. It's a mystery, man.
My PI unfortunately sucks, and he has hit a roadblock. We know that he's East Coast. All right, and it's somewhere in the middle. But
so the closer you are, the further you are.
But that's all this idiot. So I'm gonna get a better private investigator. I'm gonna pay him twice as much, and we're gonna get to the bottom of this. And I'm gonna show up on that guy's doorstep one of these days. You wait and see.
I think. Look, I think you need to be a lot nicer to your private investigator, especially considering they're in the Bruins top 100.
Yeah,
probably number 16. Anyway, Paul says, "Hit the like button to disgruntle Eric." Facts, Paul.
Oh, thanks,
never
Paul.
said it was a new issue, but enough is enough. Well, like I said, a lot of the examples I gave go back literal decades, and people knew back then, and people accused of the same thing. That's why I use the example of the blow-up forms. People were literally speculating on codes in the boxes, inside the box flaps, going back, like I said, 7, 8, 9 years. So that portion of it isn't new. And again, if you want to mitigate this problem, just don't buy boxes.
That's it.
That's it. Problem solved. Just focus on singles, and guess what? Doesn't matter who pulls it. If they want to sell it, they got to put it in the market at some point, and then you're just buying it for whatever the market will bear. Then the rest of it doesn't really matter to you.
Doesn't.
Just throw it out there. But I leave it to you. To each their own. You'll find me when you figure out the code on my sticker. C540 Flips knows.
He knows.
Robert says Eric needs to have his own HBO comedy special. Maybe.
No, nobody's going to want to watch me stand on stage for an hour and tell the whole world what a jerk name is.
It might work for the first show.
Yeah, I think you can probably get one show out of that.
Yeah.
Especially if you use all your A material, you might be able to get one show out of it.
Yep.
If it pays enough, I'll do it.
There you go. Does anybody know about Jimmy Orlando? Really, we're very much into randomness today. I'm gonna leave that.
Oh, haven't
Folks,
heard that one.
Don't encourage him. It's like the IRP and you when you ask for hockey cards. I'm not encouraging it.
That's
No,
it.
I kind of like it, to be honest with you. I mean,
You like anything that refers, Bobby? You
just
like
saying,
anything that refers to
now
hockey.
I can go look up this guy and learn something new. I don't mind somebody bringing something new to this stupid ass program.
It's from the 1940s. It's the opposite of new.
Yes.
New old. Old
Listen,
new.
Jimmy Orlando was probably the person responsible for all these codes. Jimmy Orlando is the reason Backyard Break gets all the good cards.
Probably.
Well,
Facts.
we need to investigate.
Facts.
And thanks to Pico de Mayo, the cat over here, I can
Pico
de
de Mayo.
yeah. I can now.
And now you're all about the De Mayo, huh?
Yeah.
Eric,
now-
I see you've turned.
Pico de
Bobby,
Mayo.
Bobby, the man has been corrupted. The man has turned. He's given in to Big Mayo. He is finally sold his soul to Big Mayo.
I can look this up and learn a little something.
He said if it pays enough, I'll do it. Mayo cannons it is.
I hate this guy. I'm gonna find him. I'm telling you.
One of these days.
Why don't you go drown some cats? Get out of here.
Well, speaking of drowning cats, I was enjoying the IPA from Brimstone Brewing Co. So that was a recommendation. I figured I'd give it a try. So not bad. I'd say a pretty decent effort. And I like on the back it says, "Amen."
Amen.
If something says amen on it, I'm afraid to drink it. Like if you need God's help to survive what you're about to drink, I'm thinking, maybe I'm not going to drink that.
They drank wine back then.
I know, right? Absolutely.
You know.
Just like I won't drink, alcohol. Like pure alcohol. If you can light something on fire, you should not drink it.
Yeah. This one is the Sinister Minister IPA.
That's why it says amen.
Mm-hmm. The Sinister Minister IPA. I like, though, that they put like a little mini map on it, and the whole amen is like, so you got Toronto, Hamilton, St. Catharines, Ridgeway, and Buffalo. Like a little mini map on there.
Ooh.
So
And
Buffalo.
my younger brother suggested this one, so I figured I'd give it a try. I got my usual one in the fridge as well, but I figured I'd give this one a crack. This one is 7%. Not bad.
Oh, there you go.
Solid.
like
you're
the
already
3%.
4 beers in, and you just had one. Oh, great!
4? Jesus, man. I know you guys. Have your light beer, aka water, aka New York Tap. Like, please settle down, children. 7% is a beer and a half at best. At best. 5% is the minimum. Anything less than that, water.
True that.
That's why I don't drink yellow beer. It's just gross.
Do you eat Cheetos, Eric? Good, valid question.
No,
The
I don't
James
like
Mitchell
Cheetos.
endorsement. That's right. You got it, Paul.
All beer turns yellow at one point.
That's a good
7%, or as our Americans call it, rocket fuel. That's right. That's all I'm saying.
You get the 9 and 10, the Smith Wicks. You get a few other ones there. Really nice.
Buffalo known for its clean, sparkling water. Listen, this
Yeah.
is probably the 7% is probably tapped from sunny scenic town of Wanda.
Probably.
Yeah,
Sunny
I've
City.
seen that water in Niagara. It's pretty and all, but I wouldn't drink it.
But you have love canal problems or what?
That's a whole nother situation.
It is.
I think if you drink that water, you got a lot of problems coming up.
Oh, yeah. We're coming out.
Works out, yeah. So let me pose the question. Anything else you folks want to specifically chat about? We're kind of open-ended in terms of topics and things. We already covered how much money we spent on a card, so we got that covered.
Is name sucks still a topic, or are we going to
No.
past that?
That's not so much a topic. That's kind of a way of life for you.
I'm just wondering if we're just moving past
I think
that.
way of life. I think way of life is what you're looking for.
Fine, whatever.
Yeah, like I'm not going to manufacture something that isn't there, but at the same time,
All right,
it's like
fine, whatever.
Well,
I like
do
Paul's comment.
have something that I got in the storage locker, so I'll go
Nice.
back and we'll play some retro. Do you remember this drop?
some retro tech. So the Q10 from BlackBerry. I don't remember the Q10.
It was the newest one before they kind of lost everything.
Do they have a year on the box, Bobby? Out of curiosity, do they have a year on the box?
I don't think they do.
Because I want to say 2008. I want to say that's probably something around the time of the first iPhone, 2007, 2008.
Yeah, we'll
I'm just
be
guessing.
somewhere around there. No,
I like
think
this coming from
one-
Paul. If you drink that water, you may get the dick clapper.
This BlackBerry was.
Yeah, so that was a sliding one, right?
Oh,
that was
yeah.
Which actually, that was a good idea. I like when they incorporated
It was
the
smart.
sliding, because look, here's the thing. And again, folks, if you want to chat about anything else, you have to put it in the chat. And by the way, obscure hockey players from the past, Piccolina, you're on your own.
No, hey,
Um,
I'm all in. I'm all in with Pinko de Mayo the cat.
there you go.
All in.
But what I'll say is this: look, BlackBerry became dated quickly once they stopped innovating. Really, it was done. What I like though is I think the full keyboard was a good idea, because when you were sending messages and doing whatever, it was nice actually having a real keyboard. Obviously, the smartphone.
Yeah,
kind
because
of
you would hit the
destroyed that.
keyboard so many times, and before you know it, you've called somebody or sent something out. So that was a really smart idea. Yes.
Yeah.
At that time.
Yeah, so that was kind of your middle ground. You'd have the little sliding phones to give you a larger key. The thing
then
that
we
was
had-
with the sliding phone is you got a little more space to give you an actual keyboard.
Then you had to use the number digits. Or you
So
had to
that's
use
the little icon on the top above the thing there. That's like a Walkman icon, isn't it?
No, it's an Ericsson. Sony Ericsson.
Oh, it's the Ericsson. Okay, yeah,
I
yeah.
thought it was a Motorola. I couldn't tell.
Yeah,
Sony Ericsson. Yeah.
Get
Nice.
that.
And then, so you remember, there was phones. They came in. They were big, and then they got smaller and smaller and really small. And this is going back to one of my very earliest ones.
Yep.
I had that. Yep, I had that exact thing. Yep.
So
But they got so small, and I remember seeing a guy on the phone. He was like this little thing. I said, "What are they doing now?" And then it went the other way, and then it grew
Yes.
and got bigger and bigger.
now,
and
but
bigger.
now,
So-
once we went multimedia, it was about the screen size. All of a sudden,
Yeah.
the screen was useful because you could watch YouTube. You could see things on the screen. All of a sudden, now our eyes is like, no, give us a bigger screen because we want to be able to read or we want to be able to see whatever we're trying to see. So, university era, I had a Samsung flip phone, not unlike the one that Bobby had there. So that was the one that I used. It was a Samsung flip phone for a period of time there. And then right after I graduated, the iPhone came out the next year. So we got into the more smartphone era. That was when we started getting into these things. That was a different thing.
I remember having one that the antenna pumped up. I remember that.
There's the big old baby.
Is that a Nokia?
It is.
I had that.
Now that goes back. Wow. 98, 99, maybe. I'm not even sure.
Yep.
But
Oh
that.
my God.
Oh, it might have the date on it here, right?
I don't know.
USA, Canada, Mexico. Doesn't actually give you a date. Huh. Kind of surprised.
Yeah.
Remember when the batteries used to come out?
Yep.
Yeah, no, for sure.
The kiddo.
So Baby Messenger was awesome. I agree. Brick Breaker, yes. Yes. Been throwing out better
Not all.
streams. I need references. References or it didn't happen.
If you've been thrown out of, hold on. If you have been thrown out of any other stream, it was a better stream.
And here's the protector case. It had a window,
Yes.
and then it had a little door.
You know, my dad, I think, had one of those. It was like a leatherette. Does it have like the holster so you can put it on the belt? Yeah,
Yeah, it's
100%.
gone now.
Yeah,
It's broken.
totally.
All right, I
Yeah,
had
But it was kind of
I had
cool. You
that,
would go,
but I didn't have the flap thing. I didn't have that.
Do you remember, Bobby?
everything
Do you remember when it was a period of time when they were popular? Do you remember the mics? So they were cell phones, but they were cell phones / walkie-talkies. But the walkie-talkie was over cellular. So
Yeah.
you could actually walkie-talkie over much more distance.
My friend
Yeah.
Tom had that.
Yeah. I had that for a stretch of time, and Dufex makes a good reference here. The Razor. I had one of the Razor phones. I love that phone though. I thought the Razor phone was really, at the time period, it was a really cool phone. It looked futuristic. Like it felt like a futuristic phone, especially at that time.
Well, look up the Nokia 2160, I think it was.
Nokia 2160.
Yeah, because that's would give you a date.
Nokia 2160.
I think it's 2160. Let me look again. It is 2160 EFR.
1996.
Wow. There you
It was
go,
from
boys.
the Mobile Phone Museum.
Some museum's right here, boys.
Yeah. Right.
Mobilephonemuseum.com.
Hey,
Facts.
open it. Set up a museum in the garage. Charge admission. Have them walk around the garage once. Check
I wonder
everything
if I
out.
plug this in, it would work. Probably.
Well, Paul is saying now turn it on, watch the battery still be at 98%. Probably true.
Yeah, no
They didn't
doubt,
drain the other way.
right?
Yeah, it worked out. Nokia walkie-talkie phones. Yep, Orlando. That's right. No, I just remember the mic because I remember there's a whole ad campaign about these mic phones. And by the way, folks, this is where our hobby news is at this stage now, where we're sitting at in the end of September, heading into October. So, who wants to talk about old cell phones? An old cell phone. Not my fault. I offered the Fanatics Overlords the opportunity. They could have raised an army and just attacked Panini by that.
Well,
wasn't an option.
understand, without our phones today, where would we be with the hobby?
I know, right? Exactly.
So we have to sometimes take it back to the good old days of just Tops and O-Pee-Chee almost.
I can raise money on eBay anywhere now. I don't have to come home and get on my computer first.
Well, the
Yeah,
big thing though
I
is
know,
that the
eh?
big thing though is that I remember cycling through. I always liked technology.
You've never cycled anywhere.
Oh, when I was a kid, because cycling is for children. Or Doc from Punch Out. That he can bike, so he can cycle too. But no. And once you're over the age of 18, either get a car or get a driver. Stop being a peasant. Adult cycling, that's pathetic. But anyway, the point is,
You don't have to be.
that yeah, when it came through the cell phones, every couple of years I'd cycle through the different ones. But I remember like the flip phone, and then we had the slide out phones where we had the little keyboards. I thought though there was a period of time when I was using those, like the example you gave. I had a couple of different Blackberries, but then once a certain point, the problem is that BlackBerry just stopped. They basically had their moment where they were like,
Kings.
businesses were using them, people were using them because they made a lot of sense. You
Watch
had
all the old movies. Everyone's got a BlackBerry.
I will say though, the Messenger program was good.
What?
Like if you added people to your BlackBerry, you could like message them and everything.
Perfect.
Like that was useful. The messaging, direct IMing through that, it was good.
Sort of like the iPhone kind of has its own. You can call anybody on another iPhone. Yeah.
Yeah. I just think the problem is they dropped the ball and never evolved, and then they let everybody else pass them right by, and it was like for a period of time you guys were it, and then you lost it.
Yeah. I don't know how they really lost it. I wonder how.
They just never. Well, the only thing they did that was really good is they were really good on security. That's what allowed them to stay valid for like businesses for a while, because the security on the phones was really good. The encryption and all that was good, but the problem is they never actually updated the phones. Where Apple all of a sudden started being like, yeah, we're going to do the screen, and then it'll do this, and it'll do that, and everybody else just evolved. And then eventually Android started off way behind, and now today it's like, yeah, most of you have an Apple or you got an Android phone, and the Android phones are really good. I like being in the Apple ecosystem myself,
Sure.
but the Android phones are pretty good. Like there's a lot of things you can do on them, especially if they're nicer phones. You're good to go, man. You don't need to have an Apple phone, but if you have an Apple phone, then yeah, you plug it in, you're good to go. So these phones are so easy. The old ones, they just couldn't hold a candle. Good evening, Stuke. My iPhone randomly says my daily screen time. Yes, I'm mortified and embarrassed by how much I'm on my phone. Fair enough.
I think you can shut that off.
Yeah, I think you can turn it off. That's right. Big question: does anyone grade old cell phones? Ooh.
Near mint.
Yeah, I'm sure if Beckett thought for a second they can make some money and screw that up too, they would do it.
You know, one thing I do miss about these is that the touch tone letters, they have resistance, so you knew what letter you were touching. Now, you know how many screw ups you do on your iPhone or whatever. trying to text message.
Well, that's where I say that unfortunately BlackBerry lost its opportunity, because there was a market that would love to have had the textile buttons, the clicky buttons. There's a certain satisfaction to actually feel
There
like
was,
clicking buttons.
yeah, and I wanted it, and I wanted to keep it, but then you had to do iPhone. It was almost like next. You had to.
Well, like I said, that's BlackBerry's own fault. They should have kept, if they had kept updating the
They did.
software and made the hardware even decent, they would have been fine.
They did do a new one. It was sort of a wide one. It was really a weird one. It was new. That came out, but it was just a little too late. I forget what it was called, but it was very revolutionary, and the screen was really big, and it was kind of a sideways. It was weird. I think you could turn it up and twist it, something like that.
I remember they did a touch one at one point. It was garbage. Like I tried it. It was trash. It was terrible. So Josh, any thoughts on Rudy buying a grading company? That's a good one, actually. I wouldn't consider this a hobby of story, but it was fun. I did enjoy that.
Rudy?
So Rudy is a guy who owns a company called Alpha Investments. So I've made reference to Rudy before. He's the Alpha Investments guy. Interesting dude, based out of Florida, who has been able to build himself quite the niche, talking about different collectible card games and everything. And he operates a business wholesaling and selling a lot of collectible card games, Magic, Pokemon, a lot of other things. But he's been doing videos for years, and he is a master of playing into memes and being basically a meme himself and doing a whole thing. So what he did is he bought a grading company. I'll find the exact name of it. It escapes me right now. It's a generic company. But what he did is he bought it, and he's having it moved from their headquarters over to Florida so he can at least monitor the operations and everything. You know, lots of grading companies now are in Florida. SGC is based out of Florida. I want to say CGC is based out of Florida. SGC for sure. CGC, I think so. This one will also be based out of Florida anyway, regardless. So they'll be based out of Florida. And, you know, he's making big noise about trying to be competitive with it. But he also been around long enough to know that, yeah, you say that, but at the same time, your job is to find a niche. So you got to build up a niche. But what I liked is that in his press release, his explanation, he's doing two things. One is he's offering discounts to his patrons, which is smart. He's on Patreon. He's got a lot of patrons that follow him, so smart to do that. Second, he's going to try to streamline certain things. A lot of the stuff they're doing is what other graders do as well. So give it a shot. You know, why not? But what I like that is in the press release, he purchased a controlling stake in the company to do everything he wants to do. But he didn't just stop at 51%. He bought a controlling stake of 69%. For the lulz. So specifically when it's like, I'm going to need it to be 69%.
All right.
It's like, all right, I get you. So he knows what audience he's playing to. He understands how to play the game. Hey, you know, good luck to him. I wouldn't necessarily go and throw some cards their way, but there are probably other folks that would. Look, if you go past the first four, it's kind of a blob of about the same. Like, it's not really.
Why would someone get into investing into or buying another company? Like, honestly, at this stage.
Look, here's the thing. Beckett is so garbage. If somebody did even a half decent job, they could steal Beckett's spot. Beckett is yeah. So like, and by the way, the same way I said, there is a profitable space being number 2. There's a profitable space being number 3. And to be honest, if you're a legitimate number 4, like a legit number 4, clearly number 4, there's enough. You go to the National and you're one of the top 4 graders. There's money to be made if you're considered legit. So 100%. Why not? Not for me, but like I like that he did it. It amused me. I enjoyed watching the video where he explained it. So my thoughts are good luck. I would like it to hang around a little bit and be something. That'd be fun. I'd enjoy it. So we'll have to see. So let me scroll through here. Gazelle grades old phones. They always say worse condition than it is when I sell to them. Premier card grading. So PCG. Thank you, Robert. They only do TCGs so far. Fair enough. SGC is, yeah, they're based out of Florida for sure. Haven't been in chat to say the obligatory good evening, everyone. And Eric. I like this with the dots.
Oh, that's real nice. Real nice.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening.
Did you get my text?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
All right. Let me look here. What? Branded email. Branded domain. Trash.
Yeah, I don't know. I just
trash.
I wouldn't.
The best part is I got him on Instagram. It would be like,
I wouldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got to use your fancy email.
I know. I wouldn't announce anything because who knows if he's actually going to do it or not. So.
All right. Let's see.
10
we
o'clock.
may have a guest. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right, hold on. I'm sending the email now. I can do that. All right, there we go. It is sent. All right. SGC is in Boca Raton and CSG is in Sarasota, Florida. Okay, perfect. So I was right. So yeah, so those two are already based out of Florida. So yes, so this PCG will be based out of Florida as well. So that'll be another one based out of there. So fair enough, whatever. Like, look, as long as you can run your operation, I'll reserve judgment. It doesn't really matter. Like let him give it a go. Given that I do follow the YouTube channel and everything, and he's got a pretty strong contingent of patrons. And if even a percentage of them participate in it, that would be an increase in their business base. And, profitable is profitable. Like, really, when it comes to business, the only question you're going to have is it profitable? So, and if the answer is yes, then who cares?
There's lots of millionaires that are in 5th or 6th or 7th place. So,
yeah. So there's still room. There's room in the market, clearly. We got literally millions of cards a month that get graded. So,
yeah.
Yeah, the PCG Alpha investment announcement video of 69% just after you'd done a box opening of MetaZoo Topps Chrome and freaked out over the number of cards. You had maybe $5 cards. That's right.
Should I
Rudy
ask?
is a meme. It didn't amuse me.
Should I ask what a MetaZoo is?
No.
Number 17 on the Bruins all-time list.
No.
Yes.
Nope.
No more CSGs.
Nope.
It's all CGC now.
Right above Reggie Lemonin.
Lemon.
Yep, I got a little bit of.
Listen, you can make fun of me
Cold.
all you.
And I do, and I will.
Don't you dare make fun of Reggie Lemlin.
I have nothing but love, Bobby. I have nothing but love and respect in my heart for Reggie Lemon.
Mr. Lemonin.
I'm not feeling it.
No. That's the proper pronunciation from the homeland. The problem is all of y'all. I have people questioning me about my brand pronunciation. The thing is, I am speaking in their native tongue. I am giving I am trying to teach you uncouth heathens how to properly pronounce. The problem is Eric claimed to be a super fan, and he doesn't even know that his real God-given name is Reggie Lemon.
Mom, they're making fun of Reggie. Make them stop.
Sorry.
Reggie White greater than Reggie Lemon. MetaZoo are like Pokemon with poor art. Reminds me of 90 Santa Claus SP answers. Fair. I think I could be mistaken, but isn't MetaZoo one of the things that what's his name? What's the name of that stupid DJ who did the record grading company? Steve Aoki. Isn't MetaZoo one of the things that Steve Aoki is involved in? I could be mistaken. Please fact check me if I'm wrong on this, but I feel like he was involved in it at one point. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure he was. MetaZoo like Dick Clapper, but treatable with over-the-counter drugs.
Ooh.
Valid. Okay, so it was Aoki. Got it. Beautiful. Yeah, so he was involved in it. So it's a TCG that Aoki was involved in as well. So if you know from the grading of, musics that we've covered previously, take it with a grain of salt. MetaZoo. He has his own parallels of some of the cards. Yes. KD Collectibles, good evening. You are right. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you. By the way, Kevin, now that we know that the cheese string 'em on is real, I'm going to be at that card show on Sunday. And I think KD Collectibles is going to be there too.
Probably.
We're going to have words. We got to discuss the future and cheese string 'em on. That's all I'm saying. The future. He opened and gushed over it. Then Topps did some random Chrome release of it, which can't be used in TCG, I don't think. That whole business is murky and weird. What's funny, kind of quickly touching. Dude, 100%. That's right. You know. Kathy says, what am I supposed to do? Shake my finger at them?
Whatever works. Whatever gets them to stop. I don't care.
A stern
TCGers
letter might
Love it.
TCGers like to call it meta-poo. Look at that. The maturity. I appreciate it. And yes, be accepting cards. Good stuff. I will see you there, sir, and I'll come by and say hello. Eric, how much better of a goalie was Andy Moe compared to Reggie Lemon?
Reggie Lemlin is the greatest goalie the NHL has ever seen and ever will see.
But would he fight generic fighter guy we talked about earlier that I don't care about?
No.
Nobody wanted to fight John Wensink.
So you're saying Reggie Lemon was a coward, a pansy.
everyone is a coward when it comes to John Wensink.
Stan Jonathan.
There are a whole
They fought-
Bobby,
they were on-
Bobby,
they
help
were
me
on
out here.
the
Bobby,
team.
help me out here. There are
Kroger.
so many junior A hockey teams in Saskatchewan who I could literally take to the pub and they will fight this fool. They will
He's
fight him in the
70.
grasslands. They would have fought him at any time. They will fight him in the
Great.
grasslands. They will fight him in the wheat fields. He will never be found. He will be lost in the wheat fields and never seen or heard from again. And the only people that will speak his name will be you, Piccolina, and Reggie Lemon.
And Braveheart.
That's it.
4.
Moving on.
There you go.
Metazoo is on par with Pookie Bond. There you go. Good evening, Bob Jackson. Darren Poopa. So what is Eric trying to say? The NHL is blind? Maybe. He's weird.
Screw you, Bob.
Odd way to pronounce Mercher, but sure, Eric. Whatever you say. I know. Eric's being extra blasphemous today. I'm kind of appreciating it, though.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, miss the days of Marty Biron and Ray Emery. There you go. Fights! I know.
There you go.
I don't know, Eric. I'm just at a loss. We've learned a lot of things tonight. We've learned that the Boston Bruins can't even fill 17 slots on the top 100. This is tragic.
Yeah.
I hate you all.
Hold on.
Oh.
Bob Jackson says, Eric, go screw. Dang! He beat you to the go screw. Oh,
No, you don't pay attention. See, again, you don't pay attention. I already said screw you, Bob. I already said that.
You
That's
didn't
all-
tell him,
We
Bobby.
can
Oh,
hit
he
Did
wasn't
not
on.
tell
He
him
wasn't
to
even
go
on.
screw.
No,
He wasn't even on.
no. I don't know what to do with you people
You
anymore.
can't preempt it. It doesn't work.
Okay, I told Bob to screw. I did my job.
You didn't tell him to go screw.
Not tell Bob to go screw. I did tell Bob to go screw, and I will tell Bob to go screw every single Friday for the rest of my life.
I'm gonna go check the tape, and what I'm gonna find, I don't think he did.
Yes, I did.
Nope. You might
Yep.
be thinking of a previous
Nope.
episode. I don't think on this
Nope.
episode
I
you said any
screw
such
you,
thing.
Bob. I said screw you, Bob. I want credit for the screw you, Bob. I will not tolerate not getting credit for the screw you, Bob.
Eric,
So I say
screw you, Bob is different than telling him to go screw.
Screw. Yeah.
That's different. Those are two different things.
Yeah.
Not the same.
Isn't-
It's
I
like
think
saying Boston Bruins, actual hockey team. Two different things.
Huh.
Two. Focus, man.
I said screw you, Bob.
That's a different statement than go screw. Eric, this is not your finest hour. This is not your A game right now. Do you need me to hold on? Do you need me to bring you some Sinister Minister? Hold on, let me see if I can pass. You need some of this.
Yeah.
It says amen on the back and everything. You need some of
Amen.
that. See if I can pass that along to you.
Man.
But why do I do this to myself?
Self-hatred mostly.
Yeah, pretty much.
I
In a
can't argue with
narcissistic
that.
way.
I am
Probably
not-
penance for some heinous things you did in a past life.
Yeah, they're big on
We can only
penance there.
speculate.
I think it's heinous things I did last Thursday.
That could be right. That might be true.
Before the show?
Clearly, I wasn't involved in any of that.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a situation that we can only get further details through your lawyer?
Has been a publication ban, so
What makes you think I tell my lawyer the truth?
nobody does.
Josh says, any thoughts on Deion Sanders cards going to the moon? People love hype on anything. Look, I'm for it. Sounds great. Yeah, pretty much. Number one and number two. So it's like, yeah, sure. Sounds good. Great. Look, at the end of the day, Deion Sanders was a great player, a great athlete, great football. Like as a football player, he was better than a baseball player, but he was a pretty good baseball player, like a pretty good baseball player. But as a football player, he was excellent. It's interesting. Obviously, anything that gets you some notoriety or additional promotion is huge, and they've done a good job so far. We'll see how they do, but I think it's cool. I think it's fun that people are enthusiastic and energetic about it. So why not? Whatever. I'm good with it because again, it goes kind of back to that box breaking thing that we talked about earlier tonight. Does it really affect me? No. It doesn't. But so I can kind of watch it as an observer. I think it's cool.
Fine.
As an observer, I think it's cool. So sounds great to me.
You had nothing. You didn't get affected by the mugging that happened down your street 10 minutes ago. But it's still a crime, and we as a society should say, that's bad. We should encourage that to be stopped.
But what if we really don't like that guy?
Oh, then that's totally okay. Screw him.
Yeah.
Let's just hope it was Bob.
Mm. Can anyone on the panel appreciate Fedor Emelianenko? Amazing fighter. We appreciate him. Moving on. Carlisle, good evening. Acuna sits at 40, 68 now. He's having a great season. 40 home runs, 68 stolen bases. Very impressive. He did join the 40-40 club tonight, and he's got a chance to join the 40-70 club that doesn't exist other than whatever he does. So that's kind of cool. We'll see. I'll have Fedor, the can smasher. There you go.
He was an MMA guy, right?
Yep. He was a great fighter in his day. He was an interesting case. A lot of his best years, I want to say that he was doing, well, he was fighting around the world, but I want to say he was doing a lot of stuff in, there was that, what's the name of that stupid, basically shirt brand they did? I'll have to Google it and quickly look it up.
Is
but they had basically
with the Dracula teeth, the fangs. Was that him?
No, you're thinking, no, that was, shoot. A lot of these guys are from the same era, I remember. No, that's Arlovsky, I think. That's Arlovsky. Andrei Arlovsky. Okay. Yeah, he's the one you're thinking of for that one. But Fedor Emelianenko was like this, kind of bald Russian guy, but tough dude and great fighter. Here, I'll find it. Fedor Emelianenko. Apparently he's not a politician. Makes sense. Okay. So let's see if I can find it here. So let me go over here. See if I can find an image of Fedor somewhere close to his prime, because obviously you can find some old images. See here. Bellator was one of the federations he was in. There was that one, and I think it was Affliction. Affliction was a short-lived promotion, but they were, if you remember all those Affliction shirts, they also did an MMA promotion briefly. And I want to say they had Gina Carano in briefly a little bit. They ran a couple of cards. But Fedor Emelianenko did some stuff with that. He did some stuff with, I want to say, Pride. He was doing a lot of stuff with Pride FC, Pride Fighting Championship. But the point is that he beat a lot of like Hall of Fame and top tier guys. And it was just an interesting thing. Unfortunately, they were never, for the majority of the time that he was in his prime, they were never able to get into the UFC. When it would have, because there were super fights out there. If they could have gotten him into the UFC at his best, it would have been interesting to see what it would have looked like if he had been able to do that. But he beat a lot of big name fighters, so he fought good competition. As a guy who had Deion cards for a decade, they've all hit eBay lately, and I'll buy some back at 30% what they go for now later. Fair. Kathy says, "Hey guys, stop making him so cranky. I have to put up with him later. Have mercy, will you?"
Yeah,
I'll think about it. But no.
Thank you, mommy.
I'll think about it. 93 Skybox, think they'll do well in tough grade. We appreciate you, Kathy, but we have to think about that one. They'll do well in tough grade, and the masses will eat it up, in my opinion. There you go, Tom. Robert says, better two-sport athlete, Bo or Deion? I think Bo's apex was higher. I think Deion's total was better.
Bo.
Yeah. I think it helped. What helps Deion Sanders is that he was able to have more of a full career in both. The fact that he was able to keep going allowed him to be able to do some stuff. But like apex, Bo was just ridiculous. Like absurd.
Absurd.
But Deion was an amazing athlete. He did do both, like at a super high level. So let's put it this way. You're comparing two guys who stand head and shoulders above a lot of other athletes with the fact they were able to do that thing. So it's a very small club. It's a very small crew of guys who were able to do that. Of those two guys, Bo is ahead of him, in my opinion. But it's not like either guy is in a bad position for being in that club that most people can't get into.
Exactly. Yeah. In my opinion, you look. I think they're equally great on a football field. They totally different positions and
very different style. Yeah,
everything was different, but greatness in football, very comparable. Their level of greatness. Baseball, Bo was better.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the peak is the kind of where I separate Bo. But like I said, if you tell me if you talk to me about how great Deion Sanders was as an athlete, I'm not going to argue with you. You're right. It's true.
Oh, go to that last Canada. The answer is yes.
What was that?
Robert, he knows that that's true. That's something a lot of people don't know about.
I'm scrolling down. Let me see
Last
if I can find
comment.
it. Okay, I'm scrolling down. Hold on. Been in Toronto. Yep. Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls barely counts, but sure. He was mostly in Pride. Yeah, I thought so. He wore Affliction clothes. No, they did have a brief. They ran a couple of cards. Affliction didn't last very long, but they ran a couple of cards. Eric is thinking Andrei Arlovsky. Yes, perfect. Fedor, the Russian KGB. Arlovsky, that's right. Thank you. The Wolverine, Arlovsky. Good. You guys got it. That's awesome. Michael Jordan, best two-sport athlete. Settle down.
Yeah, right.
Settle down.
Yeah, right. Unless you look at
Same,
golf and basketball.
same era as Mirko Krokop. Yes. Yeah, he was another good one. Vitor Belfort and rest of his career with being Karate Kid. Great kick based by Leonardo Machida. Is Danny Ainge in that club? Technically, I guess.
Yeah.
I just don't think of Danny Ainge the baseball player. You are correct, but I just don't think of Danny Ainge the baseball player at all.
Right. But he played like I think 2 years for the Blue Jays. And
He
then
did. I think it was in the early 80s.
yeah, left and then went and was on what some people have argued is the greatest basketball team ever assembled, the 86 Celtics. He was a starting guard. So you go from playing the Blue Jays for 2 years to being the starting guard of what can an argument can be made as the greatest basketball team of all time.
In fairness, though, he has a -2 WAR in baseball. -2. Also,
I thought WAR was useless.
Also,
and not worth looking at.
rare, Bobby, rarely known factoid about Danny Ainge. Number 18 in all-time Bruins.
There you go. Yeah.
Man, that top 20 is sick.
Without
I'll
Larry
check-
Bird,
I'll just put-
you guys would have been nothing. All one
Hey,
guy.
Tim, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
Definitely wouldn't have been at. Oh, good Jesus!
Hang tight for a second, Tim. We're not done slandering Eric yet. So, and I think you'll appreciate this. Just enjoy it and absorb it into your soul.
Okay.
I don't have the energy for this.
Charlie Ward always gets forgotten too. She gets crazy good at tennis and drafting and baseball too. Thank you, Paul. Charlie Ward. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Russell Wilson. Did Danny Ainge score in the first 3-point NBA history? Little known fact. But was also on Pro Stars cartoons, saving the world every Saturday morning. That's true. Tom Brady. Ever seen his first Bowman on? It's supposed to be released. A big deal. Remember hearing that? Yes, I did hear about that. Yeah. Tom Brady 2 sport. Oh wait, 2 sport. Tech. If you want to get technical, sure. All right, I'll scroll through. All right, I'll leave that to you guys there. Brian Jordan played for the Braves and Falcons. Yep. News that matters. The Jays won 2. Nice. Okay, I'm glad. Right now they're getting close to securing a playoff spot. We'll see what good that'll do, but it's something. All right, we're caught up on the comments. Thank you all. Tim, good evening. How are you?
I'm good, man. What's going on?
Not too bad, not too bad. I see you got your brand new fancy big hat, including the BCW.
Yeah, look at that. Check that out. Noggin Boss
Now-
just sent it to me. Bobby, what's up, dude?
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
Way better than Eric, right? So
Yeah.
good to see
Pretty
you.
much everybody. Pretty much
on any
everybody.
given day.
Absolutely. So we did. So Eric kind of mentioned that we might have a chance to invite you over. We did want to chat. Like right now, we were having a little bit of fun and laughing because right now it's funny because right now we're in kind of a slow news card time. There's stuff happening, but it's nothing like crazy. But there was the thing going on with the BCW. Do you want to explain the context of what's going on? We know you from the Slab Strong thing. We've had you on here and talked about that in the past, but it's been a while. So do you want to fill us in? What's the thing with the BCW thing? Do you want to fill in the gap for us a little?
Yeah, so a few months ago now, probably about 3 months ago now, I got a text from a buddy, and they had saw something online, and it ended up being BCW wanted to produce my product, and so now, basically what happened is I made a patent deal with them and licensed my product to them. So it went from this, which is my original product, little 10-pack, to now looking like this. And a nice little BCW, and then so once I made the licensing deal with them, it was kind of like an end of an era because at that point I was like, I still want to be able to sell Slab Strong, and also because we gave them exclusive right on the patent, and also I wanted to expand my horizon, so I ended up driving about 4 hours north of me. Because I'm in Nashville now. I moved to Nashville. And I sat with the owner, Eric, and we just talked it out. And I ended up the head of sports cards and memorabilia for them now.
Nice, nice. Now, kind of an obvious kind of follow-up question that comes to mind, because I'd heard vaguely about it, but I hadn't dug into it too much. But since you're here, let me ask you. Obviously, that changes the context of what you're doing, so your role, and then also your association with BCW. Congratulations, also. I want to make sure we include that as well. Here's my question to you. Previously, one of your investors was good old Geoff. Everybody loves our good friend Geoff. Now,
I refer to him as Beef Mielsen, by the way.
What is it?
Is there a reason?
Sometimes, because what if it's like, oh, everyone's always recording at shows, everyone's recording, and what if time I want to make a little joke about Jeff? So I say beef, spelled Beoff.
Nice,
That's almost the French way of saying boof, beef. Yeah.
We're all
Tasty.
about getting the right pronunciation. Like I had earlier tonight, I had to explain to Eric that his favorite hockey player, he had been saying his last name wrong this whole time, and I was able to educate him. Fortunately, the uncouth masses who were listening to Eric this entire time, I'm trying to elevate this uncultured swine over here, trying to drag him from the muck to respectability. It's
I
tough
actually
task.
learned a word. I had no idea what it meant a month ago, but it perfectly describes Eric, and I feel like you two are smart enough to understand the word gauche. So
I agree.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more.
Tim's an
But,
honorary Canadian anyway, so.
But the reason we ask about Geoff is that previously he had invested in the company. That was one of the things previously. So don't say anything that you're not supposed to say. But I'm just curious, like, does that mean at the time that you did that deal, is Jeff out of that? Is he still sort of involved in that? Like, what's the situation with that now?
Yeah, no. So part of like negotiations, for me at least, right? Because this is really my first business. I ran restaurants, right? So I was always managing someone else's business. So this was a point where the opportunity came to license the product, and my position was, even before I made the deal for the licensing, I knew the end game was to work for at a high position, but work for BCW. Like I knew that was going to be the end game.
Okay.
It was very clear by the end of it, right? Because you got to give exclusives to them at that point because they can just manufacture it at such a better cost. And now, even to the retail, even to the customer, it's at a much better cost now. But my position was, I wanted to make sure that Jeff was taken care of and got his investment back. And I explained that to Jeff. I talked to Jeff about it and the great owner at BCW, Eric. And we made a deal that worked. So Slab Strong exists as a company to accept licensing type of stuff. And me and Jeff have a deal. And Jeff's still good to me. So
that's fine. I was just curious
so
if
it's
the
like,
relationship.
And it's separated. Like I work for BCW now, but Slab Strong still exists as a company, but that's for like, taking in certain things and
Makes sense. No, that's fine. That's the reason why I was curious about it, because obviously the nature of that relationship was going to change a little bit. But now you're basically you're a BCW employee. Effectively, that's kind of the way that switches up. So you're working for
and it's
BCW.
still. I mean, it's still like BCW success still benefits Jeff as well, right? Because the more, I mean, I have, and that's the thing, right? Too, like, when I say expand what I'm doing, number one, like I'm working for a corporation. I haven't worked for something this big. Number two, they gave me a pretty long leash. Like it's to do what I do. They don't want me to change a thing, the hat, whatever. They don't want me to change a thing, which was good to know. They just want me to continue what I was doing, but I'm also learning about the ins and outs of manufacturing and I'm just learning more. And then on the fun side of thing, I still get to go to shows because not everyone needs a Slab Strong or even wants a Slab Strong, right? Not everyone wants one or needs one if you don't grade cards. So now I can sell you top loaders and penny sleeves and there's team bags. And I got a lot of friends that were breakers. And thank you, Eric, as always. I got a lot of friends that are breakers. So, I can help expand the BCW market in sports cars and collectibles because they do comics and records and a lot of stuff too. And so, I don't know. I'm having fun. I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Makes sense. Now, has it changed anything as far as the show schedule? Because you were doing a very aggressive show schedule for a while. Has that kind of scaled back a little bit? Has it changed at all?
Well, the goal for me is like, even in Canada, I'm coming for the takeover. I'm working harder now, I feel. Despite being able to yell at Eric for 5 to 10 hours a day, I'm just trying to make deals happen with bigger people. So no, they really wanted me to stay doing what I'm doing, and I think the goal right now, like even when I come to Canada, is just, make some connections, more connections, really see people, get people signed up with BCW. I'm sure we have the best prices for top loaders, penny sleeves. So, talk to everyone. So right now, that's my goal, is to go to shows. But eventually, it's to go to shows to get people there that are willing to set up a booth, even if, we pay for their table and they're selling their cards, but they're willing to sell some top loaders. So, like, I can stop traveling so much. But I went from, in 3 weeks, Miami to California to Dallas for shows every weekend.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So let me kind of pose this question to you this way then. So those are two main things that I kind of wanted to get through and think about a little bit.
Oh yeah,
now
just two? What about this?
Ooh.
That's more of a general life question that I had. That's more of a
What?
tops question. That's more of a
Are you
tops question.
kidding me?
More of a why God why? Eric, it's more like a why God why?
Yo,
Bobby,
will
help me
tell
out here.
you-
Like, am I off on this? This is more like I feel like it's a deeper question, more to the universe. Not
Oh.
not a Tim question, but like a deeper question.
I
that
asked,
about.
what did I do wrong that I deserve this?
Oh, I have, I think 11 graded now. I still got some to do. I want to get MNT and KSA because I will just want it in every holder I can. But I'll tell you that.
I think you need to get PCG on this because we already know Rudy from Alpha Investments owns 69%.
Rudy.
We got to get him to grade one of these damn things.
Listen, tell Rudy I'm in. No, I'll tell you exactly how it happens. I can't say names though, except for one. But I can't say names. Legit, I got married October 1st of last year, so it's almost my 1 year anniversary. I'm still expecting Eric's present. And I'm getting married October 1st. The industry's
That's the rule. You have 1 year.
okay, dope. Now, see, you messed me up.
1 year.
No, but no, I know I'm just messing. Yeah, so I'm getting married October 1st. On the same day, the industry summit is happening in Vegas at like Haraz or something like that from Beckett, and a buddy of mine. I don't think I can say his name. So Corey from Show Your Slabs, he got called over to the Venetian by some Fanatics guys. They were having a conversation, and it came up that there could be some cards with some influencers on it. Keep in mind, I'm not an influencer. All of a sudden, they call me an influencer. Now I have to hear that crap. And the original checklist said child influencer, hobby child influencer.
Yeah,
So I got crap for that. But yeah, so he mentioned it. My buddy Corey literally said, "Oh, you got to have Tim and his big ass hat on," and that's how it happened. I think 3 days later, I got a Zoom call from a very high up at Fanatics that told me himself, and he told me to keep it quiet. No, he said keep it under wraps. I told everyone.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I even told Bobby. Remember, Bobby? I told you I was like, Bobby, I can't tell anyone. Carlos, I don't think I saw you that.
No, but here's the thing. Through one of the other 87,000 people you told, Carlos was also told. That's basically how that works out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In hobby, we keep secrets. The important thing is hobby, we keep secrets.
Oh yeah.
Also, little known fact: if any of y'all are concerned about how Back Air Breaks gets all the good cards, it's basically Tim. I just want to share that with y'all right now, just so you know, it's Tim. He's personally responsible for that.
No, I can hook it up. Whatever you guys need. I have 5 one-of-ones of the same card, so we just divvy them up. I send one to Canada and then one to every corner of the states.
We get the one of ones, and Eric personally wants all the kabooms. He obsesses day and night. He wants to wallpaper his entire wall with kabooms. And if you can figure out a way to hook up a Reggie Lemon with the proper pronunciation on it, Eric will take 5 of those.
Dude, this guy is like unnecessary. We're talking today. He wants to buy he wants to buy a Ben Coates autograph. It's $8, but he couldn't bring it to himself because it's post 1992 and it's football. Like he thinks that there's no cards after. Yeah, like there's no cards after 1992 that isn't hockey that he could like. But yeah, so he didn't buy it. I don't think he bought it.
I'm so confused about the hockey thing, Bobby. The what concerns me here is that Eric keeps obsessing about hockey. The problem is then he also says in the same breath that he's a Bruins fan. What does that have to do with hockey?
We haven't figured it out yet.
Like I'm still trying to find the connection between Boston Bruins and hockey.
I don't want to hear one word out of a Maple Leafs fan who hasn't won since the 60s. At least we have 2011.
You mean Bobby? Like I'm not a Maple Leafs fan.
I don't know. This hot.
I was gonna say like, do we need to bring someone on to be a Maple Leafs fan? Like I don't know what to do. Do I have to help you out here a little bit?
See, but Bobby's different. That's why Bobby's one of the coolest people I've ever met. Because he doesn't just stick in. Where are you? Where are you right now, Eric? 80, 88, 89?
Somewhere.
More like 1889. Like he's not even that 19. He's not even.
Lemon's playing somewhere there.
Yeah,
That's
probably.
right.
Do you put your sneakers in the washing machine?
We already had this discussion.
With these guys?
So was the answer yes
No,
or no?
not with these guys, but you and I've had this discussion.
No, he puts his sneakers in the washing machine. I would never do that. And then in the dryer.
Really? We don't even have sneakers here. We call them running shoes. But anyways.
You got moccasins?
Yeah, really. I go a little further north.
I prefer to go snowshoes myself. Big snowshoes.
Yeah, there you go.
You get some Nike snowshoes.
Not
man.
all of us, run around in $200 Jordan leather, sneakers. Some of us have sneakers that we could throw in the washing machine and they'll come out better and they won't stink and they look brand new.
Why? Hold on. Why would it be necessary for you to put your shoes in a washing machine?
Are they the tennis ones that made of cloth or something, or what?
Like this has led down a path of a variety of additional follow-up questions that now I feel like I need to ask. Before I do, I'm going to finish this portion of the conversation. We'll come back to that. I got some questions now that this whole thing has been brought into play. All right, so yeah, you got the card brought in. By the way, did you personally autograph with a series of profanities one of these cards for Eric? That's a question I have for you.
No, I literally will not give him one.
Well, don't give him one. Charge him for one.
I won't pay for one.
Let him try to open one.
Just forcibly take the money from him and then leave him with the card. Do whatever you got to do, man. Just charge him. This is what we do here.
There's currently 75. I'm not joking either. Because Top sent me 100, and I had a bunch graded that I kept. There's 75 one-of-ones right now in the world, because anytime I would give it to someone, I would sign it and change something in my, like whatever I wrote. So there's 75 one-of-one
Nice.
Tim McHenry autographs in the world.
Nice.
I'm gonna zip through these comments here a little bit. So we've made the dark helmet joke before.
Oh,
So,
yes, we have.
Just so we're clear, we've definitely made the dark helmet. I think we even showed one of the memes. I'm pretty sure we showed one of the memes before, just to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, it hurt.
So we.
Thanks.
I'll have to get one of those cards from you, Tim.
I think you should charge Eric for that card too. Give one to Bobby and charge Eric for that one also.
Yeah.
Got to smile at that, make your head look little. There you go. Can we get Eric to wear the huge hat? We should. We should.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
Fact.
What would we have on the top there, though?
A diaper.
Probably a chocolate stick.
A diaper. Oh, good God.
Something, man. Something.
Okay.
Why do I do this to myself?
This is Will trying to be clever. I go, Will, I've seen some of the seedy places you go. You're in no position. Get back to your peasantry. Go play with your fish boy cards. The trash you collect.
I never would have thought that's how you spell gauche.
Will got somebody to spell it for him. He needs some help. Robert says
Thorpe.
Bob Hayes, Jim Thorpe. Yep. Make your business card a card sizing tool on the side and pass them out. People still cannot figure out the correct thickness of cards. That is true. This is a valid question. What 3-digit number did you get from Tag? You getting one in a coaster?
Hold on. I got it right here.
While you're doing that, I'm quickly scanning through. I'm going to leave a couple of these jokes I legitimately laughed internally.
No, my
but
headphones were not plugged in the whole time.
No, I know. I adjusted your volume and everything accordingly. I wanted to make sure.
Where
So I
did
was
Tim go?
screaming.
Yep.
Where
We
did Tim
cranked
go?
it down. Don't worry.
The hat's gone.
David Winfield. Yeah, David Winfield played a lot of sport, but he didn't play in the leagues. But yeah, he was drafted by a bunch of teams. That's true.
Yep.
Yeah, so hopefully I was able to fix that, Josh. I think we should be okay now, but you let me know.
Killed a few
Good
pigeons.
evening. Good evening, Korean Cardboard.
Where's my tag?
I don't know.
It's probably you got to find a drink. It's underneath.
Yeah.
Oh, I know where it is.
As soon as you said that, eh? Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even have to get up.
Oh, look at you. Quite a hobby then, I know. Now I don't feel bad at all for saying, and Eric, what the fuck, man? I know.
What? Because I washed my sneakers? Give me a break.
Dude, it's weird though.
Why
Not
should
weird.
you can literally use a brush, you peasant? What kind of ghetto throw it into the washing machine is wrong with you?
There's nothing wrong with that.
But the dryer.
There's so many
doesn't-
things wrong with that.
doesn't
I
it
don't
make so
always
much
put them
noise
in
in the
I
dryer.
do always put them in the dryer. A lot of times I just throw them out, in the sun. But in the wintertime, you got to throw them in the dryer.
That makes a hell of a lot of
I
noise.
can't get my case open.
Not if you
Just
throw
don't
in
judge me
towels
for-
with it.
Mhm.
Towels with your running. Oh. All right.
All because he refuses to, like a brush, Bobby. A brush. You can use it.
It's Boston. What do you expect, right?
Lord knows, man.
I don't see how one has to do with the other.
Oh, you don't. We do.
My case is stuck. Is this awkward?
Is it
Basic stuff.
not as awkward as washing your shoes in a washing machine, but it's up there.
It's close.
It's getting there. It's in that vicinity.
Can you imagine the heat? And when I say heat, the stank coming off the shoe that you have to put for 20 minutes in soapy water?
Okay, actually, you know what? Since you said while Tim is trying to wrestle with that case, now I'm ready for follow-up questions, Bobby. All right, listen, shoe washing guy over here. I got questions. All right, so you throw your shoes into the washing machine. You've already committed you've committed an abomination against the Lord. But if you insist on
Is
doing
it
this,
laces on or off?
I take them off, and then I wash the laces. I put the
so
laces.
what do you do with the dirty laces?
I put the laces in a laundry bag
Oh, this is
and
getting
throw
better.
them in with it.
This is a production. This is a very intricate series of steps. All right, so
Let me
here's my
write this
question.
down.
So you throw your stupid shoes in there.
There it is.
Or at least you're able to get a 10. You get less. So what's the 3-digit number? That was the original question.
976.
Oh,
976. Damn. If it had been a 977, Eric would have given you at least $1,000 for it. But anyway, so you throw your stupid shoes in there. All right. What kind of detergent are you using?
Whatever is down there. I don't know.
What, your shoes
You're
are
not
good
even
enough to
gift
get
biscuit?
like?
Listen,
Do you-
whatever was on sale that week.
Do you
that we
put
bought
bleach
detergent.
in? Like what else are you doing?
No, I just wash them. That's it. I don't throw bleach in them. I'm not going to turn black shoes white.
black shoes, white.
If oh my god, I hate you all. If I throw these in with bleach, they're going to get ruined.
It'll look tie dye. It'll be cool.
It will not be cool, and you'll all make fun of me.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna make fun of you anyway.
Oh yeah.
Did you ever have stonewash jeans, Eric?
Yeah,
So it'd be really cool. Stonewash your shoes.
I think that's out of style now.
You're out of style.
Everything comes back, Eric. Everything comes back, except for Reggie Lemon. No, that doesn't come back.
Yeah,
He
those
plays
are
around the
original
laces.
bell bottoms.
He
Mhm.
plays on the
Yes.
alumni team still.
Does he now? You think that'll get him into at least the top 15 of the top 18 Boston Bruins of all time?
He's on the list, top 100 Bruins. You can't take that from me. He's made the list, top 100 Bruins of all time. He's on the list. You all can suck it.
I'm like 37 on that list because I played the Bruins in an NHL game once. It's not a high bar, bro. Like, what are you even talking about?
Tim,
Anyway.
this is your hometown team, and you're going to let them talk like this?
My hometown team is the Rhode Island Reds.
There you
Your
go.
home team was the Providence Bruins.
Hold on. My home team is Rhode Island Reds. Bruins are an afterthought. We like when you guys win the one time since I've been alive. So we can celebrate at a parade and, have a few beers. Other than that, one of your greatest players, according to you, came from the Rhode Island Reds.
Milt Schmidt.
Who is it? Mitch
Milt
Milk?
Milt
Milk.
Oh.
Schmidt.
MILT.
Yeah.
Schmidt.
How does your wife feel about your shoes in the wash when she goes to do her wash?
Well, they
She
don't
says
do
Milt Schmidt.
How many loads of laundry? Like, I'm almost thinking, Eric, I'm kind of wondering, do you at least throw both shoes in the machine at the same time? Or is this like a one load per shoe with the situation? What if there's
Towels.
multiple pairs of shoes that need washing? How many pairs of shoes make it into the machine?
I throw towels and the sneakers in at the same
Carlos.
time.
Well, real quick, Eric. Girl folks will talk. Carlos, is it like a sock situation where he loses one shoe?
That's what I'm
every
worried
once in a
about.
while?
It's the
Look,
shoelace.
Tim, the problem is once we headed down this rabbit hole, now all of a sudden I've got a series of questions. Like I'm thinking one series of things after, like I'm seeing scenarios. Like I'm envisioning all kinds of things that, you know, and all I'm thinking in my mind is, Bobby, slow news week.
There's some. But we have
But now we got to get to the bottom of this shoe washing situation.
Yeah. I thought you'd wash white shoes, but not black shoes.
My mother lives with me.
What's
I
that
know.
black shoes
I
have
know.
to do with anything?
She's trying to rest. Meanwhile, you got 4 pair of shoes banging around the dryer. Scaring them.
You just hear the endless thudding. It just cycles through.
Unbelievable.
I kind of would love though. Look, I see. So Eric, what kind of washing machine do you have? Like, is it like you put stuff from the top, or is it one that you put it inside?
It's a stackable.
I think it's sweet if you've got one of the ones that's like on the side, and you get one with like the glass enclosure. That could be like an ASMR video.
The clear window, you can see through it. It's entertaining.
That'd be amazing. I think that's a YouTube video. That could be your YouTube video, your YouTube channel starter, and that could get you like 50 million views.
Easy.
Idiot throws shoes in washer.
Mm-hmm.
50 million views. I see it right now.
It's an idiot move. I'm sorry. I think it's smart. Now, if you have leather shoes like high, price Jordans, not a good move. But if you got a pair of canvas shoes or a pair of Gore-Tex shoes like I'm wearing, chuck them in there.
What is Gore-Tex?
It's waterproof. It's a waterproof membrane.
Is that like Naga hide? Same kind of
Yeah,
thing?
you're so full of it, Eric.
Words that-
It's unbelievable.
What
That
am
you're
I
gonna
full
tell
of?
these guys you're wearing like special water membrane shoes. Just like, what are you talking about?
You got sold on the Gore-Tex.
Yeah, it says that's their brand. North Face's brand is Dry Vent, waterproof, right there.
Is this a situation where you upsold these shoes by like the shoe salesman? Did Al Bundy rip you off?
Maybe.
They heard about him. They sell them the laces separate.
I was gonna say, did you at least get the special plan, the extra extended warranty and the whole 9 yards?
My guy Stukes. So technically, there's a Bruins. They consider his rookie, but there's a 1936 Rhode Island Reds used to. What is that? Where it comes from? That set?
This is
That's 51, 52.
No. Eric. No one cares about the Bruins. He played.
There's literally a question on the screen asking what his rookie card is. I'm showing it.
And I'm explaining what his rookie card is because that is not his first professional card. His first professional card is like 1936. They used to hand out like.
Sam's got it, brother. Man, hey.
I want to say
you're
like
rivaling me. Oh,
Yep.
wicked.
So Rhode Island Reds, the star of the game. I showed you a picture. That's why you're lying to yourself right now that you didn't see it.
And Tim, you got it right because actually they call those Providence Red. But actually the team name is Rhode Island Red. They had the RI and Reds underneath and it had the chicken. And everyone thinks it's the Providence Reds. And I changed that in my upcoming book. So that 1936, they would hand them out at the games, the cards.
And Eric would know that if he had access to the upcoming book. He won't, but if he did have access to it, he'd know about that.
I'll teach him about hockey, Bobby. We'll take care of him when you don't see him.
Lord knows somebody has to.
Honorary
He's been bad.
Canadian. I told you guys, man.
That's my main goal in Canada this year. Besides seeing all my friends, is there's some really really good vintage guys, and now that I know what I'm looking for and the names I'm looking for,
I need to get Tim there with a big hat with Needham, my app. Fudge.
Ooh, there you
Releasing
go.
the app in the at the next expo. website.
But what you got to do is if you've got like a post or anything, Bobby, it'll be like release, and you put like the date, but then underneath you go, except for Eric.
Yeah, sure. You're releasing it at the show. Sure.
The important thing, Eric, is that you'll walk around and everybody will be like, "Hey, do you see Bobby's new?" And literally everyone will have it on their phones. Everyone. Somebody will have it with the Nokia phone that we saw from the Mobile Museum, and it'll somehow run on that phone. And you'll be sitting there like, "Why won't you let me have?" Because you wash your shoes in the washing machine like a heathen.
That's it. Heathen.
That's the reason why, Eric. That's the reason why you cannot have nice things.
Yeah, but yeah. Why don't you could save a lot of money on washing if you just get 2 pair of shoes and don't stink one up. Like wear one day, let it air out. Wear the other one.
They can put powder in shoes too, isn't there? Some kind of.
I don't think he can bend down and touch his feet anymore though to put the powder on.
Yeah.
How do you think he hurt his hip in the first place? One athletic move. It's like football. How they say like you make an athletic move. The last time Eric tried to make an athletic move, that's how he damaged the hip in the first place.
Yeah.
That's why he sticks to low impact sports like cyclocross.
It was a very bad mountain biking crash they ended up in the hospital for. So, and then it didn't heal right, and arthritis built up, and then I had to have it replaced. But
How big was this mountain?
It was a mountain bike crash. I didn't say on a mountain.
So you have the technology to ride through mountains, but like a little hill took you out?
I went off a cliff and landed on my right side.
Yeah, it's not a cliff bike, so.
And
this is a very elaborate cover story, Bobby, for him not acknowledging. He got into a fight with a guy over the pronunciation of Reggie Lemonin, and he got kicked in the hip, and that was the end of that. Mm-hmm. And he was like Mole Man after getting hit in the nuts with the ball. And he's like, ah. That was it. That's all it was. This whole elaborate ruse is a lovely story. Like, he goes, and then, he came up with a whole alibi. He's like, I couldn't have possibly been keeling over on the ground screaming. I was putting my shoes in the wash. Didn't you hear the tung, 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 tung? That's my alibi.
Mm-hmm. That's my alibi.
So you know it was legit.
We all gonna have them.
Yep. This one here, Tom says you can buy side real estate on the hat and the back 50% off for out of space with the amount of space he's got on the hat. That's valid. Yeah.
I take cash.
Zach was saying my dad used to wash his shoes when I was growing up. Didn't realize it was coming. I think the key is washing your shoes is not an issue. Cleaning your shoes, not an issue. All we're asking and questioning about is putting your shoes in a washing machine. That's the specific thing we're questioning right now.
Not an issue. Not a big deal.
Do you take the soles out?
Why? They have to get clean.
What about all the stank that's captured in between the sole and the inside?
You've introduced water into the situation, so maybe you solubled more gunk even into the shoe.
I'm blowing my own mind right here. Please don't cut that up, anybody.
With the hat and everything, Jesus.
Yeah, please don't cut that up. How do you wash waterproof shoes?
Oh, good one, Tim. Tim's on it, man. He knows.
The dirt's not waterproof.
So the what?
It doesn't permeate the shoes. Waterproof. How do we know the dirt comes off? What kind of evidence do we have of this? Is this scientific?
I think it is.
What kind of science do we have for this?
I don't know.
Yeah, and if they're waterproof, why is your sweat in there anyways?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it dissipate?
I have got to start drinking. I don't understand why I don't drink. I need to start drinking. This is a perfect example of I should be drunk right now.
Amen.
I was going to say start with the stuff under the sink. But that would be too much of a...
That's nice.
But that would be, see, it was not really that nice.
In honor of you, I just thought I would help you out a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Am I
I'd offer you some, but unfortunately you're a little out of range.
Yeah.
Carlos, am I seeing you this year? In the month?
Well, I'm going to be there in November, yeah. So whether you're there or not, that's on you, but I'll be there.
No, I'll be there.
I'll be there.
Yep, so that's the plan. Thank you, Josh. 2 hours time to smash the like button in honor of Eric. Feel free to refill your drink. Does Eric use cold or hot water for these shoes? Valid question. We run in the cold cycle or hot cycle for the shoes, Eric?
Well, they shrink. They're waterproof, so they won't shrink.
Well, you didn't really know which detergent you use. So do you use if you do it cold? Do you use cold water detergent?
Is
Ooh.
it tied to cheer? I don't know.
That's
what
a
else
good
we got
point.
down there.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm all done with this. I'm all done. All done.
I'm
all
actually
done.
legitimately impressed how much mileage we've gotten out of this one.
Yeah, pretty much. But
I really
18
am.
minutes for sure.
Mm-hmm. Seems to stop by more often. There you
No, it
go.
doesn't.
No,
No,
Eric,
it doesn't.
Bringing in the profound questions. Not the same thing when you mentioned Gore-Tex be waterproof, so you just
Yeah.
wipe it off then.
yeah, I just don't understand. How do you wash waterproof? Like, it doesn't.
People put too much bleach in the wash. All you need is a small cupful. There you go.
Yeah, you know.
Dryer sheets on the dry side. That's valid. That's valid.
Yep, dryer sheets in your shoes. That's fine.
Eric is all done, but we aren't. Kathy with the probably most profound statement of the evening. Eric, I think you need new friends.
There is no doubt in my mind.
No. That valid. Mm-hmm. I agree.
There's no doubt in my mind. I'm just glad I don't have to sit in the car next to this bozo for 10 hours again.
Well, he'd be grilling you on the finer points of shoe wash.
Yeah,
Wait,
for 10
how do I
hours.
get Stook shoes?
For 10 hours, he wouldn't stop. Trust me. He would be 10 straight hours of this. That's what he does to me.
Eric says a lot of dumb things, though. And then he'll go, see, here's the problem. Eric says a lot of dumb things, and he'll go, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Let's change the subject. Changes the subject and says another dumb thing about a different subject. So it's just perpetual dumbness. Ooh.
Thank you to Stu. Appreciate that.
This from the guy who did half this interview with his mic unplugged.
Headphones. You don't listen.
I hate you.
So Josh asked a valid question. Any other random object you put in the washing machine?
Oh, my head.
Your head would be a pretty random object. I agree with
I'm
that.
going to drown
What kind of
myself.
wash do you use for that? That was a question.
Oh my good Lord.
Eric is flummoxed. He is
I-
perplexed. He is vexed.
I have not. I don't know. I just don't know anymore.
It's terrible. Terrible. Tim, I thank you for bringing up an important question because it led to a very important series of questions. I feel like we've gotten to the bottom of some of this. I'm not completely, I don't feel like I've gotten all the answers, but we definitely moved ahead in a greater understanding of what's going on over here.
Does he wash his socks or just his shoes?
Do you throw your eyeglasses in the dishwasher?
Wait,
How
quick
far does the
question, though.
laziness go?
No,
Do you have a bidet?
I do not.
And we know we know what else he's throwing in the dishwasher, Tom.
I have a badon't.
That's
I was going to say,
Yeah, I don't know.
there are directions I could take that I won't, but I just want you to know there are directions I could have taken that. Moving on.
No, now I wonder,
Bidet.
like, do you sit in the sink then?
We're not going there. My personal hygiene is not a concern of yours. We don't have to sit in a car for 10 hours again. You
I
don't
feel
have
like,
to worry
okay,
about-
so this isn't necessarily
we're
well,
not
sort of
sharing a hotel room again. You don't have to worry about my personal hygiene.
Oh, did you tell Carlos what you did?
I did not. And
Can I be before we
because-
continue with this line?
because
Before we
I don't
continue
want to
down this line,
embarrass you.
I don't. It definitely does not embarrass me. But go ahead, Carlos. Sorry.
I was going to say before we continue, I just want to quickly make a programming note here. I want to remind everybody that the person who initially pitched the idea of shooting a message over a link over to Tim is the person who is protesting right now. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here. I have zero problem bringing Tim on the invite. I just didn't specifically think about it, but someone might have made a suggestion who is protesting now. I just want to make it clear. So anything that happens from here on in, thou doth protest too much.
I have serious mental health problems.
Can I? There's a right or wrong here, and I think Carlos is the best person to make a final judgment on what happened.
I have the video still.
So, oh, thank you, right there. So that's half the battle. He had a problem with me snoring. Okay, I get it. It's annoying, but I'm
That's not
asleep.
true. Not true. You know that is not why I did what I did. That is
Oh.
not why I did what I did.
All right, let me finish, and then you can give your explanation of why you did it. So, I snore This dude takes a video of me sleeping.
I told him I was going to do it.
No, not the first time you did it. So he takes a video of me sleeping to show me that I might have to see the doctor because of the way I'm snoring. When really it creeped me out. So am I wrong for snoring? Like, is it my fault that I'm snoring? Or is he wrong for taking a video of me sleeping?
So I think my answer to this question will be as follows. I believe that snoring, for better or worse, is something that happens. It happens. You're not the first, certainly not the first person to have that ever happen to. I feel though that maybe recording someone, having a recording studio, a boom mic, a lighting fixture, the level of production that Eric brought, an 8K camera, I think was too much. So the point is, an 8K camera was, I think, it speaks to premeditation, is what I'm trying to get at. It speaks to this was not a spontaneous event.
Nope.
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
Just a little bit.
A little creepy.
It's not quite washing your shoes in the washing machine weird, but it's pretty strange.
You
This
want
is
to
the first time you guys
hear
met
my
in
side of
Grove
it or not?
What was that?
Pat, you want to hear my side or not?
Was this the first time you guys met?
I fully intend to twist whatever
No.
word you say into more entertainment for me. So yes, I would love to hear your side of it.
I didn't sleep for 3 days because of him.
With the amount of enemies you have, Eric, I wouldn't have slept since the 70s.
I didn't sleep for 3 days. Now, we had shared a room a year previous, and this was not a problem. Last year, I did not sleep for 3 days. I tried to explain to him how in the year's time, his snoring has been amplified. And I was concerned I know for a fact he has sleep apnea. And I said, I really encourage you to see a doctor about this because it's very unhealthy. He did exactly that. F you, I don't need blah, blah, blah. So 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm wide awake.
To be
Right?
clear, so wait, just so I understand, I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish. Hang on. I'll let you finish. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So you're stating that the purpose of the recording was for you to convince him that the snoring is heavy enough that this is an issue. Bobby, can we use this? If Eric hurts himself, can we record it and tell him that rather than helping him, we're doing this to prove to him that the injury is bad? Because I'm fully prepared to do that. I will clear room on my phone to make sure I've got space for this.
So was it like this? Tim, are you sleeping? Hello?
Hey, Tim.
Sleep apnea.
You're sleeping? What's going on?
And that was the black
How's it going? What's up? Hey, buddy. I got questions.
I was actually showing care and concern.
Oh,
I was very concerned about this health issue. I wanted him to know just how bad it was, and he was shocked when he heard it.
I was shocked because I woke up. You were standing over me, you pervert.
Did you feel that the production? So, Tim, quick follow-up question. Did you feel that the production crew and the guy with the boom mic was a bit much?
I thought I was going into the light. I thought I already passed because of the sleep apnea. Meanwhile, it's just his flashlight in my eye.
Anyways, I pulled out my 2006 book.
Okay.
And there we go.
That's them.
Hold on.
The Providence
That's
Red.
them right there.
There you go. Nice. Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate it.
There's your Milt Schmidt at the top.
Nice. Good stuff. sir.
1936.
Rookie.
Tim's bang on.
Good stuff.
What page, Bobby? What page?
Who gave this guy a book?
It's chronological. So you can't
Nobody
just
gave him
say-
any books.
19.
He paid for it.
This is my autograph version.
Thank you, Carlos, for being on my side. I get, but like, mind your business, dude. We're not related. You don't have to worry about my health. Don't
So-
record me sleeping.
I was very concerned because in a year's time, he went from not snoring to being extremely unhealthy. And I wanted him to be aware of it so he can go see a doctor. That is all.
I won money at the National playing basketball against a kid half my age.
That has nothing to do with you having
Your
sleep
hip,
apnea.
your new hip is half your age. I still got all my pieces.
Eric can't play a sport against someone half his age because there's no one else alive who's half his age.
There you go.
It's a math problem.
I did it because I wanted
For
him
The Rock?
to get medical attention.
For my wrestling guys, that you know that reference. He did it for The Rock. Just so y'all
You did it for the attention? Is that like Munchausen by proxy, hip something?
I wanted him to get some medical attention. He needs to go see a doctor.
Well,
He
and
needs
Bobby,
to
this goes back to what I
study.
said a little bit earlier. If at the if at the expo in the fall here, if Eric like trips over and he's like keeling over and like we should take pictures and videos but don't help him. But we'll take pictures and videos so that he'll know that he needs help.
Can we do an episode live from his next prostate exam?
Huh. That'd be something.
I'm gonna invite you to do a live from the prostate exam. You could be in the room with me.
Well, someone's going to make an ass out of themselves either way.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep. It happened.
Mhm.
See videos of the Cardinals try to hoop. Painful. There you go. Bill Smith was also in 34 Beehive. Huh?
I dominated. I don't know what he's talking about. I dominated.
There you go. Let's see here. Eric and Bobbles are both holding dirt. This is what we're suggesting. Hashtag content. Super duper pooper snooper. Dang.
Yeah, I hope you're proud of yourself, Eric.
I've seen videos of those basketball games also, and the extended versions. And after about 3 minutes, every single one of them has their hands on their knees, gasping for air. I was waiting for someone to pass out and die.
And then you were taking some pictures and videos of them, so the next time you're gonna go, hey, I think they were dying.
Oh, call 911. Oh, hold on a second.
Hold
I'm
on.
recording.
All quiet on the set. All quiet on the set, y'all. I am an artiste. I am trying to work.
We run that one back. I missed that.
So could you like cough a little bit? Could you like? I don't feel like I got the shock, Tim. I was hoping for wider eyes, really wide eyes when we went for this. That's all I'm trying to say. So let me get this straight. Eric's like a team. We'll record a 7 video because worried, but we'll collect post 93 football. Very specific, but all right. Go on. Anyone who argues the intelligent design, whatever put the urethra in the middle of the prostate isn't so intelligent. That's a random take we can accept. Thank you, Will. By the way,
Tim, I got a question for Tim.
Go ahead, Bobby.
So, Tim, with your new position at BCW.
Ooh, relevant segue. I love it.
Yeah. So is there anything in your works on the creative end of things? Are you looking at something new and interesting? Yeah, you don't
so
have to
part
tell us,
of
but you just have to say yes or no. That's fine.
no, yeah, well, I can't really say anything. Well,
Blink twice for yes.
as a company, they just released some products, like some brand new laser well pages. It's different than the old crimp style. They're really nice. On like the Slab Strong side of things, because they're producing all the products now. So we have Beckett and SGC coming in 8 different colors, which I've never had. I've only had clear and black for Beckett, and I've never had SGC. We'll do CGC soon. And so that was part of the reason why I went to also go work for BCW.
Makes
is
sense.
because we have a deal worked out too, where like if I have ideas going forward, there's certain compensation and stuff. So I'm still able to
Nice.
think of different things. Not everything will be made, not everything will be a good idea, but they gave me, that option to at least keep expanding.
No, that's a really good thing. Because usually when you find a solution to a problem, sometimes people are problem solvers and they can find, looking at it from a different way or coming in from a different angle. It's always good.
Yeah, I usually base my ideas off, will Eric Wade get it? Because that's like the...
Yeah, that's the norm.
That's baseline. That's like to explain it to a child.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm the stupid one here in the
I'm
room.
thinking about sending him a new product. It's called bottom loaders. You just turn a top loader this way, and you just slide the card in from the bottom. But I figure I can get a few bucks from him.
At least.
I do like the idea.
Same. I think it's fair.
Yeah.
Just don't take ideas from Eric. Fair.
Do you call them bottom dwellers? What was that? bottom loaders? Oh,
No, bottom sliders. But then I thought about it again, and there's a lot of stuff that can be cut up from this podcast. So
I have a really good idea, but don't got to give it up. There you go. I'll get to that question here in a second. Piccolina, chill out. We'll get to the 2 seconds here. I did have actually kind of a little side question, BCW related. One of the things that I thought was interesting, we've talked about this before. This has always been a little bit of a conversation piece, is talking a little bit about, by the way, guys, part of the reason we went into that hilarious segue where we basically just made fun of Eric is because, like I said, we're also playing off of you guys. If you had a question, we could have diverted at any time. We left it open to you. You had the option. You could have changed our course. But anyway, we went the way we went.
Oh, I got a key question before we go forward. What does BCW stand for?
Baseball Card World.
Okay.
Nice.
I
might get a date
guy,
wrong,
I
but
know
early
that.
90s it started. The salesman was the current owner's father, and then I believe around 1999, and it was it's a family business, essentially, but it started late 80s, early 90s, Baseball Card World.
Nice. I never knew what it was. I always just, doesn't say it on the package.
A lot of the acronyms tend to be really random or very specific things. It is one of those things, after a while, people just say it so much that it's almost lost its meaning. It just kind of exists, which is always kind of interesting. So here's kind of a question for you.
I was trying to read underneath the BCW. It says protect, store, and display.
Store and display. Yeah. So my question is this, and this may not be in the department you're in, but I'm just kind of curious. It's something we thought about. Oftentimes we get into these discussions, debates, whatever you want, about kind of the sponsorship side of things, because a lot of people have issues with that, and that's always an element of it. And my thought, and they might already be doing this, that's the part of the reason I'm kind of posing the question. I've always thought the Ultra Pros and the BCWs of the world are ones that are more natural fits for stuff like that, because they're a lot less controversial than some of the other. Because obviously, if a grader, and again, we'll use real examples. SGC has reached out and done business with some folks. ComC platforms, eBay's done some stuff with Geoff and Sports Card Investor. ComC as a platform is sponsored with some folks, and we've also got My Slabs. So there's a whole bunch of different categories, but it gets tricky, because what happens is, if you're talking platform, then there's a lot of folks that'll argue and debate about that. If you're talking about a third-party grader, that's like choosing a religion. Some people get really upset about that and get really, well, you're covering this, you're ignoring these other ones, et cetera, et cetera. But I always thought like the Ultra Pros and the BCWs are kind of, I won't say fully neutral, but at the same time, it's like, well, a top loader is a top loader is a top loader, man. If it works and it does the job, it's kind of open-ended. So kind of in that vein of BCW, do you know if they even look to do that as an aspect of their business from a promotion standpoint? Or is it something they just kind of let things roll?
No, I think that so in other categories, they have some record guys and some comics guys. They do well in that category too. They sell a lot of cardboard and corrugated boxes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that was part of my pitch to hire me. Was what you're saying is correct. If you go into a store and you need top loaders, usually there's one, maybe two brands there, right? But you're just going to pick up the one that costs the least, right? The quality should be all relatively the same. But I think that's part of it for me, and part of my goal is to make people care as much as you can about brand loyalty. Mm-hmm. So I got a bunch of friends I reached out to, and they're right now there is no real brand loyalty to Ultra Pro or BCW, right? There just isn't. But I'm hoping that I can make care people, like even if it's one more person, care and switch over, or just have my buddies in the industry or any network I can make, as long as the value's there, right? The value has to be there, and the product still has to be quality. Even though they're all similar, they still should all be quality. Mm-hmm. But I definitely think that's part of it. So the answer is yes, though, for sure. So you'll see, part of the deal was you'll see Jeff Wilson doing some marketing. He has a lot of eyes on him. I reached out to a bunch of, I wouldn't even say influencers, but guys, like technically I guess they are, but not necessarily a big following, but good interaction with the numbers they have, and their friends, so give them affiliate codes. I don't know how like I could do more with Slab Strong product because of the TCG nature, and it's different, but so there's going to be certain products in BCW's catalog that doesn't lend itself to like influencing and going viral moments.
Yeah.
But it's all still to get the name out there. But yeah, we got some new products coming out that I think people are gonna like plastic bins for cards that can store and stack. Like I said, they're coming out with Slab Strong products. They're the ones they distribute Pro Mold, which is the one touches that you can fit a penny sleeve in.
Mm-hmm.
So there's different things they're doing that I think, well, at minimum, right, they'll sell a bunch of it. I don't know if they're going to go viral and the world's going to, rejoice that a company made top loaders, but there's some things happening. I think it be really, really good.
Well, some companies only carry certain things, so you do have a preference sometimes.
For sure.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, a lot of these shops and online guys, they know their store, right? So if they don't buy, say, Topps triple threads, you're not going to need a booklet in your store, right? If you just know your crowd and that crowd's buying TCG stuff, there aren't memorabilia cards, right? So there aren't like thick autograph cards, so you're not going to need a certain size magnet, right? So people know their crowd. I'm a top loader guy. I don't really get into magnets. I have some cards in mags, but so I think people know their crowd. But this BCW has a large catalog from records, Funko Pop, comics. So, I collect a lot of different things, but my passion is definitely cards. And just through the networking and meeting everyone, I think that I'm going to be able to do a lot with them.
Tim, did they have semi-rigids, PCW?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, see, that's the thing too, right? So, like, they even have, like, the ticket ones.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
But
right.
It all goes down to, I believe Ultra Pro has the most sizes of top loaders, semi-rigids, and penny sleeves. They have everything from the 6x10, I think it's 1979. There's some hockey guys. But yeah, they have all different sizes. So I even got this, actually. Check this out. This is actually in a top loader, and this was painted by Andy Friedman, the famous artist Andy Friedman, at the National.
Right.
And it's even in like a BCW top loader. That's how big they make their top loaders. So they have all different sizes. So there's like, I feel like there's a lot of vintage stuff, even up in memorabilia wise, old posters and old. They make the pennant flags, top loaders. So they made such a wide range of supplies for even products you think weren't even that popular. They do a lot of coin stuff as well, and I think I can even say the word numismatics or numismatics.
Numismatics.
Yeah.
Numismatics.
So it's easier to say than lemon.
You know what the worst one is, Bobby? And I still can't get it right. The stamp collecting.
Oh, I heard about this.
Like I've actually tried to. Usually I'm pretty good. Numismatic I've got down. That's fine.
The other one is almost like it's almost got. If you say it wrong, you might be a pedophile. I don't know.
That's what I mean. Like it's so awkward. It's not a natural word to work your way through. You try to do it phonetically. I'm like I got nothing, man.
Well, hockey cards is cardophilium.
Yeah, but numismatics is not too bad. But no, part of the reason I was asking Tim is that, there's not a lot of brand loyalty to holders because look, as collectors, we care about clarity, we care about protection, we care about the bottom because especially go back even a couple of years now to the pandemic when things were really crazy and everything, right? There's a while where there's a shortage, right? So they're like even if you're like for whatever reason a fan of like Ultra Pro and you love Ultra Pro, look, well, Ultra Pro sold out. Go get BCW. BCW is sold out. So you started going to these other brands. George LaRock was able to start doing his own brand of holders and everything. Yep. So that's like the only brand that I can think of that they tried to do that. There have been some other brands that have tried to do very specialized. Friend of the channel, Andy, Sports Card Investigator, briefly did a little bit of an affiliation with the guys that were doing the graded ones that had the little tabs. But that's because they did the tabs. It was at least a little different. It wasn't just a standard penny sleeve. Something like that, yeah. The name escapes me. He even sent some over to look at. By the way, they were nice stuff. But I think for most collectors, I just say like top loader. If I grab a BCW top loader and a Ultra Pro top loader and I take them out of the package and I just hold them in front of you, like you're going to be hard pressed to tell the difference. 9 times out of 10. Now the The semi-rigids, you might see a little bit of a difference. The magnet hole, the one touches, then you'll see the logo on it. But outside, and maybe there'll be a little difference in thicknesses and the way they do their stuff. But it's slight, like it's really small differences between one and the other. There might be preferences, but it's not going to be like, oh my god, it has to be Ultra Pro, or else like my life is over. It's like, no,
There is brand
BCW
loyalty.
makes perfectly valid product. It's fine.
There's brand loyalty only to the degree that a lot of times when DCW was coming up through the ranks, we were used to Ultra Pro. We were used to these companies for such a long time. We didn't really want to change because nobody really likes to change. You're stuck with one brand. You kind of almost stick with it. Like running shoes for Gore-Tex up there. Anyways,
I think you need a holder for a washed running shoe to get the runoff.
Yeah, it's called a trash can.
Have a little hole in it or something. Yeah, for drainage. You need drainage.
I have been sitting here quietly. I have not directed any attention to myself, and people still come after me. I don't understand it.
I don't know.
What are you saying, Eric? So I understand you. What are you saying?
I'm a victim. I'm a victim in all this. Is what I'm saying.
You're a victim.
Completely.
I'm a victim.
Yep. Victim part of victory.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
All right. Fair
That's
enough.
a good thing, isn't it, guys?
Hold on. I want to make sure. So, Eric, to be clear, you're not drawing attention to yourself. I have a layout for this, Eric. I have a layout for this. You know this, right?
Yeah.
If you didn't already, you should know this.
Who drinks Pepsi over Coke, though? And no offense to either you, to Bobby or Carlos, if you do.
Coke
Damn
sucks.
it.
Right now, to be honest with you, this is what was in the store. So,
Never mind. I take it back. You're cool.
I was going to say, today wasn't the day. Today wasn't the day.
It's a new generation.
Oh, look at you, Bobby. Real quick, I'll scroll through real quick. All right, so here, first time so Alan Barry here. Good evening. First time in my life, I'm on Eric's side on this problem of Tim. Ooh, very specific. Problem of Tim.
Really?
There you go. You got some support, Eric.
Die either.
They have a cheering section. Wow. Well, one. I don't know. Section. That's.
Yep. Welcome to the show, Eric. Easy target. First time. There you go. Low hanging fruit. That's right. Eric, what does your shirt say?
Reggie Lemon.
Crash, swear, repeat.
Look at you. What I did was Pepsi, but also grew up calling it pop. There you go. Thank you, Tom. But no, it's like I said, the reason why I thought it was a valid question, I thought worth asking, is that it wouldn't surprise me to see more of that going forward, because we're in the world where now there's so much of the few people that are making content shrinking. The ones that are still around and have those abilities are going to connect to a lot of these things. I just think the whole holder thing is probably the one spot that is, yeah, there might still be somebody that complains about it just for the sake of complaining about it. But honestly, it's like, who cares? If you promote Ultra Pro or you promote BCW, I don't think most people are going to be like, yeah, I probably use that. Because a lot of collectors will use a lot of them.
I had this conversation with someone because he's a friend of mine, so I gave him I sent him an affiliate code, and he was like, I don't want it to ruin my credibility. And like, I was like, I couldn't, like, what are you talking about?
I think you have a stronger case with Slab Strong or even some of the other ones that are even more niche. The generic like BCW or Ultra Pro is my argument was those are the safest ones. Most collectors use one or the other, or even both. There are plenty of collectors who use both.
So name a third company.
George LaRock is the only other one that I can think of off the top of my head. That's about it. I'm sure there's some generic ones that make some stuff. Sure.
Yeah. They show what happened during almost even like 3/4 of the way through 2020 is
you know who else makes some stuff? Beckett Shield. Ironically, the only Beckett product that I think is half decent.
Yes.
Beckett Shield, sleeves and stuff are decent. I think they're pretty okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are good. I've sent stuff in for grading with those. They're fine. Beckett Shield stuff, they're fine.
So check this out. Here's some inside information. So, Card Saver Pro, or Card Savers, PSA released a statement that they want them in Card Savers. Card Savers is a brand, not the name of a product. Mm-hmm. However, when PSA said that over the years, now people call them card savers, right? Like you called them semi-rigids, which is what BCW
I call them
calls it.
semi-rigids, yeah.
But and then also what happened is One Touch. One Touch is not a product. It is actually the name of a magnet, right? So that's a brand. It's not like what, but everyone started calling them One Touches, right? What else is like that?
You're talking about where the name. You're talking about where the name of something is actually a brand.
Yeah, like one touch.
Kleenex.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the ultimate. You'll tell people Kleenex, but they're talking about a facial tissue. But at the end of the day, people will say Kleenex, but Kleenex is a brand that you can totally have.
Yeah. So, there's a few things like that. Like I even think penny sleeve. I mean, they're called soft sleeve by some company, but pennies. A lot of people say penny sleeve.
It's what's going around. We all get caught in that game of words, right? We hear it, we hear it, we hear it, we say it.
Yeah. And but yeah,
BCW,
when it comes
BCW.
And then, there's other things too, right? When it comes to BCW, so there's different licensing that BCW has that Ultra Pro doesn't have, and vice versa, right? And I'm forgetting. I think Ultra Pro has Pokemon, so they're able to print certain things on certain products.
Oh, they have the licensing for the
BCW has some different Marvel and comic book licenses. So they're able to print on like a comic bin holder. They can print like certain things and certain phrases. So there's that aspect too. So there's some certain brand loyalties, but it's mostly loyalty to the thing that's being licensed.
Have you considered the possibility, Tim, that one of the missed opportunities here is that with a name like BCW, obviously we talked about tonight what BCW actually means, but BCW sounds an awful lot like a professional wrestling federation, and having a main event of you and Eric in a steel cage at BCW Mania 1, like we can sell that shit
all day,
and you can defeat him with a washed shoe, and he'll be like, "This was clean. This was done with a brush." No, and that's how
I was thinking instead of a ladder match, we just put him in a stackable and just shove him into like a locker.
See Bob Jackson right here, BC Dub. Like, dude, I'm sorry, that sounds like right there a wrestling federation. That's like at the very minimum backyard fed. We get this. We promote the hell out of this shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a meet him.
You could hit him with an entire case of Slab Strongs in the mid match. Pretty good. Liking it.
What else I got? I told Eric I was going to give him this actually, because I got a 9.5 and a 10. I told him I'd give the 9.5, but I honestly don't like his attitude tonight.
I think you should give it to him after you hit him with it. Let him keep it after you smack him with it. That's what you do. All right, let me read a couple comments here. Let me get caught up. All right, Hockey 99 makes his appearance tonight. Good evening. Hard to imagine the owner of Fanatics and the Con not being tight. Random, but sure. Carlos would be in any shows at AMG. I assume you mean in Nova Scotia? ? Not immediately. I would love to go down, but it would have to be on my dime. You know, we're working a sponsorship, but it doesn't include a travel stipend.
Close, not that close.
Yeah, it doesn't include a travel stipend. But I would love. I've actually talked to him about it. Under the right circumstances, I would love to go down and do a series of videos from down there. That'd be a lot of fun. I'd love to go visit the shop. I would love to do that. And I think that'd be awesome content. It'd be a lot of fun to do. And I would have no objection to it. It's just something we'd have to work it out. Because some of it would have to come out of my pocket. But at the same time, honestly, I'd be willing to make a trip out of it. And we could also do kind of a mix and match thing. It'd be kind of fun. Plus, I was already promised by powers that be that if I go down to Nova Scotia, I gotta go visit the old Keats factory. For nostalgia purposes, if nothing else, you know. My university years were marked by a lot of Alexander Keats, and I might have to go down to the factory and at least pay my respects. Just saying. Will says, I don't get Jeff Wilson's popularity. Even in a bull market, I found a sub-derivative and childishly simple/boring. Can anyone explain the appeal? Yes. It's the hello. He had us at hello! That was it.
Just because he has the subscriber doesn't mean he's having that many people watching him now.
I gotta get going back to my level of life, but I do want to end my reign here on Eric today with showing you my hockey card collection, which isn't that much. Nola Kari, who's this? Ed. Ed Giacomin in his Rhode Island Reds jersey. What do I got here? Oh, check this out. What do you think of this? Special Olympics, 1 of 1 in Nevada. This is, I don't know what year this is. It's a 1 of 1. I don't know when the first hockey 1 of 1 is, but this might be a sneaky.
Was that like is that like on the foiled stamp? That looks like one of those show cards.
It's by the Special Olympics, the Masterpiece Collection, and this is a Providence College Fire. It's called 5 Sport, the brand. No, it's Classic. It's a card by Classic.
That sounds to me like it was a stamped card, which is nothing wrong with that. But I think it sounds to me like a stamped card.
This was bought for me by my friend Eric Wade. I know you guys never heard of him, but okay, guy.
I've no idea who that is.
All right, Rob.
He sounds like some
Randy.
random vagrant that would be found. The kind of dude who would throw shoes into a washing machine.
Cammy Granado. You guys know Cammy Granado, right?
We do know Cammy Granado, yes.
Thank you. Went to Providence College. And her autograph. And I also got a bunch of John Gillies cards because he was a really good college.
I like the patch there. That's a nice patch.
Yeah, check this out. I got this from. So this is a 1 of 1 plate, and this is out of 25. This is sick. This set. I don't even know. I don't collect a lot of hockey, but that's
the patch on that is good, and then the 1 of 1 printing plays from the cup. Good stuff.
All right, guys. It was good seeing you. I hope to see you got all in Toronto.
Yeah, I'll drop by. What kind of do you know what the setup is going to be? Are you going to be at a BCW booth, a Slab Strong booth? What's your plan over there?
Corey and I have a table. I'll be hanging out with Ken from Pastime. A guy named Dave Marino will be up there. I'll be hanging out with him. I got a bunch of friends coming up. We'll all be avoiding Eric. So wherever Eric is, look the other way, and then I'll send you a
Seems
wave.
valid. Well, you're going to see. Be careful in Toronto. The only warning I can give you is watch out for like
The
machine
Ultra Pro
wash
gang?
shoes. Well, there's going to be like a machine wash shoe that might fly at you. He might have a whole set of them he's throwing at you at this
At
point.
least it'll smell like lavender.
That'd be the Ultra Pro gang. Watch out.
That's all I'm saying.
All right, listen, we're gonna let you go, but I want to make sure that you hear me say this, and it is going to be recorded, and I'm only saying it once, so you can go back to this and rewind it. I am unbelievably proud of you. These last 3 years have been amazing. You have achieved unbelievable success, and it's all because of your hustle, hard work, dedication, and it's been fun to watch. And you deserve everything you got going for yourself right now. You worked your ass off to get here, and it's been a fun ride. And I'm glad that you've let me be a part of it for 3 years. You've done a great job.
I'm gonna be kind because that was very cool of you to say, and I've never said this to you before, but
That's what I expect.
Wow, chef's kiss. Well done, Tim. Well done. I had nothing to do with that, but that was beautifully done. That was beautifully done.
No.
Yes,
That's
figured that.
typical. That's wouldn't expect anything else. But
Oh, it's okay. Just throw a lot of chew at him in November.
he,
We'll be fine.
as much of an asshat as he is, I have not seen anyone work harder. This guy hustles like you don't even to go from where he was 3 years ago to starting his own company, getting Jeff Wilson to invest, selling it to BCW, and getting a really good job within their company. Plus, he has a bunch of other things going on within the industry he didn't discuss, which he could have. It isn't a secret or anything, but he has other partnerships and he has other things that he's doing. It's amazing. It's been something else to watch this over the last 3 years. I'm telling you.
And I still feel like it's a missed opportunity here. Now that Tim knows this, I will not accept any excuses. As far as I'm concerned, there is an opportunity here. All I got to say is BCW. Like,
Yeah.
we get you in a steel cage. We get the main event. We promote the hell out of it. Tables, ladders, and chairs. Let's go.
Shoes in hand.
Mm-hmm. I feel like during a Hobby Palooza, you should present Hobby Thunderdome pay-per-view. I know.
Would sell out.
Don't like Eric after his attitude tonight? Is this your first time interacting with him? Fair. Isn't it time for some crumble cookies? Maybe before. Maybe in a second. Hold on. We'll do a little crumble cookie promo. Not
I
sponsored.
love crumble cookies.
We came for the thumbnails. We stayed for the hello. I know. Eric Wade, what? Lord knows. Watch out for Dick Clapper. Fact. Dufek says, sincerity on BIC. I know. I was about to cut Eric off. Bobby, I was very worried. I was deeply disturbed. I was like, I'm not comfortable with this. I don't know how I feel about that, but all right. But
That's kind
it's
of
a dip. Literally a dip. I know. It's crazy. It's crazy talk. That's all I'm saying. Slab Strong. Good evening. Tim, appreciate you popping on. Appreciate you coming by. I thought Eric did great tonight. What the heck? Eric was rooting to him the whole time, now acting like a total fanboy. I know. It's just crazy. It's all the schizophrenia. I think years of sniffing the machine clean shoes, and Eric just doesn't know what he is day to day. You just don't know what you're going to get hour to hour, minute to minute. You just have no idea. Who knows? Who knows? Now, with all that said, real quick, we're 2:45 into this. We already talked about the beginning of the thing, and I've had it scrolling in the ticker in the bottom. AMG Collectibles is actually sponsoring this, and the podcast that we do on Monday and Tuesday. Tuesdays when it uploads most of the time, but no, they actually are. They've been supporting us, which we appreciate. AMGcollectibles.com. There's also an AMG Collectibles YouTube channel, both of which are in the description of this video. And if you check this out on replay, I hit the little checkbox thingy that says, sponsorship thing in bobber. Facts. That happens.
And
but
again,
yes,
I truly support and appreciate the new owner of AMG Collectibles, and I think she is going to do a magnificent job moving forward with that business.
There you go. Bob Jackson says, any update on the Mayo Factory tour video, Carlos? Shit, that was supposed to be a DM. Don't worry, Bob. I got you. Tim's like, thanks, Zach, for the support. Indeed. But yes, no, we do appreciate them. Supporting what we're doing here. And at the same time, we'll also be working to support what they're doing in that channel. Hopefully we'll have some fun stuff coming up forward. It's something I'll keep working with them on, and it's something I'm looking forward to. We want to have a show and stuff on.
It's going to be better than the last interview show that you did on Thursday nights, because the person who will not be named that you did that show with on Thursday night, I had a difficult time watching. Okay, I'm just saying, I had a difficult time. I think moving forward with this new AMG show, it's going to be fantastic. You're going to have all these different people on.
There are going to be different people on. That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to it, because I don't think I could have tolerated another episode with you and that last person.
Wow. I will say, though, that there will be one thing I can promise is that on that one, in addition to different people, different voices, and different takes on it, because it's not in any way associated with a third-party grader directly, it means that we'll be focusing more on product. If you guys are interested in what's coming up and things like that, it's a card shop. They literally, the lifeblood is what comes in and out and all that. And of course, we're going to talk about, if cool stuff comes in, they buy collections. So maybe there's something cool that came in that week. That's something I'm looking forward to talking through with them. They're going to be boots on the ground, actually participating in that day-to-day. So that's going to be a perspective that I'm looking forward to bringing. That's going to be a part and parcel of the deal. And again, different voices. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. My job in that situation is just going to be host and facilitate, and I want them to share what their experiences are day to day, because they're literally working the shop day to day, which I think will be fun. It'll be a little more open ended, which I think it's one of the restrictions that I had with the PSA Canada thing that I couldn't do the way that I wanted to do, because obviously we had to focus and stay in our lane a little bit to make it work. But now it's like, products, anything that's going on, we can talk about all of it, which is, I think it's going to be a lot of fun for me. So I'm hoping so. I'm
really looking forward to watching videos. People talk about how the day-to-day operations of a highly successful sports card store works. It's really going to be entertaining to me.
I'm looking forward to it. All right.
Don't be stupid.
There you go. Look at you. Look at you. It needs a dance number at the end of it, and that'll really sell it.
I wasn't doing that.
Yeah. Okay, so permission to ask Bobby a question. Now, I know the one you're talking about. I got to go back a ways here. There was a question. Let me see. Scrolling. I got to go back a ways now.
Yeah, you answer. Listen, you let Pinko de Mayo the cat ask questions. I like his questions.
It was a good question. I just have to go back a ways. That's the problem is now I have to scroll through and find it.
Oh, type it again, Pinko de Mayo.
Yeah, it would make my life a lot easier if you would.
Just type it again.
I am scrolling, but it's going to take me a little bit to find it.
Type it again. Type it again.
Yeah, I think you have to. That's a lot of comments. By the way, thank you all for the comments. Appreciate it. But unfortunately, it does make it tricky if I have to go backwards. Nope, not that one. I have to search through all the names. All right, if you could type it up again, that would be really appreciated, because unfortunately, I think I lost it in the wash here. Okay, let me go through here. I know what you're talking about, but I missed it. Bobby, any thoughts on WWE terminating their agreement with Panini? We did touch on it briefly. Bobby, do you have any thoughts on WWE terminating their agreement with Panini?
On what? Sorry?
On WWE terminating their agreement with Panini. That was the story we talked about a little bit earlier.
Yeah. It's not that I really buy the cards or care that much, but I think in an industry sense, I think it's it doesn't look good the way things are going. It's just like they're treating licensing like, I don't want you anymore. See you later. Bye bye. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, they're running the roost. These NHLPA, NHL, whatever, MLB, whatever. They're just kind of going, that's it. Well, it's not a good thing for the hobby, really, because it hurts the people. It doesn't just hurt the company, because I think it limits, what we're going to get out there. I shouldn't say we, but what they put out in product wise. I think there needs to be a new creative for sports cards, a different direction. Maybe keeping some of the same stuff, but going forward with something different. And I think that's what everyone's thinking that Fanatics might do. And I don't know if they will. I don't know if they're really just looking at business as usual and changing some of the ways they do business with the LCSs. I'm not sure, but it'll be interesting going forward with seeing how they perform and what they pull out in a downturning market for them. I think they're sitting there going, "Oh shoot, it keeps going down." We're almost at that point anyway, so everything's coming back to being a little bit more affordable, especially for guys who really enjoy the higher end or bigger stars. So that's what I see.
I think it's fair. Now, one thing I'll add, and probably what I'll do is I'll address it in a separate video, because I try to keep a lot of the wrestling stuff to its own specific videos. That way, if people want to watch it, they can. And if they don't care, they can ignore it. So I leave it to the audience to figure that out for themselves. But I will say, and I did allude to it earlier tonight and in that video previously as well, for the most part, the Panini stuff was well received. And part of that is because they did have a good mix between, again, if you wanted high end, they had high end. If you wanted mid tier, they had mid tier. And if you wanted more affordable products that were like attainable and fully accessible to everybody, they had those too. So it wasn't like they're forcing you to pay like top dollar for everything. No, I want an autograph of this WWE legend. Well, actually, in Revolution, this person has an autograph, and you can probably get it for $20-$30. That's pretty reasonable. That's pretty solid.
Here would be a question. Why wouldn't you want another company to come in and sell another license as the NHLPA or MLB or WWF, whatever? Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't they want more money?
So for the PAs, I can say that in the past, the PAs
exclusivity.
Honestly, for the Players Association, it really comes down to AKA money and also management. It's just easier to manage one licensee. And for a lot of times, it was just for them, it was just the ease of doing it. Because if you got multiple licensees, then you're kind of having track. Because what you're doing is you're doing one of two things. If I have one licensee and they're producing 20 products a year, that's 20 products a year. If I have two licensees and they're producing 20 products a year, maybe it's 10 and 10. Maybe it's 8 and 12. It will be whatever. Or maybe they're producing, probably they're not producing 20 products a year. They're probably producing 25, 30 products a year. So what you're doing is you're trying to say to yourself, again, I'm just putting myself in the shoe of the PA. You're sitting there going like, but if we're worried about oversaturation and keeping a certain value, one licensee is going to produce X number of products. Two licensees, it's not like by having two licensees, suddenly they're like, well, you guys produced 20 last year. We're in now. So we're going to do 10 and 10, right? They're going to be like, no, for us, we need to do 15 or 20. And the other guys are like, yeah, for us, we need to do 15 or 20. So you go from 20 to 40. And that's basically what happened in the 90s. It wasn't that like, oh, we've got all this. Yes, it was competition. That is true. But it also, like, in that spirit of competition, most of those companies went under. Most of those companies failed. So it's not like the competition bred a lot of strong contenders. Like, really, the ones that were survived were the ones that were able to do it by hook or by crook. That was one aspect of it.
But were they pushed to doing better? Yes, I believe so.
For a stretch of time, yeah. until they
But
basically
if it
went
was
out of
business
business
as
and it didn't
usual,
matter.
maybe without being pushed, they wouldn't have come out with the products that they did.
No,
We won't know that.
I totally agree, Bobby. My only point is that, okay, they were pushed to do better, but it didn't lead to more sales, and it didn't lead to the company still staying solvent. The company still went out of business.
Oh,
Like
understood.
yeah. So it's like at the end of the day, it's like they produce probably the best products that were ever released for that at the time.
Time period. Sure.
But those companies are gone. So
Mhm.
the business lesson is don't do that. So the companies that remain are like, so our lesson is don't do that because they went out of business. It doesn't matter. Oh, but I love those products. That's cool, man. Why don't you go find the past catalog because they don't make them anymore because they're not around. They're gone. And bringing the WWE example in this case was interesting. And this is the part that I'm curious about. I mentioned it about the tops and my being dubious about the products. What I will say is this, if nothing else, whoever was responsible for the Panini product with the WWE license, they, from just watching the product or looking at what they provided, they came off as a fan, meaning they were very particular about images used, about the way they did certain things. Whoever was in charge of it seemed to care because it reflected in the product.
Mhm.
The question is, does Fanatic / Tops have somebody equivalent who is willing to put the same amount of care into it? Because you might not be super happy with Panini, but the person who was doing it with Panini, all those products made sense. The sequencing of products and the way things fit and all that, the overall, the day-to-day product was actually pretty satisfactory for the fan. So the person in charge of it seemed to at least be able to tap into that and at least have some understanding of the audience. The question is, does the person who Tops / Fanatics have in charge have a similar tap into the audience? Can they accomplish a similar thing? I don't know yet.
Nobody knows.
That's basically
It's hard
it.
to find
So,
passion, but it's important that they hire people who are very familiar in the industry, opposed to just running a business.
for sure.
You know, you do need that inside. It's sort of like when I'm writing and stuff. Everybody's when you write about hockey or sports, it's a different kind of talk. You know, so you have this way of doing it, or you can just go with, I can tell when somebody's not in the hobby and they're writing a hobby article because they're not doing it properly. You know, we can read that difference. So there is a little bit of a divide between the two, I believe. So I think going forward, I'd like to see more competition. I think they need it.
That was fair.
Yeah.
I think
And
that's what it's going to come down
they
to.
should
Is
be
we'll have to see
limited
how
on their
things go.
products too.
Yeah,
I think
So-
that's gonna that's the part of
100%.
the PA. The PAs have the answer on that one though. The PAs have the ability if they want. The thing is, every time the collectors ask this question, my answer is like, well, the PAs are the ones who have that call, the leagues and the PAs, and the leagues and the PAs are the ones who are agreeing to exclusive agreements.
Mhm.
They prefer it that way.
I think they got sold on that more than they wanted it. But you know,
But the
they
thing
got
is,
sold.
we've had it long enough, Bobby. If they're not satisfied with it, they don't have to keep doing it. They've recycled them. They've those initial exclusive agreements expired, and then they were renewed, and then they were renewed. So they've been renewed now multiple times, and the PA and the leagues have the opportunity to look at it. If they want to try the other model again, they're welcome to do it anytime. And they went the other way. They said, "Yeah, Fanatics, 20 years. Here you go. You get an even longer period."
That's just, I think that's death to them.
That's the
I
call
don't
they
think you
made.
can sustain 20 years looking forward just by one company running the roost. I really believe that. You know, it's like Coke, Pepsi, 7-Up. Like, the variety's there. Otherwise, we'd all be with Tim drinking Coke.
Yeah. Not surprisingly, Bobby just pretty much explained how to make this hobby successful. Right? Not surprising. And not just his, years of knowledge, but him and, and many of us living through the 90s, we know what made the first boom great. It was the competition and them pushing boundaries and coming up with new ideas and creating some of the nicest products this hobby's ever seen. And a lot of first time stuff that we never even imagined. What killed the hobby, as Bobby said, they did not limit the products. You need to have enough to be competitive, but you need to limit at the same time. You have to find the happy medium. One company like Tops shouldn't be allowed to produce 10 things. Pacific, you can't put out 10 things. Omega, you can't put out 10 things. Parkhurst, 10. This is what killed it. But that competition of having those licenses to all those different companies is what created perhaps the most artistic, creative change in the hobby's history.
Nostalgically inspired.
Now, here's going to be my counter. I'll play devil's advocate here for this
Sure.
one. The other side of the coin is if you're the manufacturer, you're like, on the one hand, it'd be great if we could get in there. That'd be awesome. So let's say you're Upper Deck, and it's like, hey, we'd love to be making some baseball cards and doing some of this other stuff as well. Hey, we've been shut out of this, for a long time, et cetera, et cetera. We'd love to be part of that. The problem is, depending on how you want to position it, if you're one of these companies, there's a certain cost incurred in entering into the space. Unless your plan is, just use the same design as the hockey product and just make it in baseball. If you want to do that, then fine. That'll be a good cost saver. That's a way you could do that, and that'd make it easier. But if you say, go with your plan, you say, we're going to add competition to this. We're going to go into baseball. All right. We're going to do tops for baseball, but they can only produce X number of sets, whatever number you come up with that's reasonable. We'll allow Upper Deck into the game. They can produce X number of sets, and we're limiting that, controlling that. And we're even going to let Panini make some baseball sets fully licensed, but they can only produce X number of sets. If you're Topps, you're losing out on some of that exclusivity because Topps right now has the exclusive. But going on the other side of the coin, you're Upper Deck, you go, hey, we'll give you 5 brands. Now, if you're Upper Deck, it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, you get a foothold. That'd be cool on the one hand. But unless your plan is to do what I just said and go, all right, so flagship Upper Deck, ultimate or whatever, you're picking like 5. But you're like, okay, but do we need to... Are we going to hire more people to do this specific set? Or are we literally just going to borrow the designs? Just take the same design and just crawl. If you take the same design and crawl over, then there's no innovation. Because in reality, all you did was take what you already did. On the other hand,
but you're going
if
to
you
suffer
hire
in
some
the sales, and it won't be continued later down the road.
No, for sure. But what I'm getting at is this. This has already happened. Some of the manufacturers bowed out because they said, well, the problem is if you're only giving me 5 brands, it's not worth it for me to be here. Even if you're giving me the opportunity, like I need 10 to 15 brands to make it worth my while to even do it.
Yeah, but we're not talking about limiting, but not 50 sets or not, So if you give them a happy medium, say, okay, you can do 15, you can do 15, you can do 15, 15.
But
Well,
the end result,
that's probably
Bobby,
more
Bobby,
than enough
to your point,
anyways.
to your point is if you got 3 manufacturers and I get 15, you get 15, I get 15, that's 45 brands.
Yes.
Yeah,
We're still ending up at near 50. We're still ending up from the consumer perspective. I've still got 50, however you slice it.
Yeah, but not by one company.
I understand, but the one company was going to do 30. The one
matter.
company's going to do 30, and the 3 are doing 45.
All right, now
We all can't eat at McDonald's.
it might not be.
That's why they have Harvey's and all the other different places,
Yeah,
They
it might
have
not be
preferences, but we still eat at
economical.
other places, right?
Yeah, like I can't. So the only point I'm making here is I can't blame the manufacturer for saying like we need a certain amount of sets to make this worth the effort for us to put into it, and
That
then
can
at
be
the same
worked out.
time, that's the problem though. Up until this point, the PA and the league said we don't want to work it out. We're not going to do the math. We're going to be like you do one, you release X number of sets, and we're done. This conversation's over. We don't have to worry about one thing.
Well, what's that saying to the people?
Saying the people either buy
we're
it or
going to
don't.
give you what you get. That's it. Sorry.
That's right.
And that's not the way you treat customers.
You'd say, Bobby, I would agree with you on paper, except they still sell the product. We've had an exclusive for the better part of a decade. It's not like the exclusive started yesterday.
No, we don't know what's going to happen in the next couple of years.
Right now, what's going to happen in the next couple of years is the Fanatics.
Well, that's what I mean.
If I had my druthers, I would say as many companies as you want can play in the game, but you're only allowed to do 3. Okay, you got your cheap brand, your middle of the road brand, and your high end brand.
Well, like Carlos was saying, it's not worth your while.
That's what I was going to say. So,
you have to
Eric,
come
what's
up
your
with a
plan
happy
if you try to
medium.
do that restriction and the other manufacturer's like, yeah, I'd rather not?
But you need a happy medium between the two where it's negotiable. And
So the manufacturers are rejecting you. They're saying,
Yeah.
yeah, we don't even want to participate. No thanks. Pass.
Then you
Somebody
end
has
up-
to make the cards.
I
If
don't-
you're the if you're the PA and the whatever, your choice then is 0 cards because everybody's like, yeah, for 3 brands, screw you. Hey, here, they're gonna do the Eric, go screw. They're gonna come back to you and say, go screw.
If
I
you
need
had
10
all
to
those
15.
brands, yeah, but if you are able to do 3 in every single sport,
That's worthless. It's nothing. Unless you want me to charge you $5,000 a pack. Like, what good is that to me?
In the 90s, having that many destroyed it. So if it was limited, whatever the happy medium number is, and I'm not saying I know what it is. I said I think it was 3.
Eric,
Maybe I'm wrong.
my argument, Eric, is that
We don't have that many.
we've never found it. The innovation period that people now, look at nostalgically, killed multiple companies. They killed those companies. Donruss Playoff died. Pinnacle died.
That was
Pacific
from-
eventually got pushed out.
I was
gone.
from overproduction though. So that has
The
to
thing
be
is
limited
that
as
that
well.
late 90s, early 2000 periods was underproduction compared to the early 90s.
No,
So-
that's what I'm talking about. The early '90s. You get Pro Set. How many? Like 24/7. Like
No, Bobby, what I'm talking about is the late 90s when a bunch of those companies went out of business then. The early 90s didn't kill those companies. The late 90s did. And they were competing with each other in every sport.
sure, and some will survive, some won't.
Yeah.
It depends
And-
on the economy too, right? What happens in the economy, and you can't predict that either.
That
So
is a huge part, also, right?
It
'Cause
is.
you can
It is.
put out whatever you want, and if no one has money, to go, put towards their hobby, because they're too busy trying to put gas in their car or food on the table or to even have a table, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the problem is, Eric, we've been in boom up until recently. We were in a nearly 20-year boom period economically.
yeah,
Like
Right.
nearly 20 years. Not like 1 year, 2 years, 5, nearly
No.
20 years of
little
consecutive boom, boom, boom,
blip
boom.
in
After
2008.
2008, it was literally like up, for
Yeah,
almost
exactly.
20 years.
Well, 2008, everything went in the shitter, so you had no place to go but up.
Yeah. Yeah. And then if you go back 10 years earlier, it was still up. The problem is people forget the math. Oh, 2008. Yeah, cool, man. If you had started investing in 1990, after 2008, by 2015, you're in the red again. Sorry, you're in the black. You're in the black again.
Yeah.
So what are we even talking about? It's like, yeah, it went down for like 2 years and then you went back up.
Mhm.
What's the problem?
Well, and it should happen again after this, the COVID situation. But
Exactly. But all
everything
I'm getting
that
at,
we lost should
What's
come
going to
back.
make it go up?
it
What's gonna
wasn't the
make it go up?
economy that tanked those card manufacturers at the time. It wasn't
Sure.
the economy. It was the fact that they were not
Oh, they did
making
it to
money.
themselves.
Yes. But my point is, like, that was the era of competition, Eric. That's the era they were innovating. That's what they were doing. All this. Guess what? That cost money. And they weren't making
blame-
enough money
I
to
blame
pay for the
Pro Set.
innovation.
I blame Pro Set and Score. They screwed it for everybody.
You should blame them. But that's all I'm getting at. Like, all I'm trying to say is a lot of people keep talking about the competition. There are industries where competition works and it makes sense. And in the card business, every time there's been competition, most of the companies fail. And what happens is eventually somebody winds up the only survivor or the one of few survivors. And it's like, well, why can't we have a competition? Because Pinnacle died. Because Donruss Playoff died. It's like it's not that they wanted to die; they just couldn't make enough money to pay for what they were doing. They died.
I'm
So
sure.
now
Go ahead, Bobby.
we look back in history and say, we did have those cards opposed to not having them. So going forward, it's nice that we did have them.
No,
we can
Bobby.
talk
So
about-
two things from a collector perspective, everything you say there is true. But the only point that I'm making is now, if you're running one of those companies, and all you have to do is do a quick look and go, yeah, so they did that, and then they went out of business. We're not going to do that. So the same companies that so the PA and the players in the leagues are like, well, that didn't work. And the manufacturers are like, yeah, the last time we did that, we went out of business. We collectively, most of us went out of business. Why would we participate in that? That's a terrible idea. So the manufacturers are not interested. The Players Association leagues are not interested. Who's left? The collectors will say, oh, we want this. Cool, man. But the problem is you didn't keep those companies solvent. So the companies are sitting there like, yeah, if we do what you're asking, we go out of business. That's a terrible idea. We'd rather give you a mediocre product you still buy and stay solvent. Good day. Good day, sir. Thank you for your suggestion.
Well, it's not a way of retaining customers
Well,
in the
that
long run.
in the long run, that'll be the game we'll have to figure out and play. But as I'm saying, like in this case, I can play devil's advocate because I'm like, well, we literally saw it play out. They went out of business.
Yeah, but everything's different. Like we have to understand that that age of change was really different. From 1990, we had nobody. We go back to the 50s. There's no dealers. Then you get these mail-aways, and then you get all these people who are buying large groups from the companies. Woody Gelman getting freaking cards out the back door to Sam Rosen, and you see all that stuff and how it all built up, and then it went to the 90s, and then we went through the 80s and everything was kind of stable, and then the 90s really kicked it in. And then we went through a crazy phase of everybody was printing left, right, and center because we had so many collectors back then. It was unbelievable. And then we went through lulls of, you had highs and lows and tanking hobby, tanking industry, tanking whatever, filling up your gas tank, right? Like Eric said. And then we go through this different phase. Now we're at the final end. We're at critical mass right now. And if we don't look at where we're going to go, we're not going to get there. If you think it's just one company and they instill all these rules like Fanatics is going to do, and they're going to be successful going forward, I think you're not thinking properly. I don't see them. I don't see them changing everything. I just see them changing the business. Their business. They want to be profitable. They want to make money. I get it. That's fine. But you have collectors. This is not a necessary. This isn't soap. This isn't food. It's not necessity. It's not necessity items. It's pleasurable. And
What if the soap? What if the soap cleans shoes if you put it in the wash?
I was thinking about that, but I'm still back with ivory because it's 99% pure.
I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. Real quick, I'll read a couple of these comments and get caught up here.
Go
Was
ahead.
Bobby here for the talk of what food can you not stand? I feel like you were. I can't remember. We had a protracted discussion of what food can you not stand. I feel like we did have that discussion. I feel like you were part of that discussion. I can't recall now.
It's type of food or
What food can you not stand? Yeah, it can be type or it can be a specific food, something like that.
There's lots of things I don't like.
Fair. All right. Hogag night, Carlos, to your point, I find the hobby content channels I've watched dwindling. I've pared down to watch significantly in the interest of my valuable time not being wasted. Fair enough.
Eggplant.
That's already
Tastes
from
like
a bit
nothing.
ago.
There you go.
There you go. That's up from a bit ago, so I'll get caught up here. Eric, how was Scary Achievers this week? Not now. Later. This was the question from Piccolina. 1974, Opeachy, Jacques Lemaire card has him in a Buffalo Sabres sweater. He
Yep.
never played for the Sabres ever. What was that about?
Oh, that was a late. He was supposed to be traded, and he didn't get traded. And I guess the information between, Tops or Opeachy, they didn't catch it in time, and the guys just kept going through, and just kind of card went out.
He didn't like his contract, from what I remember. He was threatening to leave. He wanted out of Montreal. So there was discussions with Buffalo and rumors, and the card companies went with it, thinking it was a done deal. And then, of course, he signed back with Montreal. So he never played in Buffalo.
Yeah, no, never.
But
There you go.
that says he did.
I know. It's a lie.
There you go. Stuke says, is Fanatics buying up existing card shows? Been hearing rumors, haven't seen any announcements. No announcements as far as I've heard, Stuke. However, I will say that I have heard rumblings that they've been meeting up with different promoters, like, say, Burbank. They've met up with Burbank for sure, and they met up with some of the other ones. It wouldn't surprise me. One of the theories that I've heard posited that I kind of agree with is it wouldn't surprise me rather than necessarily, they might like to buy the idea of buying it out, but it might work for them just as well to be a very strong partner. Like, say, Burbank, for example. Burbank's already promoting it and everything. Maybe they buy a stake and say, hey, we'll support you and give some financial backing. And in return, you'll let us do X, Y, Z and let us set up certain things that we're going to do. And then we'll kind of partner up on this.
Like AMG.
And there you go. Look at that. But I think that could be a way of them doing some inroads rather than just try to do something from scratch. Now, that doesn't mean they cannot. And the reason I use the Burbank example is because we always talk about the National. There was a vote. I forgot to mention that. The National did its vote for the 2026 location.
Mm-hmm.
And Atlanta, unfortunately, wasn't able to get very far for them. Atlantic City's just bribe didn't work. It didn't work well enough. They tried. But they lost comfortably to Chicago. So it'll be Cleveland next year. and then it'll be followed by Chicago, which will be then followed by Chicago in 2026, and then 2027 to be determined, TBD.
That's
So a
ridiculous.
lot of Chicago. So a lot of folks that are complaining about it not going out west, Burbank guys. Burbank is going to become the West National.
They will.
And if Fanatics wants to invest in it and Burbank does a deal with them where they're kind of co-promoting it or whatever, that could become a very strong show out on the West Coast. If you're into the West Coast thing, that could become a very strong
It'll
show.
take a lot of people out of the National.
Yeah. And I think a series of strong regional shows could still work very well. That's some of the discussion we've had. So
See,
don't be surprised.
that's competition.
It is. So don't be surprised if Fanatics goes and gets themselves in some kind of an arrangement with Burbank to support and build up that show, and maybe Dallas as well. And there you go. You got two other shows and series of shows, and that's a way of them doing it without having to commit just to them doing all the work. They've already got a base infrastructure, and then they just add on to it and maybe provide some other resources.
Well, it's just like you're going to the show on Sunday. So there's another small little section, new show. They're coming back. This is the third or fourth show now. We have Leaside over here that's going all the time. We have Newmarket, Aurora, and then there's a couple others down. There's the other guy, Monte Casino Hotel, Rob's show. So you got a lot of shows out there.
Yep.
And
The only thing that would have made it better is if they'd found a way to expand the German Haas. Just saying. Did do it? No doubt. Census Expo checklist thousands of cars, numbers of brands limited. Speaking about what we're talking about here. So I'm right now 13 minutes behind. I'm almost there. Panini literally had the same images across almost so many less, same image front back to even player position anywhere in cards. It's so lazy. What's funny though, we were talking about the WWE thing a little earlier. With the WWE sets, they actually use different images. So whoever, like I said, whoever the brand manager in charge of that license actually seemed to be taking the additional care to go out of their way. I did a video where I specifically compared the fact that they were using different photos for different inserts, different subsets, and different, which shows a certain level of care, a little additional effort into, hashtag effort. We always talk about that. But they were clearly showing some additional effort and going out of their way to try to find some cool images to throw in there and going into some deep cuts. That's why I'm saying I'm curious if the top/Fanatics person who would be in charge of that would show a similar level of care. Because this other person clearly either was a fan or did their homework. One way or the other works. It doesn't really matter. But if you did your homework or you're a fan, it shows in the work that you're actually putting in that extra effort to do a little deeper cut into some of these that the fans will get. They'll appreciate that additional work.
Yeah, you don't want the guy just thinking about his new boat he's going to put in at his cottage,
Yep.
But
So, Rick, what year was the hobby ideal product company-wise? How many companies and sets? That's a good question, Bob Jackson. My argument is kind of in line with the discussion we had, but it's going to sound contradictory, but it's not. That late 90s period. So I want to make a distinction. The 90s period of cards. We talk about the decade, but the decade was different depending on which part of the decade you were in. The first part of the decade was the end of the boom, was the end of the last boom. So you have to remember that's different. The late 80s into the early 90s, that was the last stages of that boom. By 93, 94, the boom had died off. You had the hockey lockout. You had the baseball strike. You had all this other stuff happening at the same time. Yep. So that affected it into the mid-90s. That affected that mid-90s period. By the late 90s, we were past that. We were no longer at the boom.
Technology improved dramatically.
100%. Absolutely. But one of the things that happened was we started doing numbered cards. We started limiting production, a scaled back production. So the whole thing with the overproduction, numbered cards forced production down. The numbers were down relative to what they were
still a lot of sets.
Sure. But the thing is, then they also had it spread out amongst a different variety of sets. So it's one of those things. Some cards are still hard to find today because it got spread out over a variety of different. So that late 90s period to me was you had innovation, you had the variety of companies and everything. But the point that I made earlier tonight was that, look, as a collector, I'm trying to make a distinction. As a collector, that was phenomenal. As a collector, that competition was great because it allowed you to see, you had options, you had all kinds. You don't like that set? Well, guess what? This other company is producing this other set that's very different, and maybe that's to your cup of tea, whatever the case may be. And people tried stuff. That's the point.
We
But
had
those companies that
Star.
tried
You
stuff,
had all these other companies that kind of came in on the side there, and you wouldn't have those going forward. And this is why we don't have cereal cards. This is why we don't have any cereal that have any cards anymore, or any products really that are food issue. It's kind of gone by the wayside, and was a major part in the 70s and 80s, yes, but in the 90s, man, how many cereal boxes is there? Wow.
there was a little bit that carried over into the 2000s because we've talked about that Toronto Star set.
Not much.
That
yeah,
was a fun set actually. I liked what they did with the Toronto Star set. That was a cool set. That was in the early 2000s, and the McDonald's sets that Pacific was producing in that late 90s, early 2000s
It
period.
was really well done.
They were doing high quality cards out of that 99-cent packs or 89-cent packs or whatever it was. You were able to get those packs, and you were actually getting nice cards. You were getting parallels. You were getting inserts. You were getting, autograph cards and memorabilia cards out of that stuff. And there was all kinds. And you were getting it out of, like
cards, like
all of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you were getting really cool stuff out of that period. So even in the early 2000s, there was still good stuff being done. But by the end of that early 2000s, I'm cutting it off early 2000s. Well, by the late 90s, like I said, Donruss Leaf went under. And they started selling off the brands to these other companies, and they kind of carried them on. But after a while, the companies started to shrink. The companies started to disappear, more and more of them. Pacific, by about 2004, 2005, was out of the business. In the game was basically out of the business by the mid 2000s. So, like, all of a sudden, these companies are gone. Yeah. So what Eric's showing there, that's a McDonald's card. It's a nice card, and it's a McDonald's card.
One of my favorites. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and I think there was a parallel to that one as well, if memory serves me. So it was one of those years where they had that. I think it was the McDonald's Prism. It was Prism on that one.
That was the innovation coming,
Should be right
right?
on the top.
This is Prism Gold.
Yeah, so that's what they did. And I think they had a parallel of that card as well.
This
That's
is
how McDonald's popularized the cards back
don't-
then.
Yeah. Now you just have to imagine they've got so many of now they made a lot, to be clear, the McDonald's, they made a lot of packs. And those cards were in high production. There were plenty of them. They were very available. But they were good because they allowed the kids to go and put together the set. You could put together parallel sets, some of the insert sets, and there was some good stuff there. But like I said, these companies, most of these companies we're talking about, they're long gone. Not just a little gone. They're long gone. And all that's left is the brands and everything. But yeah, they're owned by Upper Deck and Tops.
Yes.
that's the majority of them.
That's another thing, by acquisition too. A lot of companies got swallowed. So,
Yeah,
and I think
so
that's what Fanatics doing right now.
To a degree, yeah. But unfortunately, the market, though, has proven that it can't sustain all these companies simultaneously. There was a period of time where it tried, but it couldn't do it.
No, I don't go with that. I don't think there's history that we can really predict what's going to happen, because the world has changed. Like I said, we're a critical mass. Before, we didn't have cell phones in the 90s. We had cell phones, not iPhones, not. So everything has changed. Now we're at this point where you can buy a card anywhere, anytime, online, on your phone, on the toilet, whatever, right? So
You can, but it's a volume issue, Bobby. If you try to run all these sets, again, if Panini produces 25 sets a year right now for the NBA, and you tell them we'll give you a partial license, we'll let you do 12, it's like, okay, so you just cut my revenue in half. So now I'm supposed to run, like, okay, do I make enough doing that to make it worth my while? What shortcut am I going to have to take? Where am I going to have to cut costs? Because that's what's going to happen. I'm going to cut costs. So you're going to get a worse product. So at the same time you're thinking competition, I'm actually thinking of slashing budgets.
well, they let it get out of hand too far, I guess. Then
That's all I'm getting at. I'm just thinking of it from a business perspective. A lot of times collectors think, oh, competition is like, yeah, but the company's going to look at it and go, yeah, I want to compete, but I actually want to be profitable. So compete. If it turns out the only way I can compete is the technology is going to cost me more money than I can make, I'm not going to do it.
Understanding. Then again, maybe they'll sit there and go, hey, if we can only put out 15 products, let's do good 15 products, high end, medium, low. Maybe it'll push them to do better. I don't know. I don't know if you can do better. It's right now, every card that comes out of a pack is pretty nice. Lots of sparkles and shines and everything. So
I also don't think my argument that I've made in a previous stream, I actually don't think the consumer's that sophisticated anyway. They wouldn't know the difference. I think you could give them McDonald's on a fancy plate and they would think it's a gourmet dinner. So it's like, so I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced it's worthwhile going through the effort to give them a gourmet dinner.
I think in 10 years you won't be able to remember half the names of like superlative or all that. You won't be able to remember all the names of the products. You go, what was that one again? I don't know. There was 50 million, so I can't remember. It's, because it's at that point, right? So
yeah.
How many are you going to do?
So Zach here asks, in the late 90s, though, weren't they making all those cars not taking into account for demand? It was in decline compared to the junk era. That's what I see now, people not accounting for drop in demand. Opposite. So that's the reason why I wanted to make that point from earlier. By the early 90s, the hobby had quote-unquote died. Whenever people talk about this decline after the boom period, by 93, 94, 95, it was quote-unquote dead. By the late 90s, we had already done that. It had already declined by like 85%. So it's like we'd already done it. By the late 90s, not taking into account for demand, no, the opposite. The production had dropped, relatively speaking, to the boom period. It had to. Yeah, exactly. Look, all you gotta do is look at, we'll take hockey. 97, 98, Pinnacle, totally certified. Every base card insert and parallel was numbered. You want to know what the production was? You knew what the production was. They literally numbered every single card, so they told you what it was. 98, 99, Upper Deck, SPX Finite. They numbered every base card, every parallel. You knew what the entire full production run was of the entire set. It was under 10,000 cards, which sounds like a lot. But then we go, well, in 1991 Donruss, they produced 4 million base cards per player per card. 4 million under 10,000. That's a substantial decline in terms of production. Like it's massive decline. And that was one set. And if you wanted to collect something else, you could. But if you say, oh, well, nothing's limited, say, actually, there's plenty of limited stuff, if that's what you want. And you, as the consumer, then have to choose, is it worth it? This is how much it's going to cost per pack. We numbered each individual card. By the way, they never did that again. Because there's a cost incurred in numbering each individual card. And they said, well, did we sell enough out of this to make it worth our while to do it again? The answer was no.
Well, I guess it's always a guessing game with what's his name? It's on the show all the time. Oh my god, makes the cards. He's always talking about we're trying to get together a nice set, and so he's really trying. And that's what you want to see, is a guy who loves the cards, involved in the cards, looking to do a better deal, trying to make a new card or new set or new theme. That's really the kind of people you need in the industry, I think, beyond just fanatics in the business. So I don't know, we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I can't think of his name. Why? I don't know. He collects all the autographs.
Collects all the autographs.
He chases
all the autographs.
Chases all the stars down.
I have to think about it. But yeah,
he makes cards. He designs them.
It's not Brian Gray?
No.
Sorry, you're talking about Billy? Billy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Billy.
No worries. but that's why I say, like, for me, I think the problem is sometimes, and this was the word I was looking for a little earlier. The problem is sometimes we romanticize. Because that late 90s period was the ultimate competition era. It was the sheer amount of brands and companies and things that were competing with each other. They were bludgeoning each other for competition. There was no lack. And the problem is most of the companies out of that period did not survive. And so I'm sitting there going like, but...
Hey, there's a reason for that too. Because a lot of the guys who were coming of age in the 90s, people like myself, after 95, we didn't care. We had done our collecting through that time period. So you were getting a natural drop off. You're waiting for the X Gen to come in and take over. They kind of did, but then they had video games, and then they had comics, and they had all the other things that they were, so, technology was advancing. So things changed a lot. And I never collected past 1989 anyways. A few pro set and a little bit of this and that, but very little. So it stopped dramatically for people in my era.
I think though one other factor, look, the truth is it would have still worked even with that. The problem was the people in my age demographic. So in that late 90s period, talking 97,
Heyday.
98, 99.
That's your heyday.
I'm in my mid to late teens. Here's the thing: I couldn't afford the boxes anyway. It wasn't that I didn't like them. It wasn't that I didn't think they were good. I couldn't buy them. Like you're talking to me $150 a box, 125, 30, 100, $200 a box. I don't have $200. So it doesn't matter. So it's the problem is who's going to open it. So it's like, yeah, I'll grab singles, but like I can't. But that's not going to be enough necessarily to support enough of the sales to keep that going. So funny enough, only took a couple of years and the company went under. It's like, but the innovation was there. They came up with amazing ideas, and years later, I was able to buy those boxes on clearance.
Mm-hmm.
And the cars were still just as cool as they were in '98. They're beautiful. Some of the finest cards I've ever seen. I bought them in clearance in the 2010s. In the 2010s, I was buying this stuff in clearance at the expo. It was right there sitting in pallets. Plenty of that stuff.
Yeah, certainly it's an unpredictable market, with what goes on in, people's desires, people age group, their spending habits, where they are in their life, what generation you're part of. There's so many factors. And going forward, now we're into more of the investing part of it, opposed to just collecting, pack breakers. A guy's busting boxes. It's like a $40 box. He busted just to have some fun. Okay. That's just gambling, really, at that point. These guys aren't buying 5-cent packs and hoping to get your star. It's just like, they're in, $200, $500 a box. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, but but at that point, it was a simple math problem. It wasn't that I had no willingness, but I'm sitting there like the math. I don't have that kind of cash sitting around. So it's like, I would have loved nothing more in the late '90s period to have opened boxes of that stuff. When Eric showed that Topps gold label, that was 98, 99. To me, 98, 99 was the best year of that gold label set. Mm-hmm. That was a super premium set at that time. It wasn't a cheap box at the time. The cards were beautiful though. The cards were undeniably well done, beautifully crafted and gorgeous in terms of the cards that were coming out of those packs. But it's like, yeah, I can buy a pack here or there. That's about all I can do. Like, it's about all I can afford to play at that time.
I guess at the end of the day, we don't know what's going to happen going forward.
For sure.
Really.
That's always true.
It's a hard call, but I do think competition will help. It certainly, if they don't have any, it'll hurt. I truly believe that.
Yeah. Piccolina says, does anybody like mortadella sandwiches? Only with mayo if you're Eric.
Oh,
yes.
God. Yeah,
Zach says, good point. I wasn't old enough to understand
mortadella's good.
Yeah, no worries, Zach. The reason why, though, is I want to be able to present that counter to a lot of folks is because that's what I say, even, we go previous decades, people romanticize stuff. Fortunately, for me, the 90s was my era. I can tell you that people were still collecting. I was at the expo in lines to get promo cards during the dead period when the hobby was dead. I was literally in line getting promo cards. And by the way, I could sell those promo cards for a profit at that show. Maybe it's a Canadian issue, but it's like, I assure you that there were still people who were interested in buying these cards. Was the attendance down relative to the absolute heyday? Yes. But were there still people there at the booths, doing business and doing? Yes.
It was growing
100%.
Through those times. It was starting to grow back.
So I was there during that time period. It's like I never had the sense that it was dying because I was still doing what I wanted to do. I was still finding the cards that I wanted to buy and still participating in, and so were several of my friends. So we were doing our thing.
Yep. And mortadella is just a tie-in bologna.
There you go. What happened to Red Button? Who has it now? Maybe Brian Gray bequeathed it. Who knows?
Oh yeah, right.
No news on him, eh?
It's all on him. To me, the early to mid 2000s were great. Yeah, early mid 2000s were solid as well. A lot of sets, but not overkill. Hobby boxes were affordable. There was a solid period. That's why I say 90s was always my favorite. It will always be my favorite because that was my time. But the early to mid 2000s, there was some good stuff there too. Honestly, I had a lot of fun with it.
I was opening some with my son, so we had fun.
I picked up. So this one came in. This one came in today. So I'll quickly share it with you guys since we're here. So this one I just picked up. So that's 99 2000 MVP, and that is the infamous superscripts. And the thing about the superscripts is these ones are the ones numbered to 25. These stupid things are impossible. So I was able to grab that one picked it up on eBay, and I'll share it. I'll share it on Instagram and everything. I'll record the video to pick it up. But the thing about it is that this is a low end brand. MVP was, a base low end brand, and the superscripts, the early years of superscript, because the first year of MVP was 98, 99. So we're talking about that late 90s period, and then 99, 2000. 99, 2000, they had two sets. They had that one and then the Stanley Cup. So this is the Stanley Cup one. I don't know why they had a Stanley Cup edition the same year as having a regular version. I don't remember what the thought process was behind that. So this was the latter of the two, but all the superscripts are numbered to 25. These are hard to find. I know this because I have been searching for it since 1999. The stupid thing is taking me. So when this was available, I paid comfortably over $200 for it. It makes me sad, but at the same time, it's off my checklist. This is one of the big ones that I was still seeking out. I don't have the 98.99 and I don't have the regular 99.2000. I'm still searching for those. So, and I've got a lot of cards over those years. In early 2000, 2003, 4, that's the Canadian exclusive out of 25 as well. So that's 0304. 0304, by the way, was the interesting year because that was the lockout was about to happen. 0304 was a full year. 0405 was a broken year where the amount of sets suddenly dropped like a stone.
They did, yeah.
Yeah. So this was the last full year of regular releases, and then suddenly it dropped, and then it came back in 0506 with the double rookie class, Ovechkin and Crosby.
I think there was like 60 sets released every year around that time period. That's a lot of hockey.
Well, 0405, Bobby?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
By comparison, 0405, because of the lockout, Modano has 32 cards. Not sets, 32 cards. That includes all parallels, all inserts, all everything. AKA, the amount of sets dropped to almost nothing. There were barely any cards made. So it was so that year, if somebody is trying to collect, they'll suddenly notice the amount of cards that they need suddenly drops off that year. That's why. It was the lockout year. It was the lockout year. So if you know the history, then you know why suddenly the amount of sets suddenly magically dropped off from being. Modano had over 300 cards a year, all through the late 90s and early 2000s. 300. All of a sudden it dropped 90%. Overnight. MVP Stanley Cup edition is one of the greatest sets ever. It was a good set. No worries.
Yeah, they are nice.
Great feeling when the safe searches pop up for stuff you really got to look for. Yes. That was one that I had been waiting on forever.
It's like Christmas.
I didn't know it was finally going to come up. Yeah, it was going to be massive. But I got to say, Eric, so this is my mail this week. I got two cards from the late 90s and early 2000s, both numbered to 25. And that is the extent of my pickups for this week. And I mean, but it's a good week because this was a key piece I've been searching for a long time.
Oh, absolutely.
So I was like, nope, I've been waiting for that one a long time. Literally over 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's awesome. You know, when you can complete something like that, you know.
And lucky for me, there were no 1-of-1s that year. So that does complete the rainbow. I have the rest of it, so that'll be a good group shot I'll put together.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always, obviously always looking on eBay and looking this around at the store and everything. But, I know it's it's over a month away, but I am really looking forward to Toronto. I get a few things I want to try to find and, spend my money in the right places. So, I'm looking for some certain things, and it's going to be exciting to try to hunt them down. But,
Absolutely.
The only thing about collecting, and I don't know if other people feel this way, and this, maybe this would be a topic for Monday or whatever, but collecting is, and I think, I've heard plenty of people talk about it. Collecting, the excitement is really the hunt. And we get something, we pick it up at a show, we buy it on eBay, it gets mailed to us. We sit there, we open it up, we stare at it, we look around, read the back, look at it in the light. Then we put it in a box and shove it in the closet, and we're on to the next hunt. And it is great to, take that box out in the future, and you forget what's in it, and you find these treasures, and that's exciting. But, most of this hobby is the hunt. And once you have got that in which you hunt, it's almost immediate that you're on the next hunt. And I don't know if it's other people too, but you know, when I complete a set, you know, from 1968, you know, I've worked on it for years. When I put the last card in the set, I'm immediately going, all right, well, let's do 1970. And I'm right to the computer. You know, so I don't know if that's just me. I don't think it is. I think that's the majority of us, to be honest. Like you've been waiting 20 years for that card. It's going to sit on your desk for a couple of days. You're going to look at it, admire it, enjoy the fact that you were able to finally get it. And then you're going to put it in a monster box and put it back on the shelf. And you won't look at it for quite a while until you pull the monster box out to put something else in, and you're going to see it again. And you'll be hunting the next Madonna, you know, gem tomorrow.
It's back to the grind.
Yeah.
That's the thing about player collecting. It's back to the grind. I'd like to say that we spend a lot of time. There are some folks that like try to do a whole song and dance about it, a whole presentation. It's like, guys, I've been at this, doing it since '95 means pushing 30 years of doing it. It's like, no, it's just a consistent, it's just march. It's a march. And there's always another cool piece to come in, and there will be, I sent for the ship my card stuff. There's going to be almost 40 eBay lots represented. There's going to be some cool Medanos in that too. There's going to be some Dennis PC stuff. There's going to be some cool stuff. Some always.
Right.
That's but maybe this is a good topic as well. The desensitizing yourself to the pickup. Like really, that's kind of the way I would phrase it. Is almost being desensitized to it. It's like, how much cool shit do you get in before you just kind of like it becomes old hat?
Right. I've been
just.
Oh,
that's a fun one.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. This one here is numbered to 53. These are hard to find. This is Century Potential Future. That's a tough one. Here's your gold refractor.
Oh, that's cool too.
That's fancy.
Yeah.
Only in a 7, but that's numbered to 49. So that's a tougher one. There's one of the Topps Gold labels.
Oh God, best set ever. I don't care. I'll fight.
That's the red label right there. That's the red label Class 2. That's numbered to 50. You can't see it. It's unfortunately kind of embossed. I did a good job with the video showing it better, but those are great. That's awesome.
See how I simulated nostalgia?
There you go. There's the Gold X Factor.
Yep.
Fanciness. So there's 4 PC. Just can't. I've had these, but then I went to go get them graded. I didn't have to, but I just wanted them in the holder and whatever. But I got them back, and here they are. So these will go on the Instagram again. But the point is this: like every single one of these is a tough card. Yep. Individually, they're all tough cards, and they're tougher to come by. And some of the collectors who are looking for them are going to have to look for their own copies. But then there's always something else. There's going to be more that are going to come in.
And someone like Bobby, I think, has it even tougher because even with rarer cards, it must be easier to find than a random Toronto Maple Leafs cup that was produced by McDonald's for a month in 1976. You know, so I mean, when Bobby finds something, that must, I don't know if he gets more excited or appreciates it more because it's even harder to find the stuff he's looking for, or if he's on to the next hunt right away.
No, and most of those items are 3-dimensional, so they're displayable. It's not like you just fill a bin and throw it in a cupboard and put it away. You know, most people collect and they want their things on display, and that's where the collectible side differs from the, I guess, the card side. So people appreciate things that they can't necessarily find. You can't just go online and find the card. You know, some cards are definitely hard, but most cards can be found at any given point in time. It's just a matter of money and a little bit of time. But some things you can be chasing a set for 10 years and not finish it. And
Right.
finally you get to that point. But you're chasing, 40, 50 different things, and things you don't even know you're chasing until they show up. And that's the fun part. That's where the competition was spurred, because you had Sheriff coins, you had Frito-Lay, you had cereal, you had all these different other things that have licensing, that had to get licenses. And a lot of companies just came out of the blue and just did something. Started the company just to make that product, which is pure innovation. Whereas today, you can buy a bottle opener, but there's 50,000 hanging there. Like, where do you think they're going to go? They're not going to be collectible because it's all made by one manufacturer and there's only one choice. So a little different today than yesterday. So that's what makes a change. But then again, I'm an aging person in the hobby, and people won't appreciate those things as much as I did going forward. So in another 25 years.
I am trying to do a better job with appreciating the things that I get, my new pickups and things that are really nice. My desk is filled with stuff. I have stands. I have this. It's growing up. I get shelves on my desk, and I'm switching them around. Like monthly.
That's the fun part of the hobby.
So I don't just get something like here's an example. I picked up this Brodeur patch card. It's really, really nice. I didn't pay a ton of money for it. I got a great deal on it, or else I wouldn't have purchased it because it's not really in my wheelhouse. But it's really nice. And instead of just putting it in the monster box with everything else, it's sitting here for a while. And next month I'm probably going to put it away and put something else there, because for too long I've just been oh wow, this came in, this is fantastic, and literally caught myself opening it up and almost in the same motion, before the packaging, the envelope hit the desk, I'm already turning left to put it over here.
Sometimes it's not really about the
I just want to
collecting.
do better.
It's more about acquisitions. It's more exciting. Like if you get mail, it doesn't matter if you're a collector or not. Everybody looks forward to mail. Maybe that check from that lost uncle will be in there, or maybe you never know. Maybe I'll get that acting job. People look forward to things, and I think that's what we do with a hobby. But we have something that surrounds it, which is our sports that we appreciate, and the hockey stars and the history and whatever. So, the collecting part, even though you just put it in the bin, it's another satisfaction, and it's constant. That's good.
And I love watching the collection grow. I really do enjoy Friday nights when, I've done it a couple of times tonight, where someone mentions something and I can just spin around and grab it. You want to see Jacques Lemaire in a Buffalo uniform? I've got a handful of them.
Bam. There you go.
You want, so that's good. I enjoy that. That's one of my favorite parts on Fridays. And I remember, I don't know, a couple of months ago, the chat was kind of like shouting stuff out and kind of challenging me to go and see if I could pull it out of my collection. And that was one of the funnest nights I had doing this. That was fun for me.
Yeah, that's fun.
I'm trying to appreciate what I have more and look at it more, display it more. And like I said, mix things up on the walls. I used to have a TV here in front of me, and I got rid of it so I could put up this incredible Bobby Orr Gordie Howe piece that I've gotten recently. I haven't put it on Instagram yet, for people to see, but I want to soon. It's like, no, I don't need that TV. I need more wall space so I can appreciate this, because having it put down on the floor, leaning up against the wall, that doesn't make me happy.
Well, I think that's the difference between collectors. It's like having a yacht. Hey, I'll give you this huge multi-million-dollar yacht, but then the stipulation is you can't have anybody go on the yacht. So without that, that's what these Friday nights are about. That's what Tuesday, Monday nights are about. It's just sharing our collection, sharing in the same space. It's a personal thing and it's a public thing too. So and we share by going to the expos and doing all that stuff. So it's all part and parcel to the hobby. You know, it doesn't really much matter. Like Carlos and I were talking about the cards. You know, the marketplace. Where's it going? Exclusive licensing. It's not really about that. It's about having fun within the hobby.
Well, I think that goes back to the conversation we had earlier tonight, talking about the loaded boxes or not loaded boxes. Part of the reason for my indifference to it is it doesn't matter to me. Like I can talk about it in the abstract, but I can also talk about it as like, well, it doesn't affect what I'm doing. It doesn't change.
Yeah, it doesn't affect you, but it in a moral sense, you know.
No, sure, but like my answer always is, if people are that concerned about it, don't buy anymore.
Yeah,
you always have the recourse. You have an ultimate ability to step away from it, and if enough people do that, something will change.
People love to complain, though.
Exactly, but the thing is that the same people that will complain will also participate into it to some degree. Mm-hmm. And the fact that they don't do anything about it is why it doesn't change, and because they don't actually want it to change enough to do something about it, is why I can say, like, I don't care. I understand what you're saying, but I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't need to, because you don't clearly either, because you're not willing to act on your concern or whatever you want to call it.
That was the thing, you know, when I was doing this guide, I heard that somebody else was doing a price guide. And I went, oh my God, I better get going. How many other people showed up with a guide? 0.
Yeah. Now, very important, I also want to make clear that a part of the Friday nights and Monday, Tuesday nights, whatever, is also to denounce blasphemy like this. 97 Metal Universe greater than Gold Label, settle down. Settle down, yes. Paul. Settle down. I like the Metal Universe and the PMGs and all that nonsense, but no, Gold Label, top to bottom, is better quality.
Yeah, if Paul, you got to bring that stuff to the table. You're going to be sent to the kiddie table. All right, you're not going to sit at the big Thanksgiving table with the adults. You're going to be off in the corner with the little kid table if you keep talking nonsense like that.
So to answer CC's question, this one's a 99. So in hockey, 98, 99 was the year. In football, it's 99. I think that was probably the best overall year. They made Gold Label a couple of years. I think the first year Gold Labels are the best ones. The second year Gold Labels were pretty good too, but the first year to me were the best ones. I think I want to say for football, this was probably the second year. I think they might have had a 98, but this is one of the first 2 years. The first 2 years are the best ones. And one of the key pieces is that when they do red label, it's the logo. The logo is where you can see that it is the red label version, and then the class and all that is on the back, and then the numbering, if applicable, is on the back. The red labels are all the numbered ones, and the class number is on the back. That's how you determine the serial numbering.
You know, Carlos, I'm getting back to what we were talking about too. You know the tear if you dare kind of cards.
Yeah,
that's the stuff I like to see. Something that's a little. I'm actually looking for a box, trying to find one.
Yeah, that year was fun.
Reasonable price, but I mean, you know.
But going back to what we talked about earlier, Bobby, I was there when those boxes came out, and I was at the shop.
You see my picture at Jason Martin's booth. There's a couple boxes sitting right there.
Yeah, but the key thing is, I remember being there, and I was super jealous of the people that were able. I opened a pack or two of it, literally a pack or two, because that's all I could swing. That's all I had the budget to be able to play with. I would love, like, if money's no object, I would buy a box of that. Just open the damn thing. I want to pull the cards out. And you know what? Unless it's a really good card, I'm cutting the damn thing. I'm finding out what's inside. Let's go. Because there are some good cards. There are some Z Golds inside of those 5x7s that 100% have not seen the light of day. They're in there. And there's some of the cool parallels in there. But again, the cost of that box far outweighs the likelihood of anything you're going to pull inside of it. Easily.
It's like a wax pack. Same thing.
Yeah. So, technically you should leave it alone. Leave it be. That would be the play. But if money's no object, I want to open the damn thing. Funny Shemez 68 is my first OPG hockey set hunt. One card at a time back in 91. It was fun to put together. There you go. Noted Boston Bruin, Martin Brodeur. Well known. Eric, do you have the Mayo Maniac card? Lots of Mayos. Kiss Rookie. I have my PCs and binders so I can look at them. Monster boxes are too hard to look at, though.
See, I do both, and I find both, if they're well organized. I'm looking at many binders, and I get them all, written on the side what they are, and I can go in there and grab what I need and look through them. And it's if it's well organized, you can do both. That's why I'm able to turn left and just grab something quickly, because these monster boxes are all well organized. and that's part of the collection too. I don't understand how people can collect and just throw it in a random box and then have to go search for it. I mean, the stuff is meticulous. I keep accurate records. This is all,
Accurate records.
Everything he's paid so far, and it's $89.
Mm-hmm. Paul here. 97 Metal had Platinum Pro-Tours and Gold Universe too. Metal's better than Gold Label. It's not even close. Wrong. Bring in the meme. Eric, bring the meme. Wrong.
Yeah.
I know Platinum Pro-Tours and all that. I respect it. I get it. Wrong.
Kitty table.
Wrong. Accept your wrongness.
Mm-hmm.
Question for the panel. What is the oldest wax pack box that you have opened in person in a sport? So this is specific. Opened. It won't be that old for me.
Well, I got wax pack, but not box. I guess the box that I opened probably was, we opened them consistently, 84s at the show. We did do a box, but no, so we got into packs because when, we opened what, 54 tops, 57 tops, 57 Parkers, 71, 79s, 79s, a lot of them. So I've opened all of those, but very few people can say that anyways.
Yeah. The oldest pack I opened probably 84.5. 84.5. I opened a bunch of 84.5 Tops packs.
Tops?
Yeah. The friend sent them over. So I got a chance to open them up. It was actually a lot of fun. It was a good time.
It is fun.
So it was again. It's take a stab at it, see if you can pull the Eiserman. It would have been fun. But it was one of those
we used to have fun with that.
was-
We used to have fun with the Eiserman because every border is kind of centered around the team color, the team that they play for, and every time you had the pink with the red border, it was a Detroit Red Wing. So every time we would do the card wars or pack wars, we would just pull it slowly down from the top, and then we'd always go, "That's Eiserman's helmet. That's his helmet right there," and then, "Oh, it's not him. It's somebody else. It's Ed Mio or whoever it is. It's like, God damn it."
Now, actually, let me partially correct myself. I lied. I was wrong because I remember that I did buy, because when Martin Sports Cards had some of the stuff and they hadn't really jacked up the prices yet, I did buy some birth year packs. I did buy a box of 83 O-Pee-Chee baseball. I wanted to open up some 83 O-Pee-Chee baseball, so I did do that, and I opened a cello pack of 83 Tops football. So I opened one of those as well. So two 83 packs would be my oldest.
So you're a liar. Okay.
Yeah. I had to think about that one because I remember those packs that my friend sent me, but those are the ones I did buy. I bought the 83 cello and I bought the 83 the box of the 83 O-Pee-Chee. The 83 O-Pee-Chee baseball was actually a lot of fun. That was actually a lot of fun to open. My monster boxes are organized, but I don't have the space to have them out like you do, Eric. Topps Gold Label is greater than Metal. Facts. We respect your right to be wrong. Some mid-80s packs most likely. Paul says the Topps Gold Label is overrated. There, I said it. I agree. Metal Universe is overrated. I agree.
I think people's collections.
I can't hear you from the kitty table. What'd you say? You're just too far away. I'm just
no amount of inserts. The problem is that Paul had to go to inserts because the base Metal Universe not good enough.
I don't know.
Not good enough.
Pocket having a good
and Bobby,
time.
Those inserts that he's talking about, if you open a box of Metal Universe, you're not getting them. The odds of getting one of those, every single pack of Gold Label, quality. Even the base cards were cool. Metal Universe, take it or leave it, depends.
Oh, base card, bam, awesome. Base card, bam, wicked awesome. More
Wicked awesome.
awesomeness. Awesome.
There you go. I guess people collect in comparison to where they have space to store stuff. Mm-hmm. If they're allowed to have a room like Eric is. So
it took a long time, I didn't, I'm not a spoiled brat. It took, 50 years to get my own space, So and trust me, I wish I need more. I have lots of stuff put away in storage. But I'll take what I can get, and I'm happy to have what I have.
Mm-hmm.
But it took a long time to be able to have my own space.
Yeah. And people who can't do that, I mean, there's a lot of guys who buy stuff from me and they go, I got to sneak that in. It's like, okay, do what you got to do. But that gears your collection. What space you're allowed or what space you allocate is based on how much you really spend and how much you make, I guess, too, on top of that.
Paul here says, base 97 metal is the greatest base set of all time. It's not even my top 10. And here's the thing, like, I want to make clear, there's a situation where I'm trolling just for the sake of trolling. No, like, I was around when when the Metal Universe cards came out. They were cool cards, but greatest base set of all time? Settle down. I know you like, if you really like the foil and everything was neat. The whole space theme was cool and all that. But they were like 99 cents a pack for a reason. They were just a funky little idea. They were a funky idea. They were cool. They were cool.
The cards are stupid.
No, like Eric, I'm being serious about this.
I'm being serious.
Were a cool
too.
idea.
The backs of the metal cards, the fronts are great. The backs look stupid. They have like metal piping and stuff, like an underground.
I like the concept of it, but they were 99 cents a pack or $1.99 a pack or whatever it was for a reason. And it's like they became. So no one would give a shit about them to this day if it wasn't for the PMGs. And in hockey, we didn't have the PMGs.
Right.
In hockey, they didn't have them. So in basketball and baseball and those ones, they put in the PMG. In football, they had the PMGs.
Well,
so that helped. But the PMG was a parallel of the base set. It was a parallel.
Some of us have hockey PMGs. Some of us have some.
Anyway, they didn't have them in the original run. And for the other sports, they did. And they're cool cards, but they're a parallel of it. And when you talk about platinum portraits and those ones, those are inserts, yes. Even in later on, they would come back and redo the stuff, and they would add, you had linchpins and you had some of this other stuff, and they would incorporate it all under like a skybox kind of whatever. They would just basically shoot, or they would say the skybox metal, and just like, all right, we're just gonna lump them all in together and do jambalaya, do some of this. There are amazing inserts in it, but this statement is about the base set. The base set is, it's neat. I've seen foil done. A lot of times, unless you're really into space, it's not that exciting. It's fun.
Adam Oates, PMG, baby.
You got to get the additional syllables, Paul. The additional syllables. And like I said, I'm not trolling. I'm saying I like metal, fine. And obviously, I like the AEW metal. I'm buying cards of it and everything. And they went back to the retro and everything. But to me, it's like they added a bunch of the other nice inserts and stuff. But this statement is base set of all time. No, it's not the greatest base set of all time. Not even in the conversation. Not even worth discussing.
I just can't hear him from over there. Just, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Can't even. No, I'm sorry. Nope. That's a straight up no. 9. The German Haas says what? 9.
See, growing up, all we had was base sets.
That's not true. We had, well, I guess me.
That was a very long pregnant pause right there.
No. My I was born in 74 and on, but before that,
18 or 17.
I refuse to answer that question. Like this, there was all these inserts in like 68, 69, 69, 70. That they had all these subsets. They had the stamps. They had, there's so much in those things. The decal cards, and it just goes on. And the foreign ones and the booklets. I mean, there was so much to collect in like 69, 70, and then beforehand 68, 69. That is when inserts really started to appear. It was back then. I mean, Bobby can he knows better than me, but I think that's when that stuff started. And so having an extra chase set in a card set wasn't new in the 90s. I mean, 68, 69, 69, 70 had these chase things in them. And so did a few, sets after that.
Even before that, in 61, you had the double stamps. In 62, you had the hockey pucks.
Yeah.
And then it took a little pause in there because Parker's kind of left the game.
Mm-hmm.
And And then when finally Topps and O-Pee-Chee went their own ways in 68, that's when things started to happen. Yeah. Puck stickers in 68, 69, you had the stamps. 70, you had the deckle edge. But you had 2 series, so you're getting 2 different ones. So it's kind of cool.
76, 77, you had the inserts.
The round
and square, right? In 6 and 77. So I mean, it wasn't a brand new idea in the 90s. In the
those
80s,
are inserts, but not base sets. You know what I mean?
the 80s didn't really have much unless you were chasing box bottoms.
You're right. The 80s kind of sucked for inserts.
Yeah. They had some stickers.
There wasn't much. No.
85, 86, 87, they did the same.
Do you count the little sets they did? Do you count the little sets they did for rack packs? Because they had the All-Star cards.
Packs.
Yeah, they had the All-Star cards.
For what year?
Several years in the 80s. So I'm talking mostly from a baseball perspective. If you look at the rack packs, they would have the little card that would be in the rack pack for the All-Star teams.
Yeah.
That was an insert. And you'd have to get the rack pack to get that one, but that was an insert. You would have
it was only for the rack packs, was it?
To my recollection, yeah.
Interesting.
Because they would specifically have the card on the front, and it would be like, so the rack pack, you had the 3 little pockets, and one of them would have the All-Stars.
Yeah, interesting.
And I believe those were rack pack only.
Yeah, there was a lot of baseball rack packs.
So it definitely wasn't a lot in the 80s.
Yeah, it was slim pickings. It was pretty slim pickings for that stuff.
There was a lot in the 70s, not much in the 80s, and in the 90s it just went nuts.
Not for inserts, more for base set and I guess other themed cards, right?
All sorts of different things, yeah.
Parallels or whatever, not parallels.
Inserts, parallels, all numbered
all
cards.
Stuff. Yeah, everything all started to come in.
But if you know your history, like Bobby does, you know that 90s wasn't the first time extra cards were in hockey cards, other than base sets.
Yeah, you had the Russian ones, you had all those things that happened. Yeah.
Well, if you go back through the history of hockey cards, for years, basically since the dawn of hockey cards, as soon as they started making cards that involved the NHL, you had inserts in all kinds of packs. Anytime you saw Boston Bruin, that was non-sports. So they included those in the hockey cards with the actual hockey teams and hockey players as kind of a weird little parallel universe. It was very strange. Very strange. Very odd. Very odd. Just throwing it out. It was odd. Paul had a comment here. Having Eric say you're wrong is like a badge of honor that you're actually right. Speaking of our thing. Look, I can't argue. Like, that was probably your strongest point. As far as this entire conversation, that might have been your strongest argument. All I'm saying, Paul, is you might want to throw that one to Discord. The suggestion, the 97 Metal is the greatest base set of all time, I think we might have ourselves a little debate. Again, and this is not as a Metal Universe hater, but I'm like, buddy, I don't even know. I don't even know if I could get in the top 10 there. I don't know if it's even close.
The back of the cards are stupid. I don't care.
So it's not going to work for me. Not going to happen. Tom says, I might agree, Paul, as far as interesting base sets done with unique designs, but grew up in my heyday and partial to Marvel release, so probably a bit biased. Fair enough. Also in stickers, Donruss rated rookies, more subsets than inserts, closest inserts back then. The thing with the Donruss rated rookies is they were part of the base set. It was a subset. So those ones I wouldn't necessarily count them, but I get what you're saying. They were fun to collect. Some people would collect them specifically, but they were subsets. Bring back those 2 million base run, 600 plus card set, and 10K insert sets. That was the 90s and the 80s. A lot of those multi-million card printings. So that was a big part of it. Let's see. I grew up with ultra inserts because they were a hot thing. Formed a subconscious bias to gaudy inserts. Yes.
I just picked up, I think, a 10,000 insert. Hold on. Are they talking about serial numbered?
Was it Donruss Elite? Yeah, it was Donruss. Yeah, those are the ones. It's probably Donruss Elite or one of those. There were a lot of 10,000 plus. At that time, that was limited edition. Oh, it's serial numbered. It's 10,000.
Yeah. Here we go.
Donruss Elite. Yeah, Donruss Elite.
Out of 10,000, Roder on the front, Hasek on the back.
Yeah, 10, they're nice cards. They're nice cards, especially for the time period.
It's 1994 gold leaf stars, and it has
all leaf stars, right?
And gold, whatever it
leaf.
Is.
Yeah,
leaf. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
They tried a lot of stuff.
Well, I forgot the 80s did have the stickers, which kind of dominated. It was like sticker haven.
The helmet stickers.
No,
Right?
no. The
With the
sticker
logos
stickers.
and the numbers.
No, the O-Pee-Chee and top stickers. Like the sticker packs. That was a big
Oh,
thing.
yeah. The small one. Yeah, the small ones.
Yep.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
And
Right.
the albums and what have
But
you. That
those
was
were-
a big
but that
sideline for the
come in-
80s.
That didn't come in with cards, though. They had their own. That was their own thing, right?
Their own thing. Yes, exactly. So that took away a lot of, because guys were going crazy on those, getting the album, getting the stickers. It almost took people away from cards through that time period.
Mhm. Yeah.
Quite a bit.
So this was Bob Jackson saying, Carlos said the napkin math one stream. So this is talking about when I did 91 Donruss. I took the Donruss Elite and then worked it backwards to basically say that they had literally made billions of cards for just that 1 year, one brand, one set. It wasn't even like the whole production of everything. It was like 91 Donruss alone, billions of cards. Topps had a similar print run. Fleer had a similar print run, and you just start adding it up, and it's billions upon billions upon billions of cards. To this day, they're still being printed. Eric probably has to shovel them as he goes outside of his driveway.
Mm-hmm.
To this very day.
It's becoming a problem.
It's becoming a problem. To this very day. Barry Ma here. Good evening. Didn't have current players, but I love the 0102 Topps Archives hockey set. Solid choice. Solid choice. There's some good ones. Early 2000s, late 90s. There was some good stuff in there that I had some fun with.
I think I opened with my son. One of my favorite ones was Heritage. It's kind of a retro style.
Yeah, I remember when that came out. I liked it.
Yeah, it was nice. Wasn't anything
Good player.
special. Wasn't overly expensive. Wasn't cheap. It was.
But it was actual cardboard. Do you remember?
It was actual cardboard. Yeah, it was like the old.
Because
pictures, right?
we had got away from it for so long, and then Topps put Heritage out, and it's like, oh my god, it's actual cardboard again. So that's why I liked it.
Well, I think
nice looking
I think that was the key. But you can sell that if it's novel, if it's different, because at that point the thing had shifted so far the other way that now you could go old school cardboard, and that was the difference. So it just made it distinct. When they did Heritage, so Barry was talking about archives, but Heritage, they put the gum back in it. But they put the gum inside of an individual wrapper. So the gum actually had a better chance if you were getting it at the contemporary period. The gum was actually chewable.
It was good. It was
Heaven
fine.
forbid. It wasn't amazing, but you know what? It was chewable. You could chew it at the time, and it was perfectly fine. And you got gum with your packs, and there you go. And it's not damaging your cards. Win-win. Everybody's good.
Even when I was buying packs back in the 80s with gum in it, that wasn't 20 years old. I never liked it. I wasn't one to eat it. I would throw it away.
No, the old gum was trash. The gum at the time was trash.
Yeah, even the old gum, which was new at the time, tasted like old gum.
Well, that was the thing. Like, I opened a box of 91 Topps in right around 91. Like, right around that time period. It might even been 92, but it wasn't far. Like, I wasn't far removed from the time that set came out. It was trash. The gum was trash.
Was horrible. And that powder, the white powder
it was trash. It was trash. I'm sorry. I don't care. There's no nostalgia for me in old garbage gum. It was trash.
Horrible.
I'll pass on that. Thank you. Bob Jackson 1991 Topps Hockey is one of my favorite card stocks. Fair enough. Sounds good.
Now that's an opinion, not a statement. When you make
and I think that's perfectly fine. He said favorite. I'm not going to, to be clear, I'm not going to argue about what your favorite is, because what your favorite is what your favorite is. I don't know.
Right.
That's on you.
So that's fine. But when other people start making statements,
greatest of all time,
they got to go to the kiddie table.
Goats.
It's too much. Can't do it. All right, guys. So let's start winding her down. It's been a pleasure chatting with you all as always. Thank you, Tim, from Slab Strong / BCW. See you all at BCW Mania 1. Bougie Eric and Tim from Slab Strong. Tim Big Hat in the cage. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
I will wreck him.
Should auction off his other hat. Yeah,
I know, right? That's right. That's what I'm saying.
You'll have to throw that in the washing machine though.
We've learned so much. Look, my big takeaway from tonight. So y'all maybe have your own. And actually, I'd be curious, for those of you who hung out with us, what's your takeaway from tonight? What is your big takeaway point? My takeaway point is there are some disturbed individuals who throw their shoes into the laundry. Like I'm left with so many more questions, Bobby. And I feel like a whole production to record Tim snoring. You know, I feel like the boom mic and the full lighting was maybe a bit much.
He's gonna die. I'm telling you, if he doesn't see a doctor, he's going to die.
Eric, we're all going to die eventually.
Yeah.
All of us are going to die eventually.
He's gonna die soon.
If we've learned nothing from House MD, everybody dies.
Soon. He needs to go see a doctor.
I heard the other day the most popular condiment in the U.S. is the Undisputed King of Condiments, mayo. My takeaway is the hobby is fickle, and they say they want things, but they don't actually want them. That and they're dumb. Facts. It's a fair takeaway.
Broad statement.
Good evening. Good evening. Have a good night. But yeah, no, my takeaway, like I said, is there's some disturbing questions that need to be answered as pertains to individuals and washing machines. Lots of questions that are yet unanswered. We'll learn more, I think, in the coming days and weeks. Here you go. BCW main event, coffin match rules with a dryer. Ooh.
I will stuff him inside there without any question.
We're all going to die from laughing at Eric. Facts.
Hey,
I feel like you all went after Eric a little more than normal because he gave us so much good material. There's always good material. Bobby, help me out here. There's always good material. There always is. But when he goes like transcendently to like another level, it's like I am duty bound to mock this man.
Well, to think that we didn't have that much to talk about, we sure came up with a lot of stuff.
I just want to go back to Paul real quick. You know, we're all going to die from laughing at Eric. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah. Funny. Listen, you're on the clock. As soon as you walk in the show, you got 20 minutes to find me some Dick Clapper. All right? 20 minutes. Show that last year was not a fluke, that you have what it takes to be my wingman, and find me some Dick Clapper within 20 minutes. Stop preparing. Do your, stop, getting your eyes focused. All right? Do some Dick Clapper test runs. Do what you got to do. But you got 20 minutes to prove that last year wasn't a fluke.
So you're looking for 1937?
He just needs to find me some Dick Clapper. and I'll take a look at it. But his job, got 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
So
you thought he was a big badass last year? We'll see.
Bob Jackson says, I like to see Eric stuffed in dryer. Pleasant. Eric would have a hard time cramming that big hat in there. Probably true. Carlos, you're bound because Kathy pays you every week.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it. She said that you guys like me for me. She's paying you, isn't she? She's done this before. This is not new.
We will take cash.
Always. Cash.
I thought I finally made friends on my own.
Actually, real quick, can I finish off with a quick Carlos Sr. story? So we'll wind down on this. And by the way, thank you all, and you can put your last comments in there. So I went with him. He's finally started clearing out the basement of doom, basement full of miscellaneous crap. So one of the great joys is seeing and I went and looked at the back of the car, and he had loaded it up with some stuff, slowly, but he had loaded it up, and I went to go give him a hand with it. So he wanted to go to Play It Against Sports. He was going to give away a bunch of that crap, but he went to Play It Against Sports just to see if he could get anything. So he had like a half size punching bag, like one of those Everlast punching bags, but like the 50-pound, like the half. There's the big full size one. There's like a half size one. So he had that, and he had like a bowling bag with some bowling balls and stuff. He's not going to be bowling anymore. He can't really do it anymore, so it's fine. All good. So we went in. Now apparently, Play It Against Sports, they'll buy your random shit for relatively little, whatever. Not next to nothing. Otherwise, it would have just been given away to Goodwill. So that's zero. So what can you give me that's greater than zero, basically? Just so I don't have to deal with it.
That's zero.
Yeah.
The morality of it all.
Yeah, that's zero. Listen, I'm sorry. The Salvation Army, the money they're getting for the bowling ball, I'm not going to worry about it. You'll get over it. So anyway, so they were able to give him, I think they gave him 110 value and then gave him a percentage of that and whatever. But apparently they don't do cash anymore. Now you have to take a check.
Credit?
No, you can take credit if you want, but otherwise, if you'd like cash, they'll write you a check. So the guy literally will sit there and punch it all into the computer and then write you a check. And I'm sitting there like, really? Whatever, fine, give me the damn check. It's 2023. You're giving me a fucking check? Okay, fine, whatever.
I wish I could go back in time because I was going in and playing against sports and all those goalie masks because they're worth a lot of money now. that went through that place that we didn't, because we used to play ball hockey in 90, 91, 92,
Right.
straight through, and used to go in there, and we'd get pads. We had fully dressed goalies and everything for ball hockey, orange ball, and all the masks that I passed up, and you didn't need them because who wanted them? Now, good luck.
Right. But I think it was just interesting because in that time of the afternoon, it was just that time of the afternoon. There's only the one guy really working, and there's nothing going on. Like, it's quiet. That was the time, Eric, where I took the picture of that Canadian geese, that loon. There was a loon just hanging around outside of Playing Against Sports, Bobby. And I sent it to Eric because I go, well, that's Canada in a nutshell for you. It was random because literally it was just hanging around outside.
Was it a Canada goose or a loon?
Here,
it's a goose. That's a goose.
That's not a loon.
Sorry, a goose. But I just took the picture of it. It was literally just hanging around outside of Playing Against Sports, as you do.
Yeah, he's just
well, that's Canada. That's Canada for you.
Yeah, they're all over.
I showed him, what Boston's like by sending him several photos of me sitting in traffic. And I said, "Hey, see, this is what I get."
If you want, we'll send it to you, and I'll hang out for you. At least keep you company in traffic.
I'd rather hang out with.
He just hung out there. That's all I was doing. Right. He was ignoring cars came by and everything. He was like, "Nope, just leave it be, leave it be."
I'd rather hang out with the goose than you.
So basically, what ended up happening is, so I went and got the check for him. We had the same name, so I just put my name on it, and my dad can cash the check, whatever. So Carlos Sr. got himself a wonderful $35 check for his heavy bag. I was like,
it's better than Salvation Army getting nothing.
Does the bank teller even know what to do with it? You probably got some 23-year-old bank teller. You hand her a check. She's like, "What the hell is this?"
Eric, you can just take a picture of it with an app now, man.
Yeah, you don't even have.
You can literally just take a picture of it and just deposit it that way.
Yep.
Carlos Sr. knows that technology. He can take a picture of it with the check and it's fine. What I thought was funny though, like Bobby, it is basically that we did go to Salvation Army to give away the rest of the stuff that they wouldn't take. And all they do is just give you a coupon. They just give you a coupon.
I know. That's all they do.
Yeah. So it's like, effectively, So they'll go there and buy some shit at some point, but he's got his coupon to get whatever percentage off. I don't even know. So I was like, all right, whatever. Pay again was amazing in the 90s. So much good cheap gear. Shame a ton of the clothes. When I was playing baseball, it was good for that. You could get some good used equipment. It was good for that. 100%.
Great.
You don't want the gooses. We have the gooses near the old house. The gooses are mean, Eric. You think we're mean?
Yeah, they're called geese.
That goose.
They can be.
Listen,
yes,
when they come and attack you, Eric, you will accept geese. You accept gooses. You accept whatever they want to. You will call them sir.
I have been assaulted by geese. We've had words.
I don't know. I got to tell you, I was looking at it. It had murderous intentions in its eyes. If you decided to pick a fight with this one, it would be like IRA bombing in the 80s. Yeah. You're sitting there like, what happened? The rolling truck in Maleta, why is it in flames? Mm-hmm. You should not have pissed off that goose.
I did not fight back on the last goose attack because I was out on a trail near a river, and the mommy and the daddy geeses were with their little babies, and they were being very protective, and because the babies couldn't fly away and they couldn't run very fast. So I tried to give them their space, but Dad wanted to fight, and I just put the bike in between me and Dad and just let him scream at me. But a couple of years ago, one of them became disagreeable, and I just treated it like a soccer ball.
It all sounds well and good, Eric. All I'm saying is, like I said, I saw the murderous intentions of this goose, and this goose will never get close enough for you to treat it like a soccer ball. It'll just bomb your house. Mm-hmm. It's like almost fine and dandy until why is my Reggie Lemon in a jersey all the way over there, and why is it on fire? It's on fire! How did it get napalm?
Don't joke.
Oh my God, Reggie!
Don't joke about Reggie like that. No.
I told you don't want to mess with this goose. That's all I'm saying. Right here, Bob Jackson said, "Gooses are mean. They'll be your entire field and there's shit everywhere. Imagine Carlos in animal form. That's goose."
Yep. I can see that.
It doesn't forget. It will literally wait until the moment you are weak. The moment you're trying to record Tim sleeping, the moment you're trying to record Tim sleeping with your entire production, you have your back turned, that's when it gets you.
That's when he gets you.
That's when it gets you.
I explained to you why I did what I did. It was out of care and concern. Like, the guy is going to die. He has sleep apnea. He's going to die.
Well, the goose will kill Tim and then kill you and your family and everyone you care about.
Can you guys see this?
It's Kaiser Soze.
Yes. No.
The one in the back is the one who got mad at me.
Oh.
Not nearly murderous enough.
He got really.
I'm not feeling
really
sufficient murderousness.
But I understood. Being a dad, I understood, and I did not. Say him like actually coming at me a little bit. I did not kick him in the chops because I understood, and I respected him because I would have done the same thing. But they're loud too. Not only do they come at you, they're loud.
Mm.
Indeed. And on that bombshell, that concludes another Friday Live. Name with the last words. Go Goose.
I hate him. I hate him so much.
Eric is telling us one story, but we'll find out more. There's more to learn in the coming days. With that said, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you as always. If you get the like button on the way out, we do still charge Eric for it, even though it has been subsidized. Thank you to AMG Collectibles for support of the channel, the live stream, and the podcast as well. We'll talk more about that in the coming days and weeks. And thank you to Tim for joining us for a little bit as well. So
Thanks a lot, Tim. Yeah, that was awesome.
It's pretty solid. Pretty solid. We learned a lot more about Eric this evening. Not things we necessarily wanted to know, but we learned something, if nothing else. So we've got that. And then otherwise, Sunday, Big Scott 35 channel. Probably going to be on there. I think Scott has some stuff that he wants to talk about. Probably some wrestling. We'll probably talk a little bit about that. Sunday, going to go to the card show over at the Mississauga Convention Center, whatever it's called. I'll figure it out, but I'll be there for that. I bought the tickets, so I forget the name of it. Escapes me. What's this thing called?
ECT.
What is this thing called?
If you buy online, it's cheaper, right?
Yeah, I got it right here. 75 Dairy Road, Sunday, September 24th. Mississauga Convention Center. That is what it's called. It's the Sports Card / TCG Trade Show. So that is it. So for the Sunday. Got that? So we're going to do that. And then on Wednesday, going to be on the Pittsburgh channel. Link will be in the description. 10 p.m. Eastern Time, live stream. And then those guys are we'll chat about some hobby stuff. They have some stuff they wanted to chat about, so we'll do that. And then I'll include a link in it and push everybody that way when the time is right. So there we go. We got a full agenda, and then another week in the hobby coming up. We'll see what else comes. And yeah, right now we're just on kind of a holding pattern. We're heading into October. That means we're heading into spooky season. Mm-hmm. And then shortly after the spooky season happens, time for Expo. It's coming. Mm-hmm. It'll be here before you know it.
Before you know it.
So just enjoy your spooky season first, but still a month out from that, and we'll see. Yeah. Otherwise, more stuff coming up on the channel, videos and live streams and all that good stuff. All the way through the rest of the fall as we head into that. And check out the next episode of the podcast. We'll come up with some topic. We're not sure what it is yet. We'll figure it out.
That'll probably be stupid too.
Yeah. Well, you're involved in it, so probably, yeah. Probably part of it.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point.
Yep. All right, folks. Have yourselves a good night. Those of you on the West Coast, you got a little time left, of course. And those of you on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good one. We will catch you in the next one.